around as much as they possibly can to have as much information about the encroaching attackers and be able to single out some of the more vulnerable targets in the back lines. We're talking about the healers and some of the more vulnerable damage dealers. Sweden, however, wants to aggressively get in their face and not give them any chance to respond here. Gunba is going to be playing Sombra, a different pick here, one that's very much about zone control and giving his team the advantage in terms of health packs and health boosts.
Well, here we go, Mitch. Team Sweden is on the way. They are going right up the gut here, and they engage here in the Team Australia, looking for their way to move in. We're looking at Swoosh, playing a highly mobile hero in Genji right now, looking for his chance to dive in and set the stage of the battlefield to his liking.
But Ichup has already found the squishy chips high in the back line of Sweden. That's an excellent start for Australia in this fight, and he's found a second target. Both supports, both healers for Sweden are down before the fight even begins, and Australia are going to be able to hold strong for this push. 3 minutes and 25 seconds is what Sweden has to take control of the limousine.
As Sweden was coming up the front, what we saw from Australia is that they were able to flank around the backside, strike into Sweden's back, and keep their defensive positioning. So this means that Sweden, they have to reset.
Keep your eyes up at the top right of the kill feed on the screen. That's where kills, perhaps not on camera, will be occurring. You can see what's happening in the fight outside of the periphery, perhaps. Sweden again have moved right in. You can see 2 bubbles dropped by the Winstons, the big monkeys. There were Trill fights too, again. Both supports from Sweden are eliminated at the start of the fight. Perfect target selection for Australia.
Australia able to roll right in. What we saw there was Atar on that Genji, able to pull out the Dragon Blade and cleave through the attackers of Sweden, hitting multiple targets at one time with his ultimate ability. Very good stuff coming out here from Australia so far.
Tvik playing a very mobile hero. In Tracer, you can dash forward or teleport a short distance. Now he's waiting for the rest of his team to join him on this high ground. He wants to go in and assassinate those vulnerable targets just the same way we saw Atar do in the last fight. Pulse bomb thrown out, but it doesn't connect. That ultimate ability doesn't work, but Tvik still has a chance to choose his target.
Tvik right now rolling in and around, trying to make room here for Swoosh, but Australia, they counter the sound barrier, they protect their team, and they get 4 kills. They continue to keep Sweden off guard.
Again and again and again, Australia deflecting Sweden's advances, and Gumba with a final kill on towards Tvik. Again, going back to the health pack and hacking it. That's going to mean that only his team can get health boosts from it, and it will respawn quicker for more use.
And remember here, the time remaining to Sweden, they've already gone through half of their allotted time to get to this first point. Australia now flirting with the idea of getting a first point hold because their defense here has been that good. Sweden, though, they're going to be coming in like a storm. They're rolling onto the point.
They've got some ultimate abilities ready to use as well. Swoosh wants to use his Dragon Blade, but he's gone low. The sound barrier is going to give him extra help, but now it's time to hack and slash his way through. Again, looking for those squishy targets, but Ichup has already found reinforced. It's a 1-for-1 trade over the fight. Sweden with the edge.
Sweden right now, the best push they've had here so far. Swoosh still in and around, dashing around the point. Australia slowly getting pushed back, but here comes Atar, bringing out the late Dragon Blade, and he's looking to equalize. Gets 1 support, 2 supports. Australia coming back to life here on this point, but will it be enough?
Off screen, Atar is cutting a swat through the squishy targets on Sweden, but there's more to be done, and unfortunately, it may just not be enough. Gumba throws himself at the point, and you can see Tvik here there, ready to clean up the residual Australian players remaining on this point. They need control of that limousine. So far, they're looking good, but Australia has reinforced.
Australia right now making this very scrappy. They will not give up without that point. You see that they still have players on this point contesting it, not letting Sweden get progress. Sweden struggling to throw them off, but the EMP comes out. Australia coming back in again.
Trill's found chips high, and again, both supports are down for Sweden. Australia holding on once again. Tvik can't even stand up, and now things are getting pretty darn dicey for Sweden. 40 seconds remain for the men in blue and yellow to take the limousine.
This is the final chance here for Sweden, but what a momentous hold it would be for Australia right now. You don't see it that often, but they have taken the Swedes to the limit, and what a way to treat the hometown crowd here if Australia was able to win this next fight.
Now, Swoosh here on screen is hoping to charge up for his next ultimate ability, do more damage to get it quicker. The Dragon Blade's been so effective for both Genjis on either side of the map. That's the character, of course, Swoosh is playing. Now it's time to go again for Sweden. One last chance.
Sweden right now diving in. Sound barrier coming in. Oh no, Sweden! They're get this Lucio down immediately. They have the first 2 kills, and this might have been what Sweden needed.
There was a chance there. I think the RQT was looking for the sound barrier to give his team a little bit of extra help, but he couldn't use it in time. It was taken down. A pulse bomb thrown on towards a point there, but it doesn't quite connect. And now Swoosh is going to come in with a Dragon Blade, but Australia has had to give up the point. They've had to step off. Sweden in the red now standing tall. 2/3 of catch of progress done.
And what we're seeing here, Sweden has way more people on the point, but Australia coming back in. They break it down the sound barrier. They're still contesting and buying some time. The question is, won't be enough. Plenty of members of Team Sweden controlling onto the point right now and keeping their team in it even in overtime.
Overtime now. If Sweden leave the point for any reason, they'll lose. But no, they've captured it now. And their objective becomes moving this limousine by standing close to it to the end of the map. Australia, it was an admirable hold, but they have to give up and now back away to the second phase of the map, the Wild West.
The important thing to note here is that because they're able to capture that point, they get additional time. 2 minutes remaining, but not as much as they would have had if they did it cleanly. Sweden right now looking to maintain their momentum. Reinforced was under pressure, had to use his Primal Rage and back out. And this is a good moment here for Australia as they start the corner Reinforce and keep him out of the fight.
EMP is used in the fight now. Sweden can't use any of their abilities, only their primary fire. And Ichuap is going to find Reinforce, eventually chunking down the large health pool of the big angry monkey. This is excellent for Australia. Now they fight back. Vic drops to Ichuap, who's been on fire so far in this game. And Sweden are going to have to regroup and try to move up again.
And what we saw there is that Sweden went a little bit too deep into Australian territory. Australia defending their territory by isolating the lone player, taking him out, and then reestablishing control here in the streets phase of Hollywood.
1 minute, 28 seconds remains to get from here to the Goldshire Studios, just over that building. But Sweden need to win this next fight. Now, Twitch is going to go in there, gets one slash of the blade. Look how low his health went in the bottom left corner. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far, and Tvix looking for his next target.
Atar still has the blade here in the back, but Tvik rolling into the back line. Under assault, but still alive. Trying to give Sweden a way into this Australian defense, and it appears he has at the end of Swoosh, who got cut down both tanks as they were looking at Tvik. This is big here for Sweden as they go even deeper into Australian territory.
They've won the fight, but they haven't got themselves a time extension yet. They still need to get to the second checkpoint. The limousine's going to round the corner, and RQT dies off screen to Tvik. That's not good for Australia. It's going to be another 8 seconds before he respawns and can come back to join his team for the next fight.
That is a bit of a power play here for Sweden. They will have that numerical advantage. Australia now has to decide, do they wait more time-wise to get a full 6, or do they go in now? And it appears like they will wait to have their full team here once more, and now they roll back onto the point.
Sweden did a good job there, though. They found an isolated Australia player, Ichuap. They jumped on top of him and were able to dispatch him at the start of the fight. But Trill's found Chips Hyde. Again, the vulnerable support on the backline is subject to the Winston getting right in his face. Tvik trying to jump back and forth to deal with the Genji here, but an EMP's popped over the fight.
The EMP was used into the backline, and it hurt Sweden a little bit, but Australia has not won this fight here just yet. Very even. 4-on-4, still onto the point. Sweden trying to push that payload to its next stage, but Tvik opening it up. Sweden has struck deeply into Australia now. Will it be enough to take this point?
That pulse bomb is huge, and now Atar, the Dragon Blade's out. This is a big gambit for Australia. They need to hold on right now. Ichuap's found 2 off camera. Tvix forced to recall and turn back in time. But now Ichuap is back on the point. You see 2 big Winstons over the payload, trying to knock each other off but give their team a positional advantage.
This is really big right now for Australia. They are fighting right now, Mitch. They're bringing it back. But here comes Swoosh, a Dragon Blade of his own. And no, he's taken down. Australia defending their turf, and Sweden might not be able to bring it back in.
Sweden stopped in their tracks, and overtime is done. Australia stands tall and holds just in front of the Goldshire Studios. A very impressive defensive effort, and now, as we go into the second half of this map, Australia simply needs to get that limousine a little further.
Sweden was only able to pick up 1 point on their attack, which means that Australia, coming in on attack of their own, if they are able to get more progress, they will end the map with 2 points and thus be the victors in map 1 of this 4-map set. Australia has put themselves in a great position to take this first map.
In the game chat in the lobby, before the game, Reinforced from Sweden was trying to get in the heads of Australia a little bit and says, we know your weaknesses. Wouldn't it be a shame if this crowd weren't able to cheer for a victorious Australian squad? Well, so far, he may be forced to eat his words. This is the first map of 4. Australia only need to win 1 map to secure qualification to the playoffs, but more maps here means that they will come out as the top of their group and get to play ostensibly the easier opponent when it comes to the final playoff match to see whether they will make it to BlizzCon.
Australia right now is playing in front of an absolutely electric crowd, and you're right. What is at stake here is not only getting into the top 2, but potentially ending up with the top seed in their group, and that is a big deal. And I gotta tell you, we've seen a lot of defenses in Hollywood, but that was easily one of the best ones we've seen in this group stage here so far.
The importance of Australia able to hold Sweden back to only 1 checkpoint cannot be overstated. Now they need to purely just beat that time or beat that distance. So get the payload, the limousine a little bit further than Sweden did. And you'll see it. It'll be denoted by a yellow box. We flew over it just beforehand. But first things first, Australia need to get the limousine moving by controlling this point in the same way that Sweden did. And the hope is that they'll be able to do it much faster.
Indeed, and what we see right now, Australia is still going to be the blue team here, but now they're going to be on the attack. Sweden now is holding their territory on point A, and we'll see if the Australians can come up with a faster offense than what we saw from Sweden just a moment ago.
It's a similar team composition, similar selection of heroes for Australia as we saw on the defense. Sweden's running a Soldier 76, a long-range fighter who can obviously use his rifle to keep himself safe while doing damage. But Australia, they've come around the backside of the point here. They're trying to outmaneuver, outposition Sweden, and then find those squishy targets and get a man advantage in the fight.
It's a sneakier positioning right now from Australia. They're trying to corral Sweden and find the right way to engage, and now it looks like they find the time to strike, but no, they're going to back up a bit. They don't like what they're seeing. They're taking it slow here, Mitch, as they look for that proper opportunity.
Atar Trill goes down, and that's an ideal reinforced deals with it. Atar was also very low and was forced to get out of the fight. You can see that Sweden just turned around and collapsed onto Australia. Australia was split between the high ground of the cafe and just that corner on the right side of the screen. Not ideal, and Sweden was able to pick and choose their targets.
Australia able or not able to get in the way they want to there. Sweden read their offense and had a great counter engage on the defense. But remember, Australia is working with a bunch of time here. They can still have a faster attack, and they will get multiple attempts here to get through point A and try and beat Sweden's time.
That blue effect at the bottom of the screen you just saw means that Atar's Dragon Blade is now ready for use. It's a huge way to break apart defensive teams. A lot of damage is available, but it requires Atar to be right in front of his opponents to strike him with the sword.
And Atar right now, you know that Australia is going to be playing around him. He's holding here into the back line, and he is waiting for the right opportunity to bring out that blade and cut through the Swedish back line. And so far, Sweden does not have a defensive ultimate to deal with it. They will not be able to shield themselves. Atar right now biding his time, and now he goes in.
Dragon Blade out, let's see what he can get for it. He's going to dash straight through. He gets one, chips high and falls down. He's looking for a couple more, but he's low on HP. He's forced to back out. Australia are 2 for 1 so far in this fight. They're at a man advantage. A self-destruct on the point will force them back, and RQT, he's caught by the explosion.
It's 4-on-4 right now. Australia can still bring this fight back over, but it's not as clean as they would like. And Sweden is holding strong here so far. But remember, Australia, they have a respawn advantage. They get reinforcements quicker here, and they're going to need them because this fight is now going very heavily against them.
Not great for Australia. No progress on the capture. They looked like they had an opening, an opportunity. They used a lot of those ultimate abilities that are only come up every so often to try and get on towards a point, and it was to no avail. Now, they're getting a little bit concerned. If they can't capture this point, they will lose this first map.
Sweden has definitely brought this one back, and if you are an Australian fan right now, you have to be concerned, but this is a nice engage. Immediately pushing Sweden back, getting control, but the EMP comes out from Australia. That's to try and bring this more in their favor, and they do. They get the first 2 picks.
2 for 1 again. That's how Australia started the last fight. Now it's a 4v4 situation over on the point. Trill is very healthy though, and this is looking a little bit better this time for Australia. Primal Rage is available, but Trick has caused so many problems for the Australian on the point. His Tracer has been very, very good. He stayed out of harm's way, but finally he drops. And now Trill has time for the Rock'em Sock'em Winston show in the cafe.
He is turning that cafe into a place you don't want to be if you're Sweden. Good zone control from Australia. Sweden though, back in over the top. They drop the EMP and they force the Australians back. It is an absolute brawl here on the point, and Sweden might be pulling this back, but it is awfully close.
Pulse bomb thrown to the ground now. Sound barrier up for Sweden. Gives them a little bit of extra health to start this fight off, and that's not ideal for Australia now. The war of attrition is starting to go against the Aussies. Sweden taking control. Ichu up at least gets Manitou out of his Diva mech. That's helpful, but it's not going to get the whole job done. It's a one-man army right now as Ichu up is trying to hold Australia up on this point.
Eat you up right now is the key part here for Australia. Holding on the flank, getting key kills, buying time for reinforcements, and they are still fighting for this point. It could go either way. It is going back and forth. Both teams trading out kills right now, but Australia, do they have what it takes in this final moment?
15 seconds remaining. There's one more chance for Australia to get towards this point. Otherwise, the map will go against them here. Gunba has his EMP ready to use. He wants to try and catch as many of the Swedes as he can with it.
All right, and this is big for Australia. Will they be able to get this payload moving? We're about to find out. Gunba looking for the EMP, dropping in over the cafe, holds it and uses it. Hitting 3 members of Sweden. They get the first kill, but will it be enough?
Again, the fight starts well for Australia, but it's back and forth stuff over on this point. Reinforced, trying to stay healthy. Pulse bomb has dropped at his feet, but doesn't quite connect. No, Kiki's Diva is caught. He's forced to eject now, and Sweden are in control. Overtime's ticking down. It's not going to be enough, though. Only Gunba is left. He's going to be swatted away to the side, and the overtime bar is going to tick down. No, Sweden take the first match here, and now they're getting fired up.
That was an amazing start for Australia, but a better ending for Sweden here, where they bloody Australia for the first time in this entire group stage. That is the first map Australia has lost, and You see reinforced there for Team Sweden, definitely feeling the victory here early on.
And so it was written and so it was discovered on this day at least. The Australians can bleed. But this series is far from done. 1-0 to Sweden. 3 maps to remain. Let's have a look back at the play of the game here. One of the most memorable moments from the match that was, which was incredibly close, very intense. This is Tvik on this Tracer. Know that he can dash around so quickly, keeping himself mobile, keeping himself behind the enemy, always coming from these unexpected angles. He's very low on health right now at 27 HP, and he still stays alive, still maintains a presence in these fights.
And what you're seeing there, that was one of the flanker heroes in Overwatch, where they're noted for their mobility and their ability to make plays against the odds. And Tvik, one of the best players in the game, you won't see much better than that.
No, not at all. And that's going to be a big job for Australia to contend with. IE2up is the Australian Tracer player normally. And so far, the head-to-head between them has been very, very good. In fact, IE2up has been winning the duels between the two Tracers. But the hallmark of a good flanker, the hallmark of a good Tracer player especially, is not getting rid of your opposite number so much as managing to put pressure on the back line of the enemy team, the heroes that are supplying healing or other protection to the other more vulnerable targets. So far, so good for Sweden. They're going to take that first map here as well, propelling them towards playoff contention. But the next map is going to be a control point map. Teams will fight over one singular central point in the middle of the map. Once they have it uncontested for a brief period of time, it will become under their control. Then they need to accrue 100%. And once they've done that, they will win that round. And of course, Ilios is part of 3 stages. There's 3 separate maps inside the one. And if you win 2 of those, you will win the map as a whole.
And the key thing to note here for these control point maps is that the distance for both teams to the middle is equidistant. Neither team has an edge in getting onto the point, which means that when you do get control, you want to hold on to that defensive advantage by being there first.
This is definitely a map where the fighting is going to be a little bit more constant, a little bit more chaotic perhaps. You can see the well here. So we're starting on the well stage of Ilios right now. Characterized, of course, by a big old hole in the middle. No, this is not Sparta, but you definitely don't want to go for a dive down that one. That will cause you to have to respawn. Need to stay up on that ground, try and pressure the enemy, maybe knock them in, but most of the fighting is going to happen around here.
And this is where Australia will try to bring things back, utilize the flanking DPS heroes that we were just talking about. They're tank heroes that control space, and of course long-range damage heroes like Soldier 76 to keep Sweden out. But Sweden, as we just saw there, they're very good at being scrappy on the point as well.
We knew this would be a very intense series here now, as I'll reinforce on screen, playing the Winston. He's the main tank for Sweden. His job is to absorb as much damage as possible, prevent it from going towards his weaker targets, and also cause disruption in the enemy backlines.
We see right now Sweden taking more aggressive posture here on the point. Australia going to be playing the flank, but Atar goes down. It's reinforcing Swoosh, combining together at the same time to remove him from the fight, and that gives Sweden a big edge here early on.
Again, Reinforced wants to chase down the other Winston, but he realizes there's no point because they have control of the point. Now they stand upon it, uncontested, and they'll capture it and flip it in their favor. Oh, IE2up gets punched in the face there by Reinforced. Perhaps it's a little bit personal, ZP, but now Sweden can start accruing that control percentage.
Sweden right now, they're in a great position here so far, and now for Australia, the question is, how do you climb the mountain and bring this one back? They're going to have to look at their options to rotate around, come in at a sneaky angle, and catch the Sweden defense off guard.
Australia now with a chance to regroup here and try and wrest control back in their favor. Swoosh. Again, just trying to get a bit of information here, just the double jumps to give it a little bit of extra height and throw some shurikens in to get it some damage. Big shout out, of course, to everyone following us here on 7 Mate as well. Some chaotic Overwatch for you now as Australia try and take Sweden on. It's 1-0 to Sweden in the series so far.
Now you take a look here, Sweden holding back, letting Australia move in, and they're using the space that they have available here where they can bend back but not necessarily break. They still have control of the point so long as Australia doesn't get people on it for an uncontested period of time. So Sweden is really playing with the defensive advantage here as Tvik plays on the outskirts.
Yeah, you can see he's getting harassed by IE2up a little bit more, but now he gets himself a sound barrier, a lot more health, and Swoosh takes 2 down with 1 dash. He cleans through both Trill and RQT, limiting Australia to 4 players, and now the fight, a tough one for them so far. Kiki and Atar have contributions, but it's not enough to wrest Sweden off this point.
And this has been a very good start here for Sweden. You see their progress in the middle part of your screen. They are at 68% right now. What that means is that they only have to win 1, maybe 2 more fights to get control of this first round. Australia now, this is going to be a must-win fight coming for them in this next engagement.
Some big ultimates online. You can see the blue ticks in the player's portrait, so they're ready to let rip with their most effective abilities now. Tvik, of course, his is to throw a pulse bomb now. It's going to be a sticky bomb that detonates on the foe if he can try and connect with him. He's looking to try and get up close and personal. It's very confusing, but Devastator Atar finds Gumbo early on. Again, Australia struggling to start these fights well. Pulse Bomb connects, doesn't quite get the kill though. It's Vic now needs to make himself scarce, but he can't. Atar chases him down.
Australia's invested a lot of resources into this fight, but now Atar is reaping the benefits. 4 kills here for Atar, and he has cleaned up the Sweden team. Australia not out of this round yet. They flip the point in their favor.
Back to life for the Australians now. However, Sweden maintain 91% capture progress. So if Australia lose this next fight or any of the next fights, it's going to be over in this round. They need to maintain control for the entirety of the rest of the round.
Australia must be perfect from here on out. If they give Sweden another opportunity, they will lose this round. So this is where the Australian defense now, that they are in control of the point, is so very, very crucial as Sweden comes into attack once more.
All eyes on Atar, the orchestrator of Australia's victory in the previous fight. Now he needs to try and find a good angle to do damage from here. He's got good range, but he's vulnerable up close. He gets swooshed very low as he tries to drop down. No! Tvik finds him there, cleans him up with the help of his support player in Chips.
And that flanking DPS coming from Tvik, again striking deep into Australia. 4 kills from Sweden, and they drop the sound barrier. More protection from them to help seal out this point. They will be flipping it back in their favor.
This is not good at all. 95% and ticking for Sweden here. Australia need to literally throw themselves at the point on this map. But Atar, he's being waylaid a little bit here, harassed out by Tvik, and he can't advance any further. No one from Australia could make it to the well before time ticked down, and Sweden take the first round on Ilios. One more, and that will mean it's 2 maps to 0.
On this map, you must win 2 rounds to be the victor. Sweden, meaning now that if they take this round, that will be it, and they will be up 2 maps to 0 over this Australian team. However, we've seen Australia fight back from worse situations. You would never want to count them out here just yet.
Absolutely. They had previously, of course, lost their first map of the entire event, but we all knew that Sweden would be a formidable foe for them. From a region, of course, in the world that is famed for their esports professionals, and 6 of them on this roster means Australia definitely has to lift to match them.
Well, we now go to the Ruin stage, which is one of our larger control point rounds. There's more space for both teams to operate in, and that means that we're going to be seeing Widowmaker come into play. Widowmaker is a long-range sniper hero that can deal incredible burst damage from afar.
Again, sniping out for each drop. He's definitely looking for some of those targets, but no! He shoots at Swoosh, but Swoosh at the same time uses his reflectability. He sends the high-caliber bullet back to the dome of Ichu up and makes him look like a fool.
And that is terrible for Australia. Sweden will be coming in with a big 6-on-5 advantage here. And it doesn't mean the fight is unwinnable, but it means that they have a tough hill to climb if they want to get first control here. And now we look at Atar, down the Tracer, rolling around, going to try and channel his inner Tvik here to pressure the Sweden team, but it doesn't work. Swoosh has been monstrous here so far.
He started off the fight with the kill on Ichu up via Reflect and then got 3 more. That's a huge contribution from the Genji player on Sweden. The Cyber Ninja clearly working out for them so far. Australia had to be very tentative on their approach now. They know that that area is crawling with Swedish players, and Ichu up does not want to get up close and personal with any of the Swedes.
And right now, he is looking here from long range. 1 shot can kill a hero in 1 shot if it is placed at their head and they have lower HP. So that's what he's looking for right now. Gets a shot, it's not quite enough. But it is applying pressure to the Sweden team and making them respect this sightline.
Drop again, looking for those targets, trying to find an opening here, but so far, none have been forthcoming. Australia might have to come up with a different approach to trying to get towards this point. The EMP has now been used by Gumbo on the point. That's a good opening for Australia, and Chips Hyan, his head is plucked like an apple from the tree.
And that's why you play this hero, to get those early pickoffs and give your team the edge. Now Australia, a numerical advantage. They're going to roll into the point, try and press it, but Tvik pulling it back a bit, but blows himself up in the same note. That will end Tvik, at least for now, and give Australia this point.
Yeah, a bit of a blooper moment there. Tvik obviously put the bomb on the ground, kind of hoping, I guess, that Ichu up would drop off the higher ground, but he hung around a little bit too long. You can be destroyed by your own explosives as Tracer. You've got to be careful, but Australia are back in control now. And here's RQT, the team captain, playing the Lucio role. His idea is to give healing and speed to his team in differing amounts, and of course, he needs to get involved, get close, and help his team here.
And now he uses ultimate ability sound barrier. It gives his team shields, but it only hits 3 members. Australia's a little bit pushed out here. It's not the greatest defense here for them so far. Sweden starts finding their way into the back, but that self-destructive Kiki, so big to take down Chips.
Again, Chips Hyan is having a tough time staying alive in this fight. Australia fight back. They bring the onslaught as Sweden were advancing to the point. They preempted them by starting the fight before Sweden could set up in advantageous positions.
Australia now, they have brought this back to even. You look at the middle of your screen, it's 48% to 48%. Now, both teams on the edge. Australia needing about 2 to 3 more fights to bring this round in their favor and force a round number 3 here on Ilios.
56%, they are in the lead right now, the Australians, but Sweden are coming back and there's blood in the water. They need to try and shake Aussies off their perch right now, and Kiki just backing up a little bit there. He's piloting a very big slow mech, has good damage output, but he's trying to keep that Winston Monkey at bay.
The EMP comes in here from Australia, hitting Sweden, but it did hit Zevo's side, who's able to stay up and sound barrier, but it's not enough. Australia, with the first 2 kills here, they are in a very good position.
They're in the driver's seat right now, but they haven't quite reached the destination. The pulse bomb has dropped on Kiki, and it forces him to eject from his mech yet again. He's so fragile without it, and he gets taken down as soon as he hits the ground. Sweden back in control now, 4 kills to their favor. Swoosh even chased down the sniper of Ichiwa to clean him up with a Dragon Blade.
So even though Australia will be pushed off the point here, it's still not bad. They are now at 90%. If they are able to take one more fight here, they will still be able to claim this round. However, they will have to do it against the defense of Sweden that now gets time to set up. We now turn the eye you up here, Mitch, where he's looking for a long-range pick here once again. He got one earlier in the game. We'll see if he can do it once more.
And note that the Swedish team are trying to make themselves scarce right now and not give a clear line of sight to each up so we can find them. Very comfortable position to play from as this Widowmaker hero here, but getting closer could spell Ichiwa's demise.
And he's under pressure right now. You see the Winston diving on him, and he takes him out. The melee power of Winston. Too much for him to deal with here as Sweden opens up with a 6v5. And because they have the edge, they're pushing back into Australia.
Barreling towards the Aussies. In fact, they realized that Australia were a man down, and that was their opportunity to take a fight when it was 6v5. Now, this is scary. Sweden have just overtaken Australia. It's 94% of the capture process. The Aussies have to get to the point.
We're at 5%. They must touch the point now or the round will be over. Atar looking for a way in. We are in overtime. They touch it at the right moment, but they are down in numbers. Now Atar must be a hero. He must somehow pull us back. Australia, they engage with the sound barrier.
And that's going to help them a little bit, but it might not get the job done. They're going to throw themselves at the point that the Swedes use the EMP. That's going to prevent Australia from using those all-important abilities, and that makes it so hard for them to have any capacity in trying to take this point back. They need to match them at 6v6, but they've been trickling on by one at a time, and it's not going to be enough. The second map here will go to Sweden. And for the Aussies, it's crunch time.
Sweden right now striking in a way we did not necessarily expect coming into this. We knew they were strong, but Australia, they were undefeated before getting here to this day, and Sweden has proven to be more than a match.
The first 2 maps definitely not going in favor of the Australians, it's safe to say.
Point A, but getting through point B is much more difficult. The attackers do not have quite the edge that they do in getting in on that first point. But defenses can make a really good showing by dragging out time as much as possible on point A, and every now and then you can hold a team right there.
So the camera now is panning out over point A. Sweden are the defenders to start off in this map, but they need to prevent the Aussies from having control of this area of the map. Note that there is a bit of high ground around the edges here. The Australian team will likely try and utilize this by using the tunnels and the access points to get high ground and then leap down. Sweden want to prevent them from getting into those nice positions.
The goal here for the attacking team, which is Australia, is to find a way in that Sweden might not be expecting. Get an early pickoff, and then use that to get more. Use that early advantage to make it a major advantage as you not only take point A, but try and get to the second point. And now we see them going up the right side.
Yeah, again, they're trying to outmaneuver Sweden here. They're sticking together as 6 players. You can see them behind them. Fick is trying to pursue, try and pick off the stragglers. But Australia have had a good job of staying together as a unit. Now they're in position. Now they can foray forward from here.
And when you stay together as a unit, what you can do here is you can utilize your tanks to protect your entire team. You might not be as sneaky, but you are very durable. And they are playing this very ground and pound style right now, where they're using the room for cover and trying to outpoke and outmuscle the Sweden team.
Atar, one of the shining lights for Australia so far in his last couple maps, has a big yoke on his shoulders. One of the main damage dealers for Australia. He needs to use this long range to his advantage, but True goes in. But Winston jumps ahead of Australia. He's already found 2 kills.
And that is the power of the setup, where they were able to weaken Sweden from afar, dive right in and secure that advantage. But Sweden, we see Tavik, he is being the ruiner of dreams once more, moving into the Australian backline, but this time it's not going to be enough. The terror has been vanquished.
Vic, arguably one of the most talented players in the world at Overwatch. Sweden are lucky to have him there, but even his contribution wasn't sufficient. Australia, on their first attack this time, control point A.
They're going to be taking this point, and now the question is, they get a little bit of momentum from grabbing point A. You see that ATAR has his ultimate ability charged up here. Will they be able to utilize this to keep Sweden off balance? Sometimes we see this happen on this map type, and they're pushing Sweden back.
ATAR's tactical visor results will be very important because it doesn't actually require him to aim. He just needs to cursor roughly over the enemies, and his gun will automatically target them. It's a huge bonus. It's a bit of an aimbot if you know the lingo, but now ATAR wants to set up behind his team. Sound barrier, Australia going in.
Australia, they're doubling down. They seize this as their moment. They get onto the point. They're already getting progress. They have a two-man advantage, and ATAR is going home. ATAR with the triple kill, and Australia now making this point their own.
Stylish finish from ATAR there. The fadeaway Helix rocket to catch Vic, who would have been the biggest thorn in Australia's side so far. It's been such a good fight for Australia. They've lost no one yet. They're up on the point. Sweden scrambling to try and respond, scrambling to try and get some control back, but they're so far behind the 8 ball here. Australia, an ironclad grip on the lead.
Sweden right now is shell-shocked. They're looking for any way back in, but Australia is smothering right now. A full control of the point. Trill mopping them up right as they come back in, treating them to that electricity. And Australia right now, they just need a little bit more midge, and this will be a blazingly fast time.
Try as they might, Sweden cannot get any presence on the point. Australia forced to step off briefly, but surely will come back into the fight. Pulse bomb dropped on Manhattan, takes him very low. Sweden desperate to try and get back into this fight, but Trill leaps over the top, and Winston, Tavik's picked off Gumbo though. That might be struggle town for Australia.
Tavik has been the thorn in Australia's side this entire time. He's able to take down the support hero. They will have less healing and sustain. They almost are at the point they need. You see in the middle of your screen, they just need a little bit more, but now Sweden is striking deep into them, and they're starting to pull this back.
Australia now in a 2v2 situation. Tavik staying alive, but ATAR finds Chips high. No! Tavik chases him down, gets 2 kills on his own, manages to shake Australia off the point. However, it's not all grim and gloomy. Australia have 2/3 of the progress locked in. They only need to get the last third of that little circle with the B in the middle. So not much longer spent on the point. 87.1% of the progress has already been achieved.
It is a very good opening air for Australia, no doubt. They are still happy with that progress. They would have liked to have gotten the full capture, but they didn't. But Tavik is down. The terror is gone. Will they be able to take advantage of this opportunity?
1-for-1 trade early though. Gumbo's already dropped, and the rest of Sweden now standing up in the absence of Tavik. Swoosh found ATAR, and that was the key component of Australia to get damage done. The Aussies again need to back away and regroup.
Sometimes it's easy to forget with how good Tavik has been playing that he is surrounded by a bunch of great players here on Team Sweden. And yes, even though they were able to pick him off early, you saw Swoosh using the distraction of Tavik to get to the back line and do damage himself. However, Chips' high end is down. He pokes a little bit too far deep, and Australia now with a great 6v5 opportunity.
Sweden have given them an opening, but Australia needs to take advantage of it here. Interrupt tries to deliver a pulse bomb on towards the enemy. Winston, it doesn't quite connect. Reinforce is still alive. ATAR decides to go for the tactical visor here. He finds Zeverside before Manhattan on the Swedish side can prevent the damage from connecting. It's a 2 for Australia. It's a 4-0 trade so far in this fight. They need to back away and avoid the explosion, but now they're coming back on towards the point.
This is so good for Australia right now. Everyone's still alive. ATAR is being the champion his country deserves. They only need a little bit more.
Sound barrier for Sweden coming in here, but Kiki deals with Zeverside very quickly. A self-destruct on the point from Australia this time to force Sweden off it. Now, Swish tries to go for the Dragon Blade here. It's a last-ditch effort, but it's not going to be enough. Still being contested now. Couple moments in Australia will have it, but this fight is being dragged out.
The Dragon Blade matched by the Transcendence. It heals everyone, stops him from getting what he wants, and Australia has yet to lose a man here on this point. Sweden, all they're doing right now is delaying, but how long can they keep this up as Australia cuts right through them?
Just one player now on the point. It's going to be the main. Zeverside, Swoosh, should I say, goes into the ice block here. He's just trying to have a bit of fun with Australia right now. Still, the point is contested. The stall's been so very good from Sweden to make sure that they always maintain a presence on this point, prevent it from being captured. The fight is still going.
This has been insane. They've been able to keep a man on the point this entire time. That's the only reason why Australia's not been able to take it. And Tavik strikes into the back. He's taking down the support. This is dangerous for Australia. Yes! Australia able to get the final control. Round 1 is over. 2 points to the Australian team.
There's a lot going on in that fight. It's safe to say Australia started off very, very well, managing to trade 4 for 0. So they get 4 kills. They don't give up any of their own. The trick is the spawn point for the Swedish team. Obviously, after they die, they come back at a certain point on the map. Is very close to that last stage. There's definitely a defender's advantage. Australia did very well to maintain momentum and to deal with those reinforcements of Sweden that were scrabbling to get to the point. Sweden, though, changed tack. They actually picked a few characters that are very good at staying alive and being a nuisance here. So Australia took them an extra minute or so to get rid of them. That only means that Australia have a less amount of time in the bank when we go back to replay this map again to find a winner. They got 2 minutes and 34 seconds in the time bank.
And remember, the reason why they would do that is that so long as you have a member of your team that can be in that control zone, the other team cannot make progress. So even if you're involved in a losing fight, you want your reinforcements as they come out to try and buy as much time as possible. So what we found from Sweden there is that they recognized that that fight was not going in their favor, but they still tried to seize opportunity there and keep themselves in a winning position for later on in the map.
So realistically, Australia could have had a lot more time in the bank there. It's actually a small number you see right up next to the hero roster there, 2 minutes and 34 seconds. So we'll have to replay the map again if Sweden managed to finish it. But if Sweden don't get both points within the allotted time, they'll lose the map because they need to match the 2 checkpoints Australia have.
And historically, for this map, Australia has set a pretty good time here. It is not guaranteed that you can even complete the map and get 2 points. So if you're a fan of Australia right now, you have to like the positioning that they're in.
It's a good start for Australia, but the job's not done yet. The crowd, of course, getting behind the hometown heroes. But a lot of fans here of Sweden, definitely very, very well liked in this region. Of course, reinforces the man who keeps getting out of his seat. He's playing that Winston role here. He loves a bit of banter with the crowd, but it's going to be Sweden in blue on the attacking side now. They need to get this done fairly speedily.
They do, and now Sweden, they know that they have a time to beat, and they're going for an opposite approach here. While Australia went to the right, Sweden going to the left, and they're going to be using this high ground perch to survey the Australian defense and probe for weakness.
So they take the opposite approach as Australia. They actually set up on this side of the point as opposed to the opposite one that Australia went for in their first attack. That's not good though. Tvik, again, always a menace to the Australian backline, has found each up. He was dealt with though with a 1-for-1 trade early in the fight.
And that's a trade you have to feel good about for Australia. Even though you're the defenders, Tvik has been such a threat that having him out, good for Australia right now. Now we'll see if they'll be able to deal with Sweden, as Sweden pushing the issue, putting players onto the point, which means Australia has to put themselves on it in turn to contest.
Sweden were trying to find a quick and easy pick-off there of one of the Australian players, but the tanks, the big, heavy, high-health targets of the Australian side did a good job defending and forced Sweden to take a step back and try again.
And right now it's back and forth. Neither team committing too hard here just yet. You look at Chipsai and under pressure, Kiki secures that vital kill. That's great for the defense of Australia.
He is knocked out of his mech there as the health of that battle suit did expire. He's forced to eject, but still, he's going to be able to stay around and fight. Tvik actually fell off the edge of the map somewhere in the periphery, so Australia, they're going to hold here for the second time.
And you see the crowd just cheering whenever Tvik goes down. They know he's public enemy #1 right now. So Australia able to buy more time. Their defense solidifies, and this has been a good hold so far right now against the Swedish offense.
And crucially now, some of those ultimate abilities are coming online for both teams. Australia, having done more damage, gets theirs a little bit earlier on. That means this fight, Sweden don't have nearly as many ultimates to use, in Australia are going to force the issue themselves here.
They open with the MP, and that takes down Chipsai immediately. Wasn't able to survive, and Australia, they dive right in off that early opportunity. They crush Sweden as they try to move in.
We were on board with Zeverside just there on the loose here, and what he wanted to do was use his ultimate ability, but that requires him to be able to hit the ground after he presses the key. He wasn't allowed to do that. Trill kept him up in the air, batting him away with those big Winston fists, and Sweden didn't have a chance to use many of those abilities.
And now you take a look, Sweden down to their final minute 50. If they get onto this point, they'll get extra time, but they have to do that first. Australia wants more of an opportunity to hold, but a storm is coming. Sweden with plenty of resources here for this fight, and they get to do it in a 6v5.
Not a great start for Australia as well. Gun picked off, and Kiki's mech is very low. Sound barrier used now more desperately than anything by Australia to try and weather this onslaught. So far, though, not good at all. Sweden just roll over the top. Finally, they find the entrance point. They find the approach that works for them here, and Australia are surely going to lose the points.
Australia might be losing the point, but as we talked about earlier in the broadcast, if you can delay for a long time on this point, many teams will still see it as a win. They have given Sweden less time to work with on their attack to point B, and also Australia right now plenty of time to set up their defense in turn.
So Sweden technically are 2.5 minutes ahead of Australia here. They now have 5 minutes and 3 seconds in the time bank. However long it takes them to finish the map, what's left over will be their time bank going into the next playthrough of this particular map here. So Sweden are looking good, but if their time drops below 2 minutes and 34, you can consider Australia to be ahead.
Australia right now able to reset up. They don't have an EMP on their soundbar here just yet, but they will in a moment. Sweden has to be careful on this attack. You want your attack here to be decisive, but Australia not giving them the opportunity. But Trill going down early, Sweden might have an opening.
Australia have lost their cornerstone tank player, the big defender for the squishy backline. Not a great start at all. Now they're going to use some of those ultimate abilities. The EMP goes over the fight, and Atar now causing problems for Sweden. Each up also finds Tvik his opposite number, and that's going to provoke a full-scale retreat from Sweden. They lack the players to take this point at this time.
And what that EMP from Gumba did is that it washed over most of Sweden there, stopped them from using defensive abilities, and opened them up for Atar to use the long-range damage of the Soldier 76 to rip right through them. That ended the push and bought Australia crucial time.
4 minutes and 4 seconds remain for Sweden. Remember, if they don't take this point, they actually lose the map outright. It's expected, it's required for them to at least finish so we can go to an overtime playthrough. Swoosh again, throwing these shurikens out from long range. It's just a bit of poke right now, just getting a feel for the situation. But they found a squishy target in the back line. Atar is felled instantly.
Atar's been the hero for Australia. That's a great pickup here for Sweden. And now the nano boost might be going on to the Genji, and it is. That makes it more powerful as he swings his blade, trying to dice through this Australian defense.
Desperately, Australia tried to disengage Swoosh there. Once he's lit up like a Christmas tree, you don't want to be anywhere near him. They back off the point, and now they return. The fight goes roughly even right now. It's about a 4v4 over the point. Sweden doing well with Kinky, and he dropped it back in Australia. I'm going to put the foot down. Get off my lawn, they say.
The reinforcements come in, and they just shove Sweden off of Australian turf. And now, you look at the time remaining. Sweden, only 3 minutes left for their attack. And what this means is that even if they succeed, Australia will almost certainly have a better time if we have to go to extra rounds here for this map.
Exactly right, CP. It's all about how much time you have left after finishing the map. It's generally expected at this level that teams are able to take both points, but perhaps Australia are going to be able to hold them off completely and win the map here and now. Still, couple minutes remain. Some ultimates here for Australia. The EMP for Gunberry is available and it gets used. Swoosh can't use any of his abilities right now. He needs to back away and be very careful.
Sweden right now is trying to disengage, but it's not in time for Manitin. He is thrown out of his mech. That weakens him severely. Australia, heavy on the assault right now. They sense blood in the water, but Sweden strikes back. They use the sound barrier. They counter-engage, and have the Australians been caught off guard?
They're reinforced a little bit like the Incredible Hulk there. It becomes that big Winston just knocking people around. He kind of loses his cool as far as the story goes. But Atar with the Dragon Blade here, what can he do? He's trying to avoid this Winston, but Reinforce goes for the punch. He doesn't connect it, but Atar is felled off screen. Now, Australia are into stall. They need to trickle on towards this point one by one to keep it alive.
Australia right now looking for a way to stall out Sweden and find an opportunity back in. They have gotten a few pickoffs, but Sweden is suffocating right now, killing Australian reinforcements as they come back in. They are almost there to pushing us into extra rounds. A Dragon Blade from Swoosh comes out. That could seal the deal here for Sweden.
Self-destruct doesn't quite connect, and Swoosh is picking up those players in the backline for Australia. You can see Trill jumps in. He's taken very low at the start of the fight. A sticky bomb was applied to him. He lost most of his health in the first second of that. Kiki now forced to eject out of his mech. He'll be cut down and over the top. You can see Swoosh getting into the backline. RQT, the last man standing for Australia. But no, he got back towards the point. They're falling as quickly as they come back in. You can see there's the ice block. Bit of a statement being made there by Australia. The May comes out to stall. It's not quite enough, and yet Australia are ahead by 1 minute. They have an extra minute in reserve as we go back and play through the map again with those times remaining.
That extra minute can be absolutely crucial here in Overwatch. It means that they have more time on their attack to try and get more progress as both teams run through the map again. It is worth noting that because Sweden has less time remaining than the Australian team, that they will attack again because the team with less time gets to attack.
Or gets to or has to, I guess. Sometimes when you're behind in time, you don't always want to have to be attacking first here. But this gives Australia a good idea of what they need to do when it comes down to their attack. So they'll defend first. If they can hold Sweden off the first point, that will be huge. That means that all the Australians have to do is capture the first point. However, if Sweden make good progress through the map, Australia will then realise they'll have a lot on their plate to try and replicate and essentially exceed what Sweden have done on their attacking side.
Now, let's think back to the first Australian defense. If they were able to put on a defense on first, as good as what they did the first time around, that would put them in a very good victory position. So if they can just put that into a bottle here, Mitch, and come out with it here again, that could be the key to victory for this Australian
it's
team.
all a matter of distilling that real elbow grease that Australia managed to apply. In fact, I believe their hold was about 2.5 minutes, which is pretty good the first time around. It's got to be better here. They want to stop the Swedes in their tracks and not give them a chance to maybe get a sniff of the cheese at the finish line.
Here comes Sweden right now on the attack. We'll see if they take the same approach to the left. They're thinking about it, and yes, they do. They're going to go off to the left. Swoosh on the 76. We'll be looking for the long-range poke here to put Sweden on the right approach. Australia, They hold back. They know they have room to give.
Again, the big pink mech suit in front for Sweden. Manhattan can prevent a lot of damage from actually connecting with his team at all, so he's got a very important role. Chips high and nose being chucked down very low. He's down. Australia get the first pick here. That's the start they're looking for. Trading out kills in a positive manner should mean that they can weather this first push from Sweden.
And bear in mind, Kiki isn't even dead. He's simply demacked. He's still in this fight. He will eventually fall, but the EMP comes out from Australia, and that gives them the edge here in this fight. They will push Sweden off of their lawn.
It may not have been the correct decision for Gumba to use an EMP in this particular fight, but look at this. They're keeping Manhattan alive. They're not letting him get killed because it's still 10 seconds time is going to take for him to come back. Sweden actually have to wait for Manhattan to find some way to escape the Australians before he can even respawn. That's very big. Last push here for Sweden.
24 seconds remaining. It's not a lot of time. This pressures Sweden. They can't really look for a perfect engagement. They're going to have to throw their bodies on the point and hope for the best. This gives Australia a big edge as we go in to what should be potentially the final fight here.
Last chance saloon it is, Andrew. You're exactly right. And Sweden, again, being fairly tentative about it, trying to set up and find a good way to get towards this point. Damage is going back and forth. The reinforce is already very low. Swoosh is forced to deal with someone behind him there, a flanking player, but he gets Kiki de-suited to start the fight. That's good, but now reinforce dropping down. The 1-for-1 Australia, that come alive in these last few moments. Atar hit the tactical visor onto 2 players, and Sweden are nowhere to be seen. Australia hold them at the door.
Sweden unable to get another point. They are held at a mere 2 points here in Volskaya. Australia, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to only get a tiny bit of progress onto that first point. And that would be enough to give them a map victory here and set them on the path to a comeback in this set against Team Sweden.
You're exactly right. And Australia, in fact, in this position, don't even have to capture the entirety of the first point. It's actually only 1 tick out of 3. You'll notice that the circle in the middle of the screen is segmented into 3 parts. So Australia actually only need that first third, which means that one fight or one little bit of time spent on that point, you can see where the little yellow arrow is there. Australia only need to get to that. That's good. But if Sweden come alive, maybe change their strategy, Australia will still need to be on their best behavior and be on guard for anything weird to come in from the Scandinavians.
And what this does, this pushes Sweden into high risk, high reward mode where their defense will be perhaps more aggressive than normal. They can't let Australia even come in on their own terms because the odds of holding them off for 1 tick would be unlikely at best. Sweden, they're going to have to be a little bit crazy here on their defense if they want to hold this to a tie.
And they'll set up here again, the high ground. You can see the shots coming across the screen. That's Swoosh just doing a bit of practice before the enemies start to spill forth from their attacking spawn. He's up there with Zevasai there. And the idea for Zevasai is to protect Swoosh from that Soldier 76. See him right at the top of the screen. And Australia really want to find those key targets and rip the damage doing potential away from Sweden before the fight starts.
And Australia right now, they're not really changing their game plan. They're going to go straight up the right, and they're not contested early on. If Sweden was going to try to do it, they did not. Sweden instead, holding near the point, circling the wagons as Australia, once more, looking for this long-range damage to set up their dive to push Sweden off of their own territory.
Yeah, again, these teams are just getting a measure of each other right now and trying to see if there's anything different. Maybe one of them has brought a different hero, a different role that they would have expected to see that could change the approach entirely. But right now, Atar's more than happy to perch up here and get 3 damage, 3 unresponded damage towards the players on the low ground from Sweden.
And there's still 2 minutes left here. Australia using their time benefit to their advantage. Sweden trying to counter dive back in, but reinforces down.
There we go.
That was ill-advised. Australia, a 6v5 power play here. Will they be able to take advantage?
Look how close the white bar is on the circle to capturing Australia. Looking very good right now. Going to pressure forward. Vic managed to get 1 kill on towards Trill, but it's not going to be enough. EMP used defensively from Chips, but it's to no avail. Swoosh on his own. Zevasai is taken down on the point. And that's it. First map of the series to come to Australia. Now we have a game.
The fans are going crazy for that comeback there from Australia. They didn't let the first 2 maps get in their head. They make it a great comeback. And Mitch, we have ourselves a series.
Yeah, I mean, and the implications of that map finally being won here by Australia means that regardless if Sweden take the next map, both teams are going to be tied in terms of their score at the top of the group. That's big. Give that some air. Thank you very much, Australia. That's what we want to hear. And the crowd now a little bit more energy in case they didn't have enough before, Andrew.
They're loving it. This has been a great crowd all weekend long, but what a treat here from the Australian team to come back here on Volskaya, pierce through the Sweden team, and Atar, he was the hero here.
No doubt about it. You can see this last clip, the tactical visor was very important. You notice he actually doesn't have to aim at those targets, right? He actually locks onto them. So in that effect, it seems like a very powerful ability. There are a lot of ways for Sweden to have mitigated that damage, but they were too busy dealing with the rest of the Australians, very much up in their faces, taking their attention away. So ATAR was free to do that. Free damage from the backside. And you can see that's how the fight essentially went down. That was obviously in the first playthrough of the map when Australia were on the attacking side. I had to get to that second point. So it's 3-1 in the series right now. There is one more map still to come. But before we get there, we can discuss perhaps very briefly a little bit about what we need to see from Sweden now if they want to make this a 3-1. Because I'm sure they're looking to bounce back.
Well, for Sweden, I would say more of the same from the first two maps, where you saw Tvik coming in with a powering performance, aided by Reinforce, clearing the way. They were able to sort of have their way with the Australian backline in a way that Australia was not able to deal with. More than that, though, deal with ATAR. As much as Tvik has been the kryptonite here for the side of Australia, ATAR has been doing the same to Sweden.
Absolutely. Of course, in this last map, again, will be an escort map, and that may not bode all that well for the Australian side here. Hollywood definitely wasn't exactly a shining example of their ability previously. I think definitely most of their success came of Oscar Industries. I think it's a correct choice to pick that one. Route 66 will be the final map of this series. If Australia win this map, they will be clear top of Group C.
A lot at stake here for Australia. We'll see if they are able to bring things back and give themselves that edge here in the group stage. And one thing to note here for Route 66 here, we've been seeing a lot of good stuff out of Tvik the entire day. This map at times can be a tracer paradise. Plenty of ways to hide from the other team and angles to come in from.
Now we're off the air to Australian TV, CP. So, you know, for those at home, thank you for bearing with us. I know we're using a lot of maybe fairly fundamental terminology. We appreciate you bearing with us. And now, for all the enthusiasts out there, let's get down to business, CP.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we've seen a great series here so far, and we know that you know these teams very well. So from here on out, we're going to watch what they're doing, how the strategy unfolds, and frankly, looking forward to what should be a climactic map number 4.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. We saw the Australian team play a little bit with Sombra on this map. They're quite happy to go for it. We obviously know that Chip's Hyan is a ridiculously good Sombra. I said it earlier on, his account's got like 150 hours, so he plays a lot of it. I don't know if he'd admit that if you asked him about it. He gets around that one big time. Australia are going to be starting on the defense here, though, and there will be a Sombra to start with.
I just wonder about the games he played on when he was on like hour 10, hour 20. There's probably some people going, you don't know how to play Sombra. And then later on, it's like, wow, the Sombra's really good.
I have seen the Valley of Death, and I've come out of it 150 hours later, friends.
He's seen some things.
Or not seen some things.
All right.
That's the real question for you. So, on the defensive side for Australia, they're going to be bringing an Anna here, which is a little bit interesting. It maybe shows that Australia is a little bit concerned about dealing with some of the burst damage from Sweden here. They need to respect the heck out of Manatee if he's coming on this Widowmaker. Oh, come on! He switched off. Okay, Diva it will be.
Why? Just give us Widow, please. The crowd wants it, we want it. But one thing you'll see here, you'll see Tvik here on the Hanzo, and this is to avoid getting train wrecked early on. Use the arrow to see if anyone's hiding there. No one's done for a long time, but you don't want to get hit by it for the first time in months.
All right, so the Hanzo from Tvik here as well. Just a brief look. Cursory arrow shot, not connecting with anything. Now he's going to switch over towards that Tracer here. 2-2-2 for Sweden, much the same for Australia, but ATAR has that Soldier 76, and they're using that high ground as much as possible. You see, they're not messing with big girls at all. They're sitting right at the back.
Australia's done a really good job protecting ATAR throughout this entire series, where he's gotten plenty of room to work with. Sweden on their dive, though, Tvik has been great. Swoosh has been hit or miss, and you do need your Genji to have a little bit more effect in dealing with the Soldier. But you see Australia right now poking in, looking for their engage.
Trill goes a bit low. The Discord Orb's going to sort of force him away from that one hit. And in the backline still, Tvik is harassing. He went a little bit low there, and Each-Rock finds him there as well. Gets his opposite number. Now a bit more freedom to do what he needs to do. Australia come alive and decide, wait a minute, we're going to stop this payload right about here. I'm going to let you finish, but we're going to deal with you just like this.
That was really nice for Australia, where they engaged to begin with, but then left out. In Sweden, they just counter-engaged a little bit too hard and got punished. Thrown off of Australian territory, and so far, good start here to Australia on 66.
Ultimate-wise, nothing huge around the corner at this stage. Government might have a nano boost, which likely he'll apply to Trill in the absence of ATAR having a tactical visor. Hard to get good nano boost value, but the Soldier 76 doesn't have ultimate. Manatee no pushing forward. Now the dive is on. You can see. Let's see if they connect with their targets, though. Australia actually deal with the damage very well. Gumba has a bionic grenade. He can stop the burst, but ATAR falls first.
They deal with public enemy number 1. ATAR out of the fight. 5 on 5, but good trades for Sweden nonetheless. Also Australia, they're poked down on all ends. They have to give up room here, and Sweden, they're not giving it to them. They're diving right in.
Yeah, Australia backs against the wall quite literally there. Gumba forced again to use the bionic grenade to get through some of their first damage, but it works. Manatee forced to back out briefly. He gets booped and de-suited pretty comfortably. Trill back in the fight nice and healthy, but Gumba's been discovered in the backlines by Swoosh.
Very back and forth right now. Australia, though, getting reinforcements back in onto this fight. Trill holding onto that Primal Rage, can buy plenty of time here, even if the fight goes against them, so it's back and forth. Swoosho out of the fight, and Australia now starting to bring this one back.
Yeah, Tvik with a bit of freedom to work here. I mean, there's not much being done by Trill to actually deny him the space. He eventually is going to fall down. A decent bit of stall, but Atar's coming in with a tactical visor here. What can he find? Interrupt's already down, and Atar doesn't really seem to have the angle.
He's not going to find as much of it. There's too many people down on the or on the defense for him to have the distraction to come around from a flank and actually not be seen. Does find the Lucio, but Sweden able to turn that back in their favor, and now we'll see if it's enough. Certainly the EMP coming up from Chips at the end, a little bit over the top. Don't know if it was needed.
Not necessarily. I mean, the fact is he might switch over for this next stage. Oh, hello, Trills has dropped onto the point. More stall is a good sign for Australia. This is the best chance to do it. Route 66 is not about full holding at first point, ZP. It's about stalling as much as you can before you stop the enemy in their tracks in the final phase.
Look, if nothing else, Trill got the role play, stopping a Koopa Troopa there, so good fun for him. In any case, Sweden keeping the payload moving forward, and if Chipside was going to swap, he hasn't quite done it here yet, so it'll be interesting to see if he stays on the Sombra as we move into the Streets phase of 66, something that historically can be really tough for defenses.
No big ultimates for Australia at this stage either, so they're looking for a fairly standard dive. Note their composition though, obviously Ichu up is the only one that can really follow Trill in, so they need to make sure they're within line of sight of Atar so we can follow up with that damage. Gumba going down early on, I think we're going to call that the Gunba stomp for now. That's not ideal for Australia at all.
No, not in the least, and Tvik again striking deeply, giving Sweden advantageous fights repeatedly with what has been nothing but top-notch flanking play, and it just piles on. Sweden easily dispatching Australia and keeping this payload moving forward.
That fight has the hallmarks of a junk rush after getting a player picked off there. Australia kind of knew that they were going to struggle a lot without Gunba, and again, ultimate economy is really important for them here. Again, a huge winner for Sweden when they're way ahead in terms of ultimate percentage. Australia needs to find a way to bridge that gap.
The key here, too, is that coming out on second is hard. You see Sweden being bouncers right now, holding them off at every door that they would like to come back in of, and really poking them down before they can even contest. And you see the fruits of that labor there. Two members of Australia already down before the barrier hits.
Again, sub-ideal sound barrier coming out for RQT. Gets 4 plays, but Trill's able to stay alive, but now he's being battled around the point a lot. He eventually falls to Manhattan, swoosh with the Dragon Blade here in Australia. Haven't been able to find their feet. After some desperate stall in the first phase, they've been completely bundled out of the second.
And this isn't too surprising. It is difficult for teams to regain momentum here on second, and Sweden, very experienced here on Route 66, able to just keep the momentum rolling forward. But now we head into third on 66. 3.5 minutes remaining is quite a bit, but we do see teams sometimes get better defensive life in this stage.
Tvik on your screen there as well. He's just been so good in this series. You know, he's got the flu right now, he thinks. He's really unwell, but he stepped up today in a big way. Sweden are making very good use of his abilities.
That's what happens when you get within a 5-mile radius of Taimu. It happened to me earlier in the year. Wasn't fun, but Tvik's gonna fall. Atar able to take him out there, and that's good for Australia.
Indeed. The payload, though, hasn't moved much during that whole engagement. We were sort of zoomed in on Tvik, and Sweden tried to get into the back lines of Australia, who in turn tried to keep them at arm's length and stay safe. Gunba gets on towards Chips high, and don't mess with the Sombra. Chips should have thought better about fighting him there. He didn't even use the EMP.
And for Sweden, they're going to have to reset. It was bad when Tvik died. It was far worse when Chips died. But for Chips, if he is going to stand the Sombra, he will at least do it for this next EMP. And it's still dangerous, even coming in from an offense, in terms of keeping track of the Sombra and not letting her get a good engage.
Now, this EMP is going to open up the fight. It's going to be big. Chips has just arrived, but look how far back Australia is standing. They don't want to be subject to that EMP at all. Losing Trill means that they're in full-scale retreat, at least for the moment here, and that allows Chips to get in and hack that big, important health pack.
And Chips right now, he can hold on to it. The fight's been going so well that he doesn't need to use it. Oh, so many targets. Goes for the Zenyatta. Goodbye, Shields. Goodbye, Zed. And Sweden applying the pressure. This is looking great for them.
Absolutely. Now in the aftermath of the EMP, it's a bit of a clean-up attempt from Sweden. However, the Aussies going to be able to reinforce this pretty comfortably. Self-destruct in the back corner. It's a very little effect. Not sure what the plan was with that one, but each drops found Manhattan. Atar dropping to Australia only with 1 damage trip for the time being. And now, of course, the Zumiata. Craig Lowndes getting a run here on Route 66 just to try and heal up the Aussies.
This buys time and it works out. He's able to heal up Trill. They stay at the point, and now they're zoning out Sweden. Sweden not able to maintain the momentum. And though Tvik is rolling into the back line, he does not have a team to support him, and Atar puts him down.
Clean stuff from Australia there. That was the nail-biter section of this map. Look at Sweden's ult economy. Very little to work with here. 1 minute 40 remaining. This could be Australia satisfying the main requirement for defending teams on this map, is to draw ultimates out the enemy team and stop them in their tracks here in this last stage. Chips going down. That means Sweden are just going to go back to the drawing board one more time.
Chips thought he had time to teleport right out of there, but it wasn't enough. Atar on point once more. He has had a phenomenal series so far here for Australia, and taking out Sombra in that time period, not easy.
Not easy at all. And it stops Sweden. That's the most important part here. RQT's got a sound barrier. Chips doesn't have an EMP, so Australia should be able to use their ultimates to their own volition into this next fight and not have them forced out. But look at that aggression from Sweden. They found the supports in the back corner there. You can see the Kiki's not able to protect him at all. He gets de-suited. He's the main focus of scrutiny here for Sweden, and they managed to pick him off right at the start.
So they do have that 6v5 set up here early on, but here comes Atar. The attack visor's out. He seizes an opportunity. Going to be taking down Zed with the aid of RQT, and they deep dive into Sweden's backline and throw them right out.
Now, things are starting to look good, ladies and gentlemen. Australia holding up Sweden to the point where maybe they get maybe two good fights. But again, they don't have the ultimates to work with. Again, they're being used. The sound barrier will be important for Australia here to deal with Swoosh's Dragon Blade. Keep an eye on that.
Here's the key part here, though. If Chipsine is able to land a good EMP, that's going to give Swoosh very good opportunities with the Dragon Blade. So you really have to watch Chips' engage here. If he hits 3-4 people, Swoosh should be able to convert, and there it is.
The EMP comes out, and Gumba goes down immediately. That's exactly what Chips was looking to do. Atar flees from the Dragon Blade, but he needs to return to the fight. He's left his teammates on their own. Nothing he could do. Self-preservation being the forefront of his mind. But still, long range from downtown. Connects with Chips high end. There will be time for Australia to come back and reinforce here. The sound barrier from RQT, Transcendence from Gumba, they're going to be paramount.
The reinforcements are going to be coming in. They're going to drop the beat. There it is. The sound barrier is out, and Australia back in. Sweden, they drop the beat in turn. This fight not going to work for either side, but the Australians rolling right out, and now they pass it to the Irish.
This is big. This is what Australia needs right now. The Transcendence to give them the edge. Reinforcers already dropped down. Now it's going to be Stall. Street trying to get back on the water point, but the boot keeps him off. Swoosh struggling to get very close. Manatin perches himself up on the payload, but he's briefed down. That's self-destruct. That's going to clear the area, and Australia have held Sweden before that third checkpoint. That is a very, very good way to come back in this map. After being in complete and utter disarray for the second stage, now the Swedes starting to sweat.
Sweden thought that door was open to last, and it got slammed right in their face. And for Australia, they now have a key path to victory. They just have to get that payload a little bit further.
I recognize I just called them Swedens there as well. I think that's some next level stuff. Maybe I'm sweating a little bit too here, ladies and gentlemen, in this very comfortable but not well ventilated casting area. Right, down to business. Australia have a good chance at this one. This is very, very big. Any team that's able to hold off an attacker from finishing the map on Route 66 has done well, but it is a difficult map to attack. It is very hard to get towards the end. It's a long map, and there are a lot of opportunities for defenders to waylay, stall, and cause other, chronological issues for an attacker.
We like talking about last point defenses, but truly, your first test on Route 66 is the first point where, frankly, for an escort map, you see more first area holds than most of the other maps in the game. So for Australia, if they want to have a good attempt at last, a good early attack on first is going to be paramount.
And remember, victory in this map will solidify Australia's position at the top of Group C, meaning that ostensibly, theoretically, perhaps, Australia will have the easier, and I use air quotes, you can't see it, but I'm doing it, easier time in their BlizzCon qualification match. But the focus, of course, is on this map and getting it done. Just finish the map, Australia, and they'll be looking good in the playoffs.
They are the masters of their own destiny this time around here, Mitch. And wouldn't that make the crowd here absolutely electric if they were able to throw this in right to the end?
Well, no, it's already high voltage rock and roll for the moment, ZP, so I don't know how much more we can get. We'll have to see if the sparks fly. But Australia now on the attack inside. It's going to be 76 and Tracer set up for them here, so no Atar Genji yet. Gunba, no Sombra. It's going to be, that's Inyana. He will need to deal with Chips to Sombra, though.
Right now, Australia, they're going to be powering the Stir a little bit more, using Atar's damage to just set the path, and they're sticking together. They're very much holding in the same area, fighting Sweden power for power right now on the ground.
Yeah, Australia are more than happy to fight them like this. They're more than happy to butt heads with Sweden as they try and get aggressive on the payload. Australia is set up to deal with this, right? They've got Drill and Kiki in the front line, and Atar free to do damage in the back. Tvik goes down early. That's a pick you don't see every day, and that's a huge boon for Australia moving forward.
When you take down the most valuable upon the other team, it's huge. 2 early picks here for Australia, and they are looking for the cleanup, prioritizing the payload, and it's a clean sweep. Get out of here, Sweden.
Payload is on the move now. Sweden will have probably one more opportunity to come back and try and prevent this from moving any further. However, Primal Raid, Tactical Visor are on the line here for Australia. Not too far at all. The EMP for Chips, that must be used to maximum effect.
Chip Cyan really the crucial part here to this defense. He's not here yet, and timing is crucial. If he doesn't get the MP up soon, he might be dealing with more ultimates from Australia. The MP, though, is up, and he's looking for his opportunity. It should be soon.
Yep, Sweden get the sound barrier down. Demsar lets that one go. Manatin sees Suda, but Australia have lost Gumba early in the fight. The tactical buys are now coming out. Beautiful stuff from Atar. Tvik is going to fall. No escaping that one. I'll find a second. Both of the DPSs for Sweden are down. They're off the map.
Australia just acting as Atar's bouncers right now, surrounded by 2 tanks. He's able to look at Sweden, cut them down, and use that space to beautiful effect. And Chip Cyan didn't even get a good chance to drop the EMP in that fight.
Australia now in the money. Getting to that first checkpoint here. They'll have a time extension as well. Now onto the second phase. You can see Atar as well, just trying to get a little bit of information about where Sweden are looking to set up early on. He doesn't have attack Pfizer for a little while, and Sweden are actually in a position, they have more ultimates to use. They definitely have that ultimate advantage here. Australia are going to need to be able to weather this storm and not lose the momentum they just built up.
Australia right now, though, in a very good position. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock as they move in the second. Sound Bear's out, but there's the EMP. It strips the Sound Bear from the Australians. And Sweden, is it going to be enough? It's looking like it is.
Yeah, good timing there as well. Sweden not only getting a good Sound Barrier to win a fight, but completely cancelling out RQT's ultimate. That hurts for Australia. That definitely smarts. Do note, though, that Swoosh did go for a Dragon Blade. There were quite a few ultimates used by Sweden there. And that essentially resets ultimate advantage and actually hands it over to the Australian squad. Gunba now has Transcendence. There's a pulse bomb for each up. This is all looking okay. Gunba, all chips. You better be respecting my boy.
Gunba's got a little bit of spice in him there, pushing Chip Cyan back. Not as much free ult charge for him, and down goes Reinforced. A beautiful 65 chance in for Australia.
Yeah, good pulse bomb. There's a lot of ground to be covered here for Australia, though. It's going to take multiple fights, so they want to be fairly frugal how they use these ultimates, but that's pretty nicely done. Tvik finds Gumba, but it's unlikely he'll find too much more here. Sweden are in tatters right now, and Chips just has to submit.
Very good stuff coming out from Australia now, and look at their ultimate economy. They still have 3 ultimates up for the next fight in an area that is not exactly known for being kind to defenders. Sweden is going to have to thread the needle.
To be fair, this area is also unkind to attackers purely because how far away Australia spawned from this area. It can be a little bit frustrating. It's very hard to stall on this point of the Aussie, so they want to get through this as quickly as possible. This is definitely the scariest part of the map for them.
This is their window, though. This is where they have a distinct advantage. But they have to watch out for Tvik. He is always creeping to the back, looking for his opportunity. You see the Tracer on Tracer battle right now. Back and forth as Australia looks for their way in.
Manatin gets desuited at the start of the fight. Guess who's got a tactical visor? It's Atar. He's going to have a good opportunity now, really, to crush Australia. The attack visor going to come out now. Who's chasing? Kinky finds 2 with the self-destruct. That's Christmas coming early, if you ask me. He finds the third on towards Manatin. Atar tries to get the finish on Tvik, but he is so low on his own in his payload. Australia now barreling forward.
They did not expect that Christmas gift to be anywhere near as explosive as that. They thought they were getting a tie. Instead, they went with the bang. And now Australia, so much time left remaining. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to get to that yellow box victory and secure first place in their group.
And Chip Cyan has switched off of that Sombra now as well. He definitely... Well, I think he's definitely starting to respect a little bit of what Australia can do to him. Atar drops early on there for Swoosh, probably extending a little bit too far. You can see very briefly at the top of the screen, actually, that each up had gone quite deep. So Sweden see this as an opportunity to jump on. Each up can't win the 1v1 against Chips. That's definitely going to be a reset for Australia.
Australia, though, so much time to work with here. They have more than what Sweden had when they were in the same position. But Sweden, this is where they look to their flankers. They both have ultimates at the ready, and this is where we see teams sometimes stall on offense by picking them off before they can begin.
Again, Atar realizing you're probably a little bit too close to the enemy. Sound barrier for Australia, though. That means they're committed to this fight. They want to come forward here. Oh, Chips. Oh, it's hard to hang in there. I know, mate. He's definitely a burned one. You want fries with that? Or maybe some ketchup. It don't matter because Atar is checking out the top side. Good fight for Australia so far, but now Sweden going to fight back in.
There is a ninja in their back pocket here as Swoosh cuts through Australia and turns what could have been a great push into a failed push. Sweden holding strong here. Yet again.
This is a really good sign for Swoosh as well, because over the first couple of days, it was pretty clear to see that he was struggling to have the impact that he's known to have on that Genji. That kind of fight, that's where you really see his caliber revealed. Sweden were at a man disadvantage, but now each up wants to create another one here with a pulse bomb potentially.
Heat you up right now, looking for his opportunity. Tearing through the Diva, here comes the pulse bomb, and it did not get him in time. He's gonna self-destruct, and he's gonna be able to get back into that mech. Australia still looking for an opportunity as Atar has the visor up once more.
Yeah, I mean, the sound barrier gonna make things hard for Australia here. They're gonna get entirely forced back. Oh dear, okay. Sweden turn up the heat there quite a lot, and Australia are forced just to jockey back a little bit more. A couple ultimates are present here. 2 minutes. Australia have 2 minutes to get to the yellow box of victory, essentially. at the end of the map.
Even though things have calmed down a bit here, this is still plenty of time for Australia. One good fight for them puts Sweden directly into the danger zone. And again, Atar holding onto the visor. He's been good with it here so far. Australia on the engage.
Yeah, it's going to be the primal rage for Trill here, but what can be created? Any space for Atar to work? No, it's just forced out the transcendence here from the Swedish side. Very astute response from the Swedes. Swoosh is caught by the self-destruct though. That could be a bit of a misstep. Gunva goes down to reinforce right in the back, and Australia are still trying to collapse upon their own support. Maybe this is an overextension for Sweden. Maybe they've bitten off more than they could chew. That's a kebab with a bitter aftertaste, but Vic tries to rectify it, and that's a beautiful pulse bomb effort.
So Vic doesn't care what he's going to be eating, because right now he is eating through the Australian backline. But I eat you up. Who can beat him in a contest of gluttony, as Australia is still able to keep things moving forward?
Coming around the mountains, when she comes, Australia, one more fight will have them in the yellow box of victory. Swoosh with the Dragon Blade again. Can he salvage this for Sweden? Sound barrier. Australia want to go in right now. It got forced out of RQT.
And they can layer the Transcendence right now. They are seizing an advantage. Swoosh, Dragon Blade, but it's rolling into nothing. You can't cut through that. You can't do anything. It's a good response by Australia here so far, and they get the first kill.
Self-destruct claims each up. That's not good at all, but Zebasai is down. Trill with 2. Tvik gets the D-suit on towards Kinky, but RQT is going to follow down as well. Not good for Australia. It might have to be a reset, but they're going to hang around. Still, it's a losing fight. They're trying to stay in this one. It's going to be tough. Gunva down. Gunva and Atar, though, turn things around. Managed gets desuited here. Going to be easier for Atar to get the damage done. One more fight, and that'll be it.
We're down to the final 20 seconds. Atar needs to get out of there. If he were to die right now, it would be absolutely devastating. But when all is on the line and 13 seconds remain, who would you rather have than Atar with that attack visor, now looking for a victory position?
Sound barrier for Zebasai is available though here. This could completely derail Australia if it's used correctly. They're going to go. It's time. Trill's going to go in from the backside. Atar trying to stay safe on the high ground. Manton, there's the sound barrier here for Sweden just to sustain through all this damage. Swoosh is being scrutinized in the backline, and Atar's found nothing so far with attack visor.
But Australia still remains strong, but Trill has fallen. The first to fall is from Australia, but they strike back. 5 on 5. This is super close. We are in overtime.
Manton avoids getting D-suited only just. No, now he gets the D-suit. It's going to be Eatrup that finds him, but Chips collapses perfectly on top of him. Then he responds with a Transcendence. Beautiful from Sweden. Unbelievable recovery here in this fight.
Well, we have Transcendence the other way around. Reinforcements coming for Australia. They are not giving up. We are in extra time right now. They are fighting to take number 1. But Swoosh is the dream breaker. The blade to the back line will seal it. And Sweden wins the series 3-1.
It's a vindication for the Swedes. It's a huge boost for them. After such a tough start to this World Cup stage. But a well-deserved victory and an impressive hold here on Route 66. Stunning stuff from the Swedes, really quite incredible. He's definitely got himself some fans. He's probably earned himself a few new ones as well. 3-1 is the final scoreline as it stands.
No matter what the score was, the fans here were treated to a show, and Australia showed that they would not be bullied by any team. Sure, they might have been down when the chips are finally counted, but they gave us an incredible series to watch.
See it reinforced there as well. He got to play the game. He wanted to show everyone just that. He's a player, I mean, we always rave about him, you know, outside of the World Cup, about his development as an individual and how far he's come. But this particular match as well, he was absolutely crucial. Trill versus Reinforced is actually starting to become quite the incredible head-to-head matchup there. Eatrup as well versus Tvik, that's another great one. Hopefully we'll see more of it in the future. But now we're going to be heading over towards the desk as well. Some nice scenes over the last game, and then we'll be back with a bit of analysis. We'll see you soon.
Gray maybe actually bringing that Sombra out, interestingly enough. And I know we're in Australia, but I still don't think we're going to see Horthic play the Junkrat. You never know, though. Again, this isn't a match that will in any way affect the tournament. So we could see guys kind of having a little bit of fun here.
He still has 40 seconds to switch. He's actually back in the spawn right now still, so he will be switching that up, just baiting the audience, I think.
Well, he's had some good soldier play this week, too. So, I mean, if you look at the Portuguese squad, he's another player that's kind of been standing out a bit to me.
Yeah, and speaking of, though, Horthic was tweeting earlier today that he was a free agent looking for a team. So I don't think the Junkrat's going to be coming out. He wants to show the level of his skill on the soldier.
That's his hook. He's like, I'm the best Junkrat in the world. You will never
just waiting for that sweet Junkrat meta.
That's right, that Junkrat buff. It's going to come someday, guys. Actually, his hook, if he's talking about hook, should be Roadhog.
There you go.
No, we're not going to see either of them, so Doesn't matter anyway. Italy coming out on the attack, and we'll see what they can do. Again, they've had engage issues. You know, tanks going in a bit early. Oh, and Carnifex, speaking of going down early, gets picked off by Gray with a sick right click.
Yeah, just the one shot as they tried to approach around the backside of the point to gain control of that high ground.
Yep.
Italy going to be waiting for that respawn, and Portugal really not going to contest them at all right now, preferring to play far back on the point. And again!
Oh, man.
Oh, that is just brutal. Gray holding that angle, and no one's getting through.
That is rough for Carnifex, man. He's barely gotten about like 15 seconds total of game time in this match. Picked off twice by the Zenyatta. You can see Gray on your screen right now, just sitting there, firing through the door with those right clicks. And so far, so good for the accuracy. Mausasa goes down early, so maybe an opportunity for Italy here, as they have taken a tank away. But man, Gray on the attack, on the run now, but he has been really doing a ton of damage. Horthic goes down courtesy of Link, picks up another one as well, and it looks like Italy might have an opportunity here to take the point.
Yeah, they will. The kills came in fast there for Italy as Portugal was split up and separated. Link finishing off so many kills to start this one off. And again, it's a big play from the Italian Genji that will open up this point.
I mean, again, like every time it seems like you see Italy have success this week, it's been Link making those individual plays, getting 2, sometimes 3 picks. This guy legitimately is a very impressive Genji player.
Yeah, we also do see Fighter back on the Soldier 76 for this match. We heard the devs talking about it, but Cherries and Fighter did switch off on that main tank role for their second set.
Speaking of Cherries, does get picked off early again, and yeah, we've seen that happen a lot this week too.
We have Link with the Dragon Blade though, made the plays with the resets, not being forced to use his ultimate to take that point.
Sure enough. Italy trying to push that payload forward. Transcendence used way in the back there. On board with Link once again. He's going to wait this support ultimate out and see if maybe he finds an opportunity. There it is for the Dragon Blade. Ooh, gets booped back though, and that is going to ruin the entire ult. Nice heads-up play from Fat to keep that Genji away from his team.
Just really unnecessary right there, because if you're going to be pursuing that far back with the Lucio, you're not going to have a very effective Dragon Blade. You're just not going to get the reset as long as he has that right click off cooldown.
You know, funny thing though.
Well, they win the fight, but they would have won anyway because they already had the initial kills. So it's just one fewer ultimate that they will have when they actually try and push through this point to B.
Pretty much. Yeah, Link finding Addicted on the side. Yeah, Addicted probably best to get back to his team in a hurry. Couple else for Italy to work with as they move in. They've had a pretty quick King's Row attack here. Self-destruct coming in for the Portuguese side, and Kyler does find the kill onto Bims. That's going to slow Italy down a little bit. That sound barrier was dropped as well, but Portugal should be able to stabilize here for a little bit.
Well, the ult economy of Italy was down before that fight started. Gray has switched over to the Sombra now, so despite that success he found early on Zenyatta, figuring that this is going to be the better pickup in case Italy pushes through into Point C and into the Foundry.
Yeah, Gray's been an impressive Sombra this week. Out of the Sombra player we've seen in the tournament, he's certainly stood out. Yeah, we've seen him be a little bit more flexible, though, these last couple days. First day was pretty much all Sombra. Yesterday, a lot of Zenyatta. Looks like he's kind of swapping things up a little bit more today, though.
I would have liked to have seen more Sombra yesterday, actually.
I agree. I think it's his best character. It seems that way. Italy coming in again. Fighter has that attack visor ready to go now. A little bit of damage. He's going to actually pop that early. Going aggressive. Sound barrier, though, for Portugal, so a lot of that damage is going to be eaten up by those shields from the Lucio. Carnifex looking for some targets, but he got hacked. EMP taking out his ability to escape, and Portugal should be able to hold this one yet again. Link with 4 health. Nope, that's not going to do it. Addicted with the melee kill.
Well, he was hoping for that health back, but unfortunately already hacked, so nothing to be done besides reset. Portugal did have to commit basically everything that they had in their ult economy to that, so Link should have some nice opportunities to get the Dragon Blade, and this is where we often find Italy here at the Overwatch World Cup, waiting for that big play.
And sure enough, they've got a couple minutes to work with here, but they still haven't taken point B just yet. Ooh, Horthic going really low, getting taken out. There's the Dragon Blade now for Link. We'll see what he can get. There's Gray getting taken down. Link not really finding a lot with that ultimate, but Italy's still kind of grinding forward here.
But he did get the initial kill, right? Didn't have to use the ultimate, did zone some people away. But the pick was the necessary aspect of this. Did see Horthic standing on the high ground, sort of ignoring the Genji a little bit late on his heal station, and that's going to lead to a second point take here.
Yeah. Link going through, getting those final kills, and Italy should be able to take point B here in a second. As soon as they deal with Addicted, there we go. Taken down, and you know, Link, honestly, his Dragon Blades have never been like huge multi-kill Dragon Blades. It's mostly just the picks he finds in the normal fights and the normal dives that have been really doing him the most good. And man, Italy getting a nice forward position here, actually. That payload is really going to get a lot of distance.
Yeah, it is. Portugal reset, having to change their defense far back on the point right now while they wait for the respawns. And this is a lot of room for the payload to move right now. As Fighter has the attack visor, comes up, does rocket jump up onto the high ground.
That's a nice little high ground move. Dives back, avoids the EMP, and there's attack visor, and that's going to prevent Portugal from being quite as aggressive. Looks like he's still going to have to back away for the moment, so I thought maybe he could save the rest of his team from the kind of consequences of being hit by that EMP, but just too much pressure on Italy, and Portugal should get a little bit of breathing room here on defense.
Yeah, panic visor as well from Fighter as he was backed into a corner. So they're not going to have any good synergy with the nano boost now that Nisa has switched over to.
Yep. Italy back on the payload once more. Portugal trying to defend it. There's a self-destruct coming in. Link dives for cover. That was a kill on Nisa.
Nice
Not
reflect.
too bad. Yeah, Addicted goes down to the reflect from Link. And so Italy still finding a couple of kills here. That payload has turned the final corner, and they are drawing ever closer to taking 3 points here. Sound barrier for Portugal, though. They're getting aggressive now. Mazasa trying to get in the back lines. There's a Primal Rage as he just tries to scatter Team Italy. Sound barrier now as Link pulls out the Dragon Blade, trying to get to the back lines, but there's not really anybody there. Bims with the kill on Fat2 in the meantime. So Italy still winning this fight for the moment, but wow, Portugal coming back and getting a couple kills of their own, and you combine that with the defensive respawns, and Italy is stopped pretty cold right now.
I mean, the turnaround EMP was the big story of that fight because it allowed the other kills to come through against the weakened backline with no abilities of Italy, and they didn't use the nano boost that time. Link, again, not getting the most kills off of that Dragon Blade, pushing far forward. He creates a zone, but he can't get enough out of it to actually push that payload into point C.
Well, Nissa died right at the beginning of that fight, so no chance to really even use the nano boost.
I mean, Fighter's going to have it up soon.
Yeah, it will.
The attack visor
goes down early, though. That doesn't do Italy any favors. And I would recommend resetting right now, and that's exactly what Fighter's going to do. But they only have 15 seconds left. They don't really have time to wait for all these respawns. I don't know what you're going to do, man. If you're Fighter, you need to have just a mega play right now. But there's Gray chasing him down. He's going to go ahead and use attack visor a bit early. I do not think Italy's going to be able to get to the point here. They managed to force the OT for just a second, but they're going to need to have a huge fight. Mauzasa does go down early, though.
And Nisa switched off of the Ana at the end onto the Zenyatta, which allows him to immediately get popped by Gray in the EMP.
Yeah, that does not do you a lot of good. Portugal on the point right now, OT ticking away, and Portugal will hold Italy to just 2 points.
And not pushing all the way through that foundry, a stout defense by Portugal at the end, and perhaps some miscues there on the ultimates, but the picks on the back line, Portugal very good at flanking around and making sure that Italy was constantly disrupted on their pushes.
Well, it was really, in my opinion, that switch by Gray over to the Sombra that made the big difference in their defense. And yeah, it's kind of tough to push through that part anyway on King's Row, but when you get the EMP that often and you're as good at Sombra as Gray is, I mean, it helps so much.
Well, how many times do we see the Italian players trying to run for those health packs to find them packed and then just fall over and die in a corner? So Gray was absolutely everywhere, making sure that the pack control went over to his side. No opportunity to get those heals on the Italian side, and I have to see if Portugal can do better. Gray on the Reaper, but not sure if he'll be sticking with that one. There could be a legitimate Reaper strategy on this point, though.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen it, although Reaper certainly hasn't been as common in the meta. His recent buffs, getting that passive healing from just auto-attacking people, really does help quite a bit.
But only if you actually pick somebody off quickly and get control of a point. Like, the thing about Reaper is that he's very good if you're forcing a counter engage from the other team. But on the engagement himself, he is super vulnerable to getting focus fired from long range. Discord orb, you force the Wraith form out of him, and that's pretty much it. So,
well, it's like we said before, he's the janitor, right?
He is the janitor.
He comes in and cleans up after the job's done,
I like the way Japan used it earlier in this tournament, though, but that was sort of like a speed boost, the Reaper onto the point and dare people to attack you.
Yeah.
It's creative. I think we're going to see, well, we'll see if we see Gray switch. Addicted is on the Hanzo as well for the Sonic Arrow.
I'm just going to check out what the team's doing. There's the arrow. Looking for a big maybe with that scatter arrow as well, but now swapping over to the Tracer. There we go.
Good, the Reaper's here, and it's going to stay. They're going to go around the left side. They want to fight in the back lines.
Yeah, taking a page out of Japan's playbook, just speed boosting that Reaper in there. No early kill on the Zenyatta, but there we go. Now Portugal finding exactly what they're looking for. Gray pops D.Va out of the suit, and man, that was a resounding win for Portugal.
So let's talk about what they did. The Sonic Arrow saw Italy doing a low ground defense, and when they realized that everybody was not going to be spread out, there wasn't going to be a lot of covering fire from the high ground onto the point, they just speed boosted with the Lucio straight onto the support line, and when you're dealing with tanks on the point itself, Reaper can be very effective. Now, the question is he going to stay on Reaper here? May try some flanks through these corridors.
I mean, if you get the ultimate up, and wow, Italy jumping in again, super aggressive defense, stopping that payload just as it comes out of the garage here. And the respawn, four-man kill by Addicted's Pulse Bomb. And Portugal says, no, I don't think we're going to be stopped right here. I think we'd like to move the payload.
I mean, realistically, Doa, that was a very optimistic attack.
Yeah,
because
I'd say so.
You dive onto their... maybe they thought the Reaper wouldn't be there still, but with how fast that ultimate can charge the Pulse Bomb and you cluster up, it's just a lot of free movement now, and that's why you see most teams, sometimes we do see the more aggressive defenses, but most teams will try and set up for defending around the choke points.
Well, look at how much distance that Portugal gets now. And whoa, Gray picked off by Nissa, just got right-clicked again, and Italy's coming back strong, kills on each side, but having that Reaper out of the way is a really nice benefit for the red team. That's going to force a Primal Rage out of both Winstons. Malzasa getting the kill onto Bims. So Portugal still slightly coming out ahead in this fight. And as I say that, Fat does go down to the D.Va ultimate. So it looks like maybe this payload will take a little bit longer to move.
And they also have Gray there at the zone. Very nice. So pushing them out of the way and towards that Reaper. Death Blossom is up, but a little bit tricky to use that ultimate. Have to be very patient with it a lot of the time to make sure you're not getting shut down.
You know, at this point, you might as well save this Death Blossom because you're probably going to get point B right here. Then you just try to take the high ground and drop down on people. You might use it right after this Transcendence, though. You want the D.Va to cover for you. Bims does go down to the Pulse Bomb, courtesy of Addicted. Wow, that was not the right time to use Death Blossom. Oh, Gray.
I mean, I think he's going to swap off the Reaper now. It seems like it might be very difficult to use the Reaper on this next point. There's the Sombra. Okay, so we'll be back to the health control. They had already won that fight, so he thought maybe we can win a little bit faster if I toss this out, because I'm going to be changing heroes for point C regardless.
I think he really wanted, to change over to the Sombra.
Yeah. That was already, he already knew they had won. He already had that plan in his mind, so might as well just hit that Q. But instead, wants to go for the Zenyatta. So intriguing. I think that controlling the mega health back in the tunnel on the right-hand side can be highly useful. Plus, you have plenty of vertical space to make big Sombra EMP plays in this Foundry stage.
Well, there's a kill on the Cherries. I mean, that Discord orb from Zenyatta could never be underestimated. Italy coming in with their sound barrier, forces some ults out of Portugal as they try to keep this payload going. Addicted tosses up the Pulse Bomb. No kills from that, though, but they do bottle Italy up enough for him to get the follow-up afterwards, and that payload's really moving.
They're going to try and respawn here. Cherry's the first to die and the first to return. The payload getting perilously close to the end of the map.
Is that just it? No. They get there just in time. Carnifex trying to stop. There's a Transcendence. Repulse Zenyatta's actually. Self-destruct comes in. Oh, it caught Bims. He gets caught by those a lot, I have noticed. And Portugal slowly grinding their way through this fight. Looks like they should be able to close out this map despite the respawns. There it is. And so Portugal able to take King's Row, I'd say pretty convincingly.
Pretty convincingly. I love the Reaper strat that they used on point A. coupling it with the Sonic Arrow from the Hanzo just to make sure that they were getting the right kind of defense to play that attack into. Very nicely executed.
Yeah, very true. And, you know, we talked a little bit about this when we were in Shanghai last week about teams that had results in the tournament that didn't reflect their actual skill. And I think Portugal is a prime example of that as a team that their record in this tournament doesn't reflect the ability of these guys in the game.
I just think that their teamwork and strategy has been impressive, and that comes from, of course, Gray and Mozasa, but you look at the first two maps they played against Australia, and it could have easily been a 2-2 in that series. I think the longer the match went on, the more Australia reacted to what Portugal was doing and looked great against it. But we're going to take a look, I think, at that 4K.
Yeah. Could be that. I believe it actually is just that first attack by Portugal, which was just really good. I mean, yeah, the 4-kill with the pulse bomb is always fun to watch, but this push from Portugal is really what was impressive about that attack round. And, of course, Addicted a big part of that. Great Tracer player.
I just love Overwatch ragdoll physics, Stella.
It is fun. No doubt.
I like watching bodies explode off the cart.
Yeah?
Yep.
You like that song back in the day, Let the Bodies Hit the Floor?
That was my favorite song. How did you know?
Oh, really? I thought so. I thought so. Let the bodies hit the floor. I did not sing that song, by the way. I know it sounded just like that.
I'm looking forward to your karaoke version of that.
Dude, if I have any voice left at the end of the World Cup, you got it. I'll do it.
All right.
Something to look forward to.
I'm going to record that for everybody.
If I have any voice left. If I have any voice left. Caveat there. All right. So we are going to move into our second map, I would imagine, pretty soon. We will see what the choice is going to be from Italy. They do get the map choice, as they did lose that last one in Kings Row.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're going to be selecting here for our control map.
Yeah.
Maybe they have a little bit of a better opportunity. Sometimes these control maps can be a bit more skirmishy and chaotic, so upsets, I think, a little bit more likely. It looks like it will be Nepal.
Okay. Now, Italy has certainly come close a couple times to winning maps, but it's a bit tragic for these guys because they haven't been able to take a single one yet. You know, maybe you could argue this is going to be their best opportunity to do that, but even Portugal has been, you know, pretty strong overall.
I think it's just their coordination with Portugal. Despite having 4 relatively unknown players, they are taking direction from Mozasa and Gray, and everybody seems to be on the same page when it comes to their engagements and their ult economy, which is impressive, considering that this team has not had a ton of time to practice, and many of these players have not played at this level of competition before.
You know, I do think that Addicted has sort of come out on the Portugal side as being, you know, a pretty decent individual player too, and they told us that going into it. When we interviewed the team earlier in the week before the matches began, they said, you know, we really want you to look at Addicted. We think this guy is a rising star. And after his performance this week, I think you got to agree with that.
Yeah, and even players that struggled like Fat on day 1 with some of the timings on that sound barrier, by day 2, many of those problems had actually been fixed.
Yeah.
So there has been real growth, I think, on the Portuguese side in this tournament.
Totally. Well, here we are on Nepal, the good old Robo Monastery. Do you think they built it themselves, or did the Omnics just occupy an existing monastery?
They probably just took it over from the monks during the Omnic Wars, you know?
That's true. That's not a very Zen kind of peaceful thing to do, is it?
Zenyatta, it goes around killing people all the time, though. I don't know.
It's true. You know, but not because he wants to, just because he feels he needs to, I guess. I don't know if that's justification.
Maybe they needed to slaughter the monks in this monastery and take it, though. I don't know.
Now it's peaceful. The humans are dead. There we go. On board with Gray on that Zenyatta.
Addicted actually on the Zarya. No, well, we had a brief level of excitement right there. We have seen triple tank on this point, even in the current meta, so it's not completely out of the question.
Sure enough. Portugal in the blue, Italy in the red once more. Here on control. Gray just firing down that corridor. You can get a surprising amount of poke damage done with that Zenyatta. Orthic does fall, actually, but yeah, to the Zenyatta on the other side, the one we're not watching. But you know what? That's pretty good for Italy. We'll see if they can use that to leverage a little bit of positioning on the point. Objectives open. There's a race for it. Looks like it's going to be Italy on the point first.
And Carnifex getting the kill in the Tracer battle. He's going to have to prompt Portugal to throw absolutely everything over onto the point. That's going to be a very fast Transcendence from Bray.
Wow, and Horthic, you know, he nearly had enough health to stay alive, but he makes it out. Okay, no death for Bibbs there on the Zenyatta. He can build that Transcendence pretty quick. He couldn't keep Horthic alive, but it might be enough for Portugal to flip the point right back again. Looks like it probably will be as long as they can kill off Fighter pretty fast. Okay, they do flip it, so control percent building for Portugal now.
Nisa was so clutch on that point right there because Horthic was on the opposite side of the map and he was getting a lot of free damage with his assault rifle over the point, and another quick right click will send him back. So a little bit of a stall there for Italy. They are able to get a few percent down, but in spite of Nisa's big picks, they couldn't actually pull it off.
Wow, I mean, that was huge to force a Transcendence out of Nisa on the other side right now. Addicted coming in with the Pulse Bomb. Does it cut through the shields? No, not quite. Sound Barrier doing work. Meanwhile, a couple kills for Portugal coming in. Addicted, trying to get back to the point. Carnifex trying to do a little bit of stealth capping there, but they'll force him away. Meanwhile, Horthic has that tack visor out. Finds a couple kills with that.
Yeah, tack visor for tack visor as well. Link was stomped on the other side. Mozasa captured him in a bubble during the tack visor, so no damage was leaving. And
you got to be careful shooting the snow with a rocket like that, Horthic, man. You could cause an avalanche up here. We're up in the Himalayas, man. You don't want to mess around.
Really dangerous.
Yeah, rockets on snow-covered mountainside. That is just irresponsible, Horthic.
It's okay. At least we know they'll just respawn if they get caught in an avalanche.
That's true, but you don't respawn in real life, Monte Cristo. Self-destruct not getting Italy alive. Fighter not making that out work too much. Oh dear, Horthic. Oh no. Oh wow, he really didn't want to join his Helix rockets. He's like, there's an avalanche down there. I don't want to be down there.
But big kills.
Yeah.
Coming in from Cherry, so that'll flip the point back to Italy. So Portugal gets up to 76, but can't quite finish it off. So Italy now moving up, moving forward, trying to control these doors. And Addicted going to find his way through. Actually, they're playing very far back.
Yeah. Well, approaching things cautiously, and I like this. Portugal has time to work with, so they don't need to really rush the point as fast as they can or anything.
Yeah, they're playing the opposite side, but they're really not providing any pressure at all, and that's going to be Addicted finding a pulse bomb.
Yeah, great pulse bomb onto Bims. Mauzasa takes out the other support on the Italian side, and Portugal free and clear, I think, to take this point.
That was actually
knocked off the edge.
That was really confusing from Italy. They gave up so much space. Addicted was just able to zip all the way around for the long flank. And usually you'll see the other Tracer trying to zone one out through the doorway right there and punish them for trying to walk through. But Carnifex just gave up the ground and came back to his team. But gave Addicted a really good chance to get a pulse bomb in onto the supports.
Well, it's kind of the opposite of what you see teams do defensively on this point a lot anyway. Usually you see them try to guard the spawn. Mauzasa with the sound barrier has that ultimate out as Portugal tries to keep the point from being taken by Italy. Manages his own quite a bit. Horthic now with that tack visor again. He's going to put the period on the end of this sentence, and Portugal might be able to take this first point. As soon as Fighter goes down, OT bar ticking away, and that should be about it. Celebration, Transcendence, and that is Portugal taking point A here on Nepal.
Yes, it is. And Italy, I think they need to control their space better because they're giving up so much ground, and that allows the fights to be dictated on Portugal's terms. They have to be able to push out. They have to play a little bit more aggressively or slow Portugal down so they can't flip the point quite as fast.
I mean, it's more of what we've seen the entire time from Team Italy. Unfortunately for them, is just a real lack of coordination, and you know that's extended from the tanks going in too early to, like we just talked about, where they just didn't quite have the right positioning on the defense once they took the point. And you know, it's things like that that add up pretty quick and make it hard to win games of Overwatch.
I mean, you can play that far back, right? Because the idea is that you just keep poking on the point, and you poke them before they engage, and then you dive onto them once they commit to the point. But you can't just allow the Tracer to come through all the doorways and get the initial pickoff. It defeats the entire purpose of the defense.
True enough. High ground battle as we move into our next round here on Village. On Nepal diving in, Mauzasa looking for the kill on the Link. On the Soldier 76 backing away, and although Link isn't going down, the rest of his team sure is, and Portugal winning this first fight pretty handily.
Well, they are, but we do see some kills on the backside, so Carnifex going to get something done, but just not quite enough. Portugal will receive the first cap here as everybody heals up on the Bionic field.
Yep, got to move off the point fast, though. They need to get back to reconnect with the respawns and take that high ground again, which is exactly what they're doing.
Forcing Italy either onto the low ground choke here, going to bottle them up inside. They're going to come through the lower door.
All right, well, at some point, you need to stop Italy from taking the point.
That's a nice attempt at a back cap right there. It was distracting, but Carnifex couldn't push back as Portugal fell all the way back to the opposite side.
I mean, that's the problem here as we see them take out Charius, is that if you're going to try for that back cap, you can't die. You have to know when to leave and kind of reconnect with your team, and Carnifex wasn't quite able to do that. Sound barrier for Italy as they really commit to trying to take this point, but Transcendence for Portugal going to mean that there's just not going to be any kills coming in from that side. And after you've already lost a couple, I really kind of question the use of sound barrier there by Italy.
Yeah, and Horthic, just such an easy cleanup with the tactical visor as well. Once that sound barrier had fallen off the team. And yeah, Italy, like you're saying, Doa, that back cap when you're coming around the side right there, Portugal played well just to focus on the tracer and then make it into a 6v5 and not get baited into fighting the enemy team up on the high ground.
Right.
So the safe play there from Portugal, but Carnifex couldn't quite get out, and the coordination, as you say, when they can't really see each other, maybe not top notch.
Trying to take it again. Italy with 3/4 of that control meter built up. Gray jumps down. Oh, that is not where you want to be. As Zenyatta gets the sound barrier, though, just in time for Fat. And Portugal fighting back here. Addicted does get caught by the self-destruct on the Italy side. And Italy on the point right now. They've nearly got it flipped. Oh, but 2 kills for Kyler with his self-destruct. And Portugal bringing it right back for the moment. Mauzasa still pretty much untouched. And Portugal, a little bit of a rough start, but they continue to hold the point. And they should be able to get this up to the 90% or so now.
Yeah, and Mauzasa was just punching people, CCing them into the self-destruct right there for the actual kills.
Yep.
And everybody dropped the ultimates on that fight, so it's going to be a scrappy little brawl here as Italy attempts to make one final attempt to switch this map or switch the point and take at least a point on Nepal.
The big thing is that both Horthic and Gray are very close to their ultimates, and that's a big offensive and defensive ultimate to use to try to hold this point. We're into overtime right now. Italy does flip it somehow, some way, but Portugal coming in with a pretty resounding team fight win. And yeah, that tac visor should finish the job, so they will take this point right back. And overtime, we'll see if it ticks away quick enough for Portugal to win the map. Looks like it will.
Yeah, no chance to get back there. Team wipe for Italy means the respawns weren't fast enough to make any kind of contest at all. And that was pretty dominant, I'd have to say, from Portugal on control.
Yep. I'd agree, and you know, we talked a lot about why that was, you know, after our first round on Sanctum, just, you know, kind of a lack of coordination for Italy, and it's costing them big time. I
mean, one of the things about this meta, Doa, is that it requires very good communication because there's so much flanking going on, and if you're not providing pressure on both sides of the flank at the same time, it can fall apart. You could end up a man down very easily as long as the defending team collapses onto the flank faster, and Portugal just much more coordinated.
True enough. Well, let's check out some highlights from those. You know, just a bunch of climbing stuff. But I guess if you're a gorilla, that's okay. But the thing is, if you're trying to make really smart gorillas, wouldn't your training facility be more like computers?
They have those. They only have 8 buttons, though.
I know, but wouldn't you call that the training facility? Wouldn't this be the recreation facility? This is like recess for gorillas, man, getting to climb around and swing around and stuff.
Also, this is like the least space-efficient way to get exercise. Create a giant climbing gym in your very expensive space facility. Just throw a couple treadmills and some weights in there, man.
That is so boring, though. If I only had treadmills and space to work out, I would never, ever be in shape. Implying I'm in shape right now, but like, you know, I'm pretty good.
You brought it there, I didn't.
By American standards, I think I'm doing pretty well. Well, here we go.
The bar was set low.
Italy on the attack here in the red. Portugal on defense once more in the blue. And we'll see what happens. Pretty aggressive defense by Portugal here, or at least aggressive by Mauzasa anyway, jumping down and dropping that shield.
I'm a little disappointed we're not going to be able to see the Reaper again, Noah, from Gray, because definitely a viable choice for the first point on this map, but instead they are playing the high ground and trying to cut off members of Italy on their approach with the dive, but Italy going to make it all the way back around and onto the point safely.
And true enough. Yeah, Italy really kind of rushing onto the point without too much opposition. Portugal coming in now, but they need to fight this sort of defensive battle here. Monkey getting a little bit low. Kyler, rather, taken out of that mech. And Italy actually on par to take a very fast point A.
That was a very deliberate approach by Italy. You could see how they were staying grouped together. Nobody was isolated or cut off by a tank dive from Portugal in any of the choke points. And once they get onto that point, Portugal attempted to flank with the soldier from the opposite side, but too late. A little bit early dive in from Mozasa. And Italy takes a clean point A.
Yeah, that was probably one of the cleanest attacks I think we've seen from Italy in this tournament yet. Everybody stuck together and did their jobs. Link does go down, but you know, Italy's got plenty of time now to set up for a stronger attack on point B. Might as well back off, go towards those 6 ultimates. They're pretty close already, and then see what you can get done. Yeah, I agree, Joe. When you have this much time remaining, this is where you go for the big ultimate advantage. Do a couple of pushes here, try and draw out what you can from Portugal, and then attempt to snowball onto the point with a big ult edge. All right, another economy push coming in for Italy. Probably aren't going to see them dedicate to any support ultimates going deep. Oh, Cherries doesn't even hit the ground alive as that tac visor for Portugal cuts them out of the air pretty quick. Carniflex actually throws in the pulse bomb. Wow, they are actually committing some ultimates to this, and they may end up wishing they hadn't. Yeah, Portugal seems to be, well, it's a pretty even fight, honestly. Italy might get a little bit of time on the point, but the respawns are so fast on Lunar Colony Point B that I don't think they're going to get a lot of progress. Yeah, and I mean, now they've just completely messed up their ult economy, and it's going to be really tough for them to have any sort of big wombo combo attack in the near future. I mean, they were just slightly off, though, in terms of that approach. The sound barrier didn't hit Cherries because he was burst out as soon as he jumped in. Yeah. So at that point, you do just have to give up that dive, but instead they try and use the tac visor as well. Not going to be working out right there, and now we're going to see Portugal with a pretty big advantage on the defense. Italy with a couple ultimates to use at least. Cherries going in, trying to follow up that self-destruct, zoning out Horthic. There's the Primal Rage. Cherries knocking him away. Has to deal with a couple of the DPS, but Addicted pretty low as well. Self-destruct coming in now for Portugal. Doesn't catch anybody. Mausaso went down a little bit earlier, so Italy can continue the attack right now. There's the Transcendence for Portugal. It was held on to for quite some time, and Horthic attempting to stay alive here on the flank, but they're dropping the beat right now. Support ults for both teams. Yeah, Nisa had his back yet again. Link on the run for just a moment. He can heal up and rejoin the fight. Has to deal with Kyler, though, in that Diva suit, and looks like Portugal finally stabilizing once more. Sort of an inevitability right there. Yes, there were some decent pushes from Italy, but given that Portugal had such an insane advantage with all their ultimates on the defense, holding on to that Transcendence, Italy gonna have potentially something to work with here, though, as Bins does have a sound barrier, so if they need some sticking power as they attack the point, maybe Link can get a better tac visor off this time around. Carnifex with a better pulse bomb would certainly help as well. Link's just needs to not get chased off that high ground. There's the sound barrier for Italy. Link rather dropping down. Waiting for it. We can hear the tac visors for both 76s actually. Horthic immediately with a kill on Anissa. I'm surprised that Link popped that afterwards. Can't really get a whole lot out of it. They're trying to bottle up Portugal, and actually they found a pretty good position on the point right now. Not too bad. Vims does go down though, and Portugal comes right back again as soon as they're unleashed from spawn. But on the Italy side, at least he got a couple ticks out of it. Yeah, he definitely did. That was a better attack than I thought it was going to be coming in, because Portugal held the high ground by jumping the Winston up and then having Addicted flank around the backside on the Tracer, which made it so Italy had to commit to the sound barrier perhaps a little earlier than they wanted to. But regardless, Portugal had to fall back to the doors to wait for respawns, and now there's only that single tick, so Italy definitely capable of taking this in 3 minutes. Yeah. Mausaso and Kyler again back on the high ground, just zoning out as many people from Italy as they can. See Link on your screen right now has had some great Genji play this week. Soldier, though, working out okay. Italy with just 1 tick to go. Fat does go down. Good start for Italy. They've got the man advantage right now. Fighter is popped out of the Diva suit, though. That's a problem. Addicted taken out on the side of Portugal as well. And now Link coming in with that tac visor. If he can remove the Diva from the equation, he can get a lot done with this, and he will. Kyler, Horthic going down, and Italy capitalizing. They might just be able to finish this one. Finally, the patience there from Link looks like it might yield some results, because they're going to take it.
Link on the high ground, just waiting for the right opportunity to use the tactical visor. Mozasa tried to bounce him out of the choke point, but it was just a hair before the tac visor came down. And he didn't have that leap up and the ultimate to deny it, get in his face and push him away.
All right, so pretty decent attack from Italy, actually. They've got 2:25 left on the clock here if we go to time bank. And so honestly, probably in the best position to win a map we've seen them in this tournament so far.
Yeah, and Portugal did look a bit confused on that defense.
Yeah.
Italy very methodically moved on to point A, but they didn't really have an answer for it. Their counter dive didn't end up working. So they'll have to reset themselves and see if they can get a better attack going.
I was worried about Italy going into that point B, you know, when they decided to just kind of dedicate some ultimates rather than wait for the big 6 ult push. I was like, okay, the economy management not so great, but they were able to kind of just grind it out.
And it's always a hard call too, because if you can get a fast pick, sometimes, you know, maybe you don't want to wait for the big ults to come out and you think you can win the snowball engagement onto the point. But I think in that particular instance, when we're talking about 6.5 minutes for Italy, you have some time to spare because of how well their first attack went.
Absolutely. Is it really smart to play with miniature rockets inside a space station? I mean, one of those can just go through the wall, through the window at a moment's notice. And
I don't think they actually have engines on them, Doa, so.
You know, I'm not so sure. I mean, they are training scientist apes there, you know, so if they do, you just got to protect the windows, man. One of those goes through there and suddenly you are sucked into space through a hole the size of a baseball. Not comfortable.
Definitely not. I don't even know why they thought they needed super intelligent gorillas in the first place. What kind of, it's a really unethical experiment.
Yeah, I mean, aren't there enough smart people on Earth? Don't answer that. Portugal on the attack. Italy on the defense, taking that high ground spread. And we'll see if they can stop Portugal from taking point A quickly. Gray on the Widowmaker. All right, looking for the shots.
All right, we saw this from Team China last week, having this Widowmaker push people back.
I gotta watch out for the Tracer now. Carnifex coming in. Takes a little bit of damage. Around the corner, Gray waiting for it. And it looks like Tracer's gonna forego that as Portugal trying to still rush the point here.
I mean, that duel's still going on. Gray is low.
Yeah.
So the question is Carnifex gonna come back and try and fight 6v5 on the point or go after and continue to zone out Gray?
I think kind of leave the Widowmaker there for now, and that's what he's gonna do. Gray, low health, but he is finding some shots from the outside. No kills just yet, though.
Can he get the Winston? No, he will. Headshot onto Terrace, who walks out into the open. Yeah,
that was plenty of damage for his team to capitalize on now. Just trying to find a little bit more. That Diva's a great target. Really, anybody you can find is a great target. All right, well, he's doing a little bit of damage anyway.
And this is the problem, though, is because this is creating such a huge zone on the side of Portugal. Nobody can really walk into the center of that point, so it becomes extremely difficult to retake once your 5 members get onto it.
True enough. It's not hitting so many of those, but it's
suppressing fire.
That's right. It's zoning sniping. Yeah, we got it.
But they lost control of it. I mean, Gray, I think he's going to think better of this one.
Yeah, you may want to swap now.
Gray has been impressive on many heroes this weekend, though, but the Widowmaker may not be one of them, sort of.
Not so much.
Just shooting wildly into the point, hoping to score a major hit.
I was like, how did they get footage of my solo queue games? Sometimes I get mad and play Widowmaker like that, too. Well, Gray's on the Zenyatta now, so they're coming with a more standard 2 support package here for Portugal. Trying to get back on the point again. They're going to take the high ground, try to chase Italy out of there. There's a sleep dart. Ooh, he gets woken up right away, though, and taken down. Nice fight for Italy. Cherry's getting 2, and man, that's a pretty crushing victory for Italy.
That's just a bloodbath, catching them in there with the dive. Nowhere to run away from the nano boost attack visor, but Italy does use 4 ultimates in order to pick up those kills. So Portugal going to be coming back with a self-destruct right now. Horthic going to make the change over to the Genji. Portugal really stymied right now, and Italy has run them down to their last 90 seconds.
Yeah, this is a great start for Italy. All they need to do is hold for just a little bit longer and they can win their first map of the tournament. Link with a couple kills right off the bat. Really good start for Italy. Kyler comes in. He's got that self-destruct to use if he wants to, but his whole team is following around him and he's going to follow pretty soon.
Well, as much as we talk about, Doa, how good Portugal has looked in terms of their strategies, and that's going to be an absolutely brutal stagger.
Yeah.
for Kyler. They really don't appear very confident on Horizon. They haven't brought any interesting strats to bear. They tried to do a little bit of the copying of China from last weekend with the Widowmaker on attack, but not necessarily with the same level of execution.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Portugal look as lost in any of the other maps this week as we see them look in this one right now. Italy with the sound barrier, trying to fight off Portugal. This could be the last significant attack here. Gray does go down early. Another good start for Italy. Addicted needs a huge pulse bomb if he wants to bring it back. Throws it out. I think, no, didn't get absorbed, but it didn't get any kills. Link does get taken out by Horthic, though, so maybe an opening for Portugal to come in and get some percentage going on the point. But remember, they need to finish the map. They don't just need to take point A.
D-suit as well for fighters, so they're trying to fight back off the point right now. Portugal looking for the flanks. They're all in the room on the side. They have one push left to get this done.
Yeah, just about 5 seconds. There's the Transcendence for Portugal. Last-ditch effort, and Horthic coming up big on the Genji right now, but they need to chain that into more, and Link coming back. There's Mozasa popping fighter out of the mech. So another good amount of progress for Portugal, and it looks like at the end of the day, they will be able to just barely take point A.
I wish Italy had gone just a little bit further back there, Doa. They were trying to defend onto the point where they had a chance to force Portugal to walk onto it and use most of their Transcendence just to cover the gap between the lower room and the point itself. Instead, they get caught in the Dragon Blade combo. They could have just re-engaged, but they still have another chance to win this one.
Sure enough. They can hold point B. Only about 3:40 left on the clock for Portugal here. Much less than the 6 minutes that Italy had.
Still got almost up to that first point before Italy actually gets somebody there to contest it.
There's a nano boost. I believe that was paired with the tac visor. Didn't quite see it. Horthic does get a kill on the Chariots, though. Self-destruct. Not finding anyone. Horthic with that kill onto Fighter, so Fighter not getting back into the mech. And Portugal now starting to turn things around a little bit. Getting a little bit of progress here on this point. That's a good start.
Yeah, they are. Horthic actually cleaning this one up very nicely. Tac visor has an opportunity to pick people off as they come through the doors. When that defense matrix goes down and the sound barrier falls away, there it is.
Yep, tac visor as soon as the diva is out of the way, and it is open season on the rest of the members of Italy, getting 2 kills, nearly 3. Finally picks that one up with the Helix rocket at the very end, and Portugal looks like they are actually going to be able to finish here. As soon as they clean up the respawns from Italy, that's going to be it, and they actually finish with just a few more seconds, actually, on the clock than Italy did.
Yeah, despite the stall out into overtime on point A, Portugal quickly snowballs the second point. Horthic finding the necessary kills and holding on to that tac visor.
Wow, and that's rough for Italy. I mean, you were so close to holding point A, but not just holding point A, but to winning the first map. You would have won in this tournament, and now you're in a situation where you actually come into time bank behind the other team. That's not easy to deal with.
Yeah, and you just have to be aware of what ultimates your enemy has.
Yeah.
When you come down to those kind of overtime scenarios on the point, the enemy team has to use their support ultimates so they don't get poked on the approach. And if you know that's going to happen, you can disengage. They're not going to take the point before you can get back to contest it. Force the support ult, the sound barrier, the Transcendence out of them, and then re-engage when that Genji is not going to be protected by the Transcendence covering the entire point while he Dragon Blades. So I do think Italy, had they played that slightly differently, they were just so close to getting that full hold.
That's a heartbreaker, but we're into time bank now. And Italy with another chance here to win this map. It's not over yet. As we go into extra innings, so to speak, here on Horizon Lunar Colony. Portugal on the defense as Italy goes on the attack once more. They've got less time, so they will attack first.
That they will, so we're going to see Portugal again posting up on the side, but Italy did such a great job walking to the point, staying together as a unit, and providing that defensive cover for themselves.
Yeah, I'd say if it's not broke, don't fix it. Just do the same thing you did the first time.
Well, that's what they're doing. Artifact's a little bit ahead of the rest of the members, playing the Vanguard, scouting out. And instead, this time they're going to take a longer approach around the backside, so mixing it up.
Very tricky for Link coming around the side, trying to get a bit of flanking damage onto Portugal. And Italy diving in now. Still a pretty great looking attack for Italy. They managed to sort of separate Portugal, create a lot of space for their damage dealers in the back.
That's a much more poking focus, but Horthic has fallen back. They're using the cover that they have to punish the tank line. And in spite of Gray dying first on the Portuguese side. Carnifex will find himself at the wrong end of Horthic's assault rifle. And the pick is going to fall apart here for Italy. Another chance, though. Still a minute and a half left.
Yep. Gray on that Sombra now. Should be able to build the EMP before the second fight ends. We'll see. Italy back on the attack yet again. They think they found a pick here. They do. They chase down Kyler after popping him out of his mech. Turning things around now. There's a hack on the Link. He's only got his left click to use for the moment, and it's not enough to stay alive. Is Addicted. Gets the kill on that Tracer. Cherries comes in. Nice bounce on the Mozasa, getting that finishing damage. And Italy not done just yet. A good opportunity to maybe try to take the point here.
And they're going to use the sound barrier as well. Everything is in right now with 50 seconds left. Cherries trying to bounce his way over to the enemy team, and the EMP going to get triggered by Gray.
Well, EMP right before Cherries was able to use the Primal Rage, but it doesn't look like it ends up mattering at the moment anyway. As Fat does go down, looks like Tac Visor from Link is going to be enough to secure that point for Italy.
I don't know, the Primal Rage is there, Doa, and Diva has been desuited on the Italian side, so they are going to get pushed off.
I thought there were enough picks, but they just had the ultimates to try to delay the point just that much longer.
51%, so they got something right now. They have a few seconds left. They have the Transcendence, and they've got a lot of other ults that they can pop and try and delay this, especially that Primal Rage.
Italy's got to get in there right now. 5 seconds remaining. They need to at least force the overtime. Carnifex waiting for it. There's the self-destruct. Overtime is forced coming in now. Carnifex has that pulse bomb. He can find a target. Ooh, and Horthic takes out Cherries very early. The Transcendence, perhaps a bit late for Nisa. He's going to get taken out by Gray. And Portugal, the early kills coming in, but they are responding on Team Italy as well. It is a brawl, pretty even up, but Portugal looks like they might just barely have the edge to hold this one.
Yeah, they will, Doa. And Cherries died just a little bit too early. Wasn't covered by the support ults, and that leaves Portugal an opening to hold on point A, but they did give up 64.8%.
Yeah.
So they will have to match that at the very least, and considering how close they got to being full held the first time around, this is definitely still doable for Italy.
Yeah, it's winnable by Italy, and they are so close, too. You know, they were so close in their first defensive round to just simply full hold. They were able to get a little over half the point in their attack round. And now we'll see if they can capitalize on that and prevent Portugal from moving in. But, you know, I think if they lose this one, it's going to be 4-0 for Portugal, though. I think this is really Italy's moment. It's do or die for these guys if they want to come away from this tournament with a win.
Yeah, they have looked the best on the map, this map, the most coordinated.
Yeah.
Italy swapping out for the Ana here, and I haven't really been a fan of Ana-Lucio combinations on Horizon in particular, and the reason is because you want Ana on that high ground a lot of the time, and Lucio is designed more or less to sort of cover the point with speed or healing boosts. And when you have the Ana on the point itself, she is super vulnerable to the kind of dive compositions that many people play, and a lot of her healing can just get eliminated.
Yeah.
So I think she's better for fan defenses like the one we're seeing, but I'd rather see Ana Zenyatta here and just have that bigger sort of long-range pick potential.
Well, we'll see if Italy can recreate the success that they had in their first defensive round. Only 2:30 or so left on the clock for Portugal to make this attack work. A little bit less time than you'd normally start with. They're going to speed boost in there. And wow, Portugal just going for it, diving in onto Italy right now. Italy really forced on the defensive fast, but Addicted, the first one to fall on the side of Portugal. Link gets a little bit low, but brought back up again. And we'll see if maybe Horthic can get a pick here.
Trying to punish Carnifex for that dive right now by a counter dive himself, or keeping Mozasa alive, and so will the Reflect. It's going to force Italy off the high ground and onto the point itself.
All right, they lose Carnifex, but Tracer can get back to the point pretty fast, so it's not the end of the world, although Portugal is going in right here, right now. Gray with a pretty good angle on the point from the outside, and Horthic just trying to get in that dash damage. Fighter gets a kill on the Mozasa, but Portugal coming out ahead in this fight in a big way, and unless Cherries can get a lot of kills, I think Portugal might be able to take this one.
Well, the percentage already starting to tick up, Doa, and that means trouble here. Cherries tries to stay alive, but he's going to fall, and I think that's just going to be it for Portugal.
That looks like it is, and Portugal will take Horizon Lunar Colony. A little bit of some tense moments there for this team, but they will win the map. and go up 3-0 in this series.
That's just heartbreaking for Italy, though.
Sure
they came
is.
so very close to winning that map.
Yeah.
And couldn't hold on to it in the end. So Portugal still on a roll here. They nearly took some maps off of Australia yesterday, and this group had quite a few strong teams in it.
Yes, it did. Yeah, it did. It was an interesting group to watch. Of course, we do know Sweden, Australia already going through to the playoffs later today from this group. So these two teams, Italy, Portugal, both out of the World Championship, or World Cup rather, no matter what the result is of this series. But again, you know, still that national pride to play for, and also still that opportunity to try to look good for teams out there that are looking for players for Overwatch League.
Yeah, it is. It is the prime time to shine if you are looking to be a professional player in Overwatch as we head towards that later this year. And it looks like Dorado will be Italy's last opportunity to take a map here in Sydney at the Overwatch World Cup.
Yep, their map choice, and this is going to be it. The last map of the tournament for both of these teams either way. And everybody, I think everybody's kind of rooting for Italy out there a little bit at least. You know, you don't want to walk away from this tournament 0-12. You know, 1-11 doesn't sound great, but at least it sounds better than 0-12.
It does, and I like the way that Italy has strategized for this map as we watch Horthic use an aimbot there to go ahead and take out everybody with the tac visor.
Such aim. Wow.
Very good aim. But
hey, it's us.
Hey, it's us.
What's up?
Looking at Dorado, when you consider their map options, they went away from Volskaya because you don't want to play against the Sombra.
Of course.
And you're going to go away from Route 66 as well for the same reasons. You don't want to get full held by Gray having an amazing Sombra round on point A on defense. Go for Dorado where it is more difficult to play that particular hero and see if you could make some good headway.
True enough. Well, as you can see, like we mentioned already, it's going to be Dorado for our final map of this 4-map set here between Italy and Portugal. Italy down 0-3 with one last chance to win a single map, at least, here at the Overwatch World Cup. I've been to Italy. It's a very nice country.
I still haven't been. One of the few European countries I haven't been to.
One of the best experiences of my life, man. I spent about 10 days or so in Italy. Started in Venice, worked my way down, saw tons of art along the way, ended in Pompeii. It was great.
Sounds lovely.
Fantastic trip. Hope to go back someday, and we'll see if their Overwatch team can win a map.
I have been to Portugal, though. So.
Oh, okay. Well,
Portugal's beautiful. Beautiful in the summer, beautiful beaches.
Sounds great.
Fantastic fresh octopus.
They're already ahead, so they don't really have my sympathy as much right now.
Well, they're not going to playoffs, though, so.
That's true. All right. Sympathy for Portugal and Italy as we move into Dorado. The sad trumpet plays as twilight falls for these two teams in the Overwatch World Cup.
The mood music is on point, though.
Wow, it got serious real fast there. Hey, who likes piñatas?
Woo! Who likes Torbjorn?
I mean, everybody likes Torbjorn, but not everybody likes piñatas. That is true. Horthic, though, may bring out the Torbjorn on defense, but I question this, though, because if you're going to play Torbjorn on defense in Overwatch right now, which I guess he is. Oh, no, he's running back. He's trolling. Stop cheering for him. He's trolling you. If you run Torbjorn right now in Overwatch, you must run the Orisa with it. That is a rule now.
That's the rule of professional Overwatch.
If there's no
I wish we would have seen that.
But me too.
Horthic got to be zipping back on the Soldier 76 after building a troll turret.
That's right, troll turret. Link getting shot a couple times as Italy tries to move out with this payload. Once again, they are on attack. Portugal in the blue on defense. And Portugal playing that very aggressive forward defense we see now on Dorado a lot of times. You've got that mobility with the dive, and Italy just trying to fight for their lives here right now. Yeah,
repositioning off the high ground. Cherry's going to go up alone there. D.Va following right after, knocked off. Mozaza has to leap back up for some healing. Nearly falls.
Nisa does, though. Horthic getting that kill.
They're not actually stopping the cart, though, so finally Mozaza has to jump down.
Ooh, it's a risky time to jump down. He had about a fifth of his health remaining, but he got hit with that biotic grenade, got that health right back up again, and now Italy's going to need to take a break to regroup.
And so many players on Portugal were near death right there. Italy, just a little bit better focus fire, may have been able to take them out. Gray addicted and Mozaza falling low on multiple occasions, but nobody actually sent back to the respawn room, and now There's going to be a nano boost here to defend at the choke point.
True enough.
That's going to go down on the Mazasa most likely.
I would say so. Taking a page out of Japan's boost, there it is. I think I did see the nano boost just go down on Mazasa. Meanwhile, Carnifex trying to get to the back. Doesn't want to get that pulse bomb eaten. If he can kind of distract them, maybe he can jump over, but no, it's not going to work out. And Carnifex has to back out and wait for another opportunity for that pulse bomb.
Yeah, the power of that engagement with the Winston is that you see their supports coming out, and once they start attacking, you can zone out 2 to 3 members with just the Winston, who is nano boosted because of how much damage he is doing and how tanky he is with that ultimate on him. So you get a lot of value from that, can win a fight and save all the rest of your ultimates for another engagement.
Italy diving up onto the high ground, trying to dislodge Portugal a little bit. Mazasa finds himself on his own, but he's got that primal rage to stay alive for the moment. Horthic forced off the high ground for the moment anyway, and Portugal pushed back a little bit into the market. Italy actually getting some distance going with the payload, but it's still kind of stopped up in that arch.
And the Winston bubble is there, as is the tac visor, so if they start to group up, it's going to be problematic here.
Yeah, Portugal without their tank, without Mazasa, but they do have that sound barrier to try to sustain, and I love this position for Horthic up on the top. He's going to use that tac visor, but immediately Fighter right there. Did I say I love that position?
There was a sound barrier down, and the Diva was free to just go up there with the defense matrix.
Can I take that one back?
I will allow you to rescind that, though.
Thanks, I never said that. Never happened. Delete it from the records. Italy still pushing forward, though, and Carnifex fragging out on this Tracer. A little bit of help from Link as well, and Italy should be able to claim point A here.
Yeah, they just rolled through after getting the kill, so very valuable ultimates from Portugal. Proved ineffective as Italy changed through on their approach, and just there wasn't a lot of actually contesting the cart there from Portugal. They were trying to play the high ground. So Italy was gaining a lot of ground where Portugal was sort of just getting their poke damage healed up by the Italian side. Now they're going to move pretty far forward right there.
Yep.
Enemies detected.
Really, how did you detect them, Winston? Must have been difficult. Oh, man. Pulse bomb. Double kill for Carniflex with that ultimate. Mazasa and Fat getting taken out, and that's going to pave the way for Italy to push a little bit more here, as long as they put someone on the payload. There we go.
Yep. Italy just bait and switch them coming into the choke point and having the Tracer there with the pulse bomb. So good execution on their play, and now they're firmly in control of the cart.
Yep. Anissa has to back up after Mazasa jumps up on the high ground there. They've got both of their tank ultimates to use if Portugal wants to try to push Italy back, and that's exactly what they're doing. Actually, Italy's being forced way back. They're actually going to get the ultimate out of Mazasa. That's a big commitment for Portugal, but it does buy them some time.
The card is still moving is the problem here.
Yeah.
Nobody has really been on the card this entire game for Portugal so far, so a lot of free movement available for them.
That was a bit bizarre. Portugal fell back maybe a little bit quicker than I thought they were going to. Mazasa was a little bit on his own there. Carniflex manages to recall out of that dangerous situation with the biotic grenade. Addicted does get caught by the Diva ult. Wow, not enough time to get behind cover, and now Link with that tac visor, able to get one kill at least. Carnifex going to take a nap for the moment. Italy moving in. That payload is still going forward while all of this is happening. Italy really far forward.
But this is good. Italy was struggling with creating zones on the map earlier in this very series, and this time they are getting it done, pushing everybody back. They've controlled space so well on Dorado so far that Portugal has never been able to get onto or even really stop the card at all.
Not bad. They're going to put the nano boost onto Mazasa again as he takes out Link. Italy has to back off, has to regroup yet again.
You're okay, though, if you're Italy with that.
Sure.
You know, you got it through to the point. That's what you're happy with right now. You've got plenty of time, 2:45, to keep moving it. And you've got a nice ult advantage going. Close spawns will mean that you're not going to lose that much time, and at least you got the nano boost.
True enough.
My ultimate.
Italy with about 2:30 left on the clock to work with. That's a decent amount of time.
Yeah, Greg going to change over to the Zenyatta right now, so not committing to the Ana any longer.
But you can build that ultimate a little bit quicker with the Zenyatta. And Addicted getting a couple kills early for Portugal. All right. That's going to be a hold for Portugal for the moment.
Yeah, Horthic dropping the tactical visor there as Italy will have a sound barrier on their next approach, though. So again, plenty of time. No need to go ahead and waste this. You just need to complete the map right now. It is a rarity for us to see Dorado completed.
It's definitely one of the harder maps to finish as far as that third point goes. And Cherries goes down earlier, and that's also going to make it harder for Italy to finish the map.
Damn it.
Yes, it will, but again, the close spawns and the fact that Mozaza was killed last, making them an opening, Portugal's not going to be able to defend in the chokes anymore.
Maybe. I mean, by the time Mozaza gets back, though, is going to be about the time it takes Italy to regroup and push back onto this payload, so wouldn't be too worried if I was Portugal. He's already back now.
Yeah, they're not going to be so far forward, though. Carnifex will have some time to get into the back line and threaten it. Link really wants to get onto this high ground as the tactical visor approaches completion, but the pulse bomb thrown into the cubbyhole.
Nice pick by Addicted, and now Portugal just pushing Italy back a little bit here. I hate being in a cubbyhole with a pulse bomb.
It's never a good place.
It's one of my least favorite places.
Close proximity, no thanks.
Mozaza gets the shield down just in time, saves his own life. Kyler actually knocks Spider off the edge and kills for Portugal again. I mean, Italy seems to really be struggling as far as like putting the team together in a cohesive unit to push in with.
Well, it was such a crucial pulse bomb from Portugal because the later spawn meant that they didn't have time to really take control of the stairs outside or fight Italy before they could even get close to the cart.
Yeah.
But when you get that pick, you can then re-engage on the outside of the reactor building.
Carnifex has to pop that recall a little bit early just to stay alive, trying to get to the health pack, but he gets taken out by Addicted. Sound barrier for Italy a little bit late, did not catch Carnifex, and now Link needs to have a huge tac visor if they want to push this forward. They do zone out some of the members of Team Portugal, but doesn't get any kills with it. Now the sound barrier comes in for Portugal. That is a lot of health to work with as they try to push Italy off the payload one last time as we are into overtime here, and it looks like Portugal's going to stop it right now.
Yeah, once Portugal started bringing these aggressive defenses, Italy found themselves picked off time and time again, and that is going to wrap up at least this attack round.
It should. Yeah, fighter taken out. It was only the mini diva at the time. There's OT ticking away, and Italy will have to be satisfied with just 2 points. They do push it a bit into point 3, but still, without finishing it, that leaves a pretty big opening for Portugal to take the 4-0 in this match.
Yeah, it certainly does. Sometimes if you can at least get it around the curve on point C, there's more of an opportunity because of the spawn location for you to pull out a very big full hold, but it is barely into that reactor room right now, and that is a much taller order if you're going to be defending.
True enough. So what could be the last round, or what will certainly be actually the last round in this match? Italy must stop Portugal before they reach the glowing yellow rectangle.
That's right. I wonder if we're going to see some shenanigans now from Portugal. There are some interesting hero hovers that are, looks like they're discussing it at the moment.
I don't know. I mean, you want to get that 4-0. I mean, even if you're not moving out of the, even if you're not moving on in the tournament, you'd think you would at least want to get that clean 4-0.
I don't know, Doa. I think Portugal has nothing left to prove right now. They came in, demonstrated the effectiveness of their professional shot callers, and also the cohesion of their players who are looking for teams right now.
Well, we'll see what they want. Obviously, the hero picks right now a little bit non-standard. Starting to change now. That fat Junkrat, that's right, PH fat.
Just go for it. I mean, at this point in time,
why not? Do it.
Let's see Bastion ride a payload. We saw it last week with Denmark. I'm up for seeing it again.
Craggy.
The spirit of Craggy.
There we go. Dance around the turret. That's right. The dark ritual has been performed. And are we going to see these guys change? I got a bad feeling. I think we are. Yeah, there we go. Yawn.
Except for the Widowmaker, and Horthic is on the Hanzo, so quick picks may be possible right here. We have seen that before. Actually, they got a nice shot there on the Carnifex, and now Gray is going to go hunting.
Well, he's going to be hunted first by Chariots. There you go. That's what happens when a gorilla jumps on you from behind if you're Widowmaker. That was a very specific analogy, but you get the idea. Portugal pushing that payload forward. Horthic onto the Genji, of course. Gray swaps over to that Zenyatta. That's enough Widowmaker for him for now.
Well, I'm a little bit disappointed because we've seen that work. We've seen the fast picks from the Widowmaker on this map be effective, but they're not really going to commit to it, especially as the cart keeps moving, and they've already forced the members of Italy back.
True enough. Addicted taken out, so Italy with perhaps a little bit of a leg up in this defense, but that looks like a great place to get dashed if you are Italy.
Yeah, it does need a little bit of presence, though, from the healing. And it's mostly just Horthic containing everybody in the upper halls right now, but now he's in the 1v1, and the sleep dart misses.
Yep. Portugal, meanwhile, a couple kills down at the bottom, and that payload is nearly ready to move through this archway. Looks like it will. Portugal cleaning up the last members of Team Italy. Just Charius left to deal with.
That's just great positioning from Horthic. I mean, he kept going to either side of that hallway and reflecting the bullets back in, poking away with his shurikens, and there's never really an opportunity for them, for the members of Italy, to pelt the low ground or actually get that poke damage off at that point in time because of the distraction. So that's the power of Portugal's teamwork and how clever they've been at zoning throughout this tournament.
Pretty clean push. Wow. Horthic really far forward with those deadly fidget spinners. Tossing those in there. Addicted with another kill on Nisa, and Italy, you know, having a little bit of trouble regrouping as that payload continues to move.
Yeah, this is just brutal at this point in time. I mean, they're getting stalled out very hard right now inside the third and final checkpoint.
Oh, man.
And meanwhile, the payload camera, there is just a diva sitting on it. Fantastic hood ornament right there.
Dude, you know, I remember when Monte Cristo was like, no, you know, I think Portugal's proven what they are. They just want to have fun, you know, with this match. And now they're spawn camping.
They are spawn camping, and one of their players is simply sitting there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a diva battle on the payload.
Mortal Kombat!
All right, they did force some people to turn around right now, so the shenanigans are over.
All right, Italy gets back to the payload, but immediately gets killed off, and Portugal pushes forward.
Although I will say Diva's Mechas is about as useful as a hood ornament when it comes to dealing damage. Basically, it's just there to protect other people, right?
True enough. She's a support.
Everybody's a support.
That's right.
Only utility necessary.
That's right. And all of the supports can do damage. I love it. Sound barriers for both sides. Gonna basically cancel each other out. Self-destruct. No kills out of that one. Mauzasa does find Nisa, though, and it's looking like another good fight for Portugal here.
So as the pulse bomb can find a target here, maybe not wanting to use it with how low that Lucio is already.
It's dangerous to turn your back on a Tracer with pulse bomb up. But Addicted realizes he can just save that ultimate, doesn't need to use it right now. See ya.
Bidding them adieu. Well, looks like we're not going to see very much defense here on this point. Pulse bomb not going to find anybody as it sticks to the Winston shield. And there will be a point B take for Portugal. And they're going to take out a few more players, go for the win right now.
That was aggressive, but Horthic, 1/2 kills, and he's going to cut away at that Diva. Oh, man, and Fighter not able to get back to spawn. Yeah, just pop out of the mech and leave it. You don't even need to kill that Diva right now. And Fighter going to change over to the Reaper. Yeah, why not at this point? I mean, you're not going to get your mech back. You don't want to go through that respawn timer. I say get in there and see what you can do.
Yeah, get onto that point. You know it's going to be a bloody brawl at melee range, but members of Italy are dying one by one.
Portugal's so close to finishing this one off right now. Looks like that's going to be it, and Portugal will take the 4-0 here in their match against Italy. It's the end of the tournament for both teams, but Portugal at least coming out of it with a bit more pride intact, I suppose you could say.
Well, a resounding win. And shout out to MVP Kyler for being the world's best hood ornament.
That's right. He's just surfing on the payload. A little bit of moto surf there, you know, to use Surf Ninja's terminology, of course. And the end of a tough tournament for Italy. You know, we know they enjoyed their time here. We talked to these guys. They're happy to be here in Sydney, of course.
On, Tayo was not feeling like he was really able to play as himself. Yesterday, AKTM said to him, look, just play a bit loose, play the style you want to play. And yesterday it was a big improvement. He definitely was a lot more comfortable on the battlefield. Now you'll notice as well, there's a player not in the server right now. It might necessitate a quick restart or something, but there's still much to be discussed about this team in general.
Well, it does look like there will be a pause, but that is okay because we have no shortage of things to talk about here in the matchup where a lot to be said here, where, of course, Finland, you have the more veteran experience, but for Japan, they have been absolutely sublime and really perhaps the biggest story of the Sydney group stage here so far.
It all started, of course, up against Spain. Spain did not expect Japan to be nearly as strong as they were, and it's reasonable. They're from a fairly isolated region. It's hard to get information, especially as this was two teams, a couple players from different teams, in fact 3 if I'm not mistaken, all coming together as one. That's when we first saw the McCree come out from AKTM. In that scenario, in that context, it made a lot more sense to see that come out, obviously, against a team who wasn't running D.Va. Spain were favouring a triple DPS composition. There was a lot of space, a lot of freedom for AKTM to really make that McCree work for him.
AKTM has perhaps been one of the most resurgent players of this entire tournament, a relative unknown to the international scene before, but striking out and having phenomenal performance on his hit scan heroes. And one thing you really noted that I think is very important is the idea that Japan, unlike Finland, who is mostly coming together as an RIP team plus Taimu, they've had to come together from multiple different teams, and they've certainly surpassed expectations here so far.
Absolutely. Of course, you saw things not going the way they were intended to early on in the game. The match is going to be restarted. There was only about 9 seconds on the cooldown there, so whichever player was to spawn in may have been there to the point late. So that's what's going to be sorted out there, of course, on your screen.
I look at that and just imagine pit crew noises going on as they adjust the monitor up and down. We're getting them in prime working order.
And of course, in the meantime, as we wait, let's get to know a little bit more about Finland.
My name is Joonas Alakurtti. My in-game nickname is Sapis.
Hello, my name is Joon Maine. My in-game nickname is Fraggy, and I represent Team Finland.
Our team was chosen by me, Taimu, and Teini. Those were our committee members. We started to build around RIP's core lineup. That's the most successful team in Finland. So we built around the tank and support players from RIP, and then we added in Linkser and Taimu for our DPS. With us including Taimu as the DPS, I think we're like really solid here, and we're expecting big things. Every team member is kind of veteran in the game. We don't really have that many new faces. Like every player has played in huge caliber tournaments from the beginning of Overwatch. So we're kind of used to the settings, the tournaments, and everyone expects us to succeed. So I guess in a way we have like the pressure from outside in a way, but I don't think it's going to affect our players that much. So we're kind of like used to it in a way.
Well, of course, I'm proud to present my country. It's more fun to play. There's like a bit more at stake, I suppose. But it's still a bit more maybe like light-hearted than the usual stuff. Grinding the scrims with your team. It's like a special event. We have Taimu, who has a really good McCree and Widowmaker, so we might center some strats around that.
We have some secret strats in a way that we're gonna pull out. We're gonna kind of get off the current meta a bit, and I think we'll do great with it.
Sweden is always the big rival for Finland, so well, we might need to drop them because they're in Group C, we're in Group D. So yeah, we need to get to BlizzCon. It's probably going to be Australia or Sweden.
I'm really proud to be here, and it's like, I don't really have words for how to describe the feeling, but it's just like the proud to represent your country. It's just something else.
Pointed out by Zappos, of course, there's a lot of pride and of course a lot at stake in this. How was that, by the way?
Well, they just figured
more Mitch than you can handle, Australia. Get around it. Oh dear. I had a bit of feedback there in my ears. Did you have that as well?
I did get that, and really I just thought you were getting exposed as a robot there, where we had to retune the Mitchatron 3000, but he's in good working order.
Yeah, thank you. I've got the joints oiled up now. We're ready to go. But look, a lot on the line. Pride, of course, to represent your country here is definitely one of the most important things for these players. We did have a restart there. Jasper on your screen had to get back in the server, and we'd almost elapsed our time, a countdown period before the game began. So we talked about Japan a fair bit. We can talk a little bit about Finland now for the moment and discuss what we expect to see, because they have gone off the beaten track a little bit in terms of the meta.
Well, for Finland, I mean, I would look to their flanking DPS right now, where we know that they have incredible amounts of DPS talent, but I would argue that day 2 was a little bit of a slower day for Taimu. He wasn't really his normal self over it, and Linkser, though he has had to flex the Tracer, which he doesn't play throughout most of his Overwatch jobs, also needs to have a little bit of a better day.
Big shout out to the Japanese committee over there. Obviously responsible for the selection of the team, and they've got their game faces on. Not unlike the players, of course. And again, if you're just joining us, it is Hollywood for this first map to come through. It's unlikely that we'll see Fraggy go for Reinhardt here to start things off. It's possible, but it makes it very hard for Finland to execute any sort of dire defense as they kick things off here. More mobility is generally better in this situation.
Well, after a little bit of technical difficulties, we are back here in Hollywood. Everyone from Japan is ready to go. When we take a look here at this defense coming out from Finland, as we were just talking about, really standard stuff coming out for them, where they're going to be running a defense that has the option of diving into the enemy team, but a key part here is, will Taimu get the space he needs, A, and B, will he be able to deal with what has been truly awesome DPS play coming out from Japan?
Yeah, Taimu spent most of his time in Apex inside the Cone of Silence. By that I mean a diva defense matrix from many of the prodigal Korean players. Although he kind of, makes up for that, on Twitter. But that's another story. The point is that he in here wants to be able to, have Jasper peeled off of him, have that freedom. Like we saw in the Australian squad as well, how much better ATAR performed when he had some room to breathe on 76. Taimu is going to be absolutely deadly if he's left unchecked for the Japanese squad.
And of course, you take a look at the Japan offense setting up here, you look at their tanks moving in. You're going to need players like Jasper to get to the back, suppress Taimu, and let the rest of their team come alive. And now, they are rolling out the front gates, and the question is, what degree of aggressiveness are we going to see from this Japan team early on?
AKTM will be starting off on the Genji here, Tayo on the Tracer. So it's Genji Tracer up against Tracer 76 here. Finland want to play a little bit more passively, and now Japan trying to get the rope-a-dope going on. They're going to get that high ground in the cafe and use that as a staging ground.
Well, they get to the cafe relatively easily. The back door was unlocked. They've secured the high ground and the lattes, and now AKTM looking for his route in to this back line of Finland. As Finland, they are rotating around and around, and Taimu able to punish Japan. He gets clear early on, and that puts Finland on a decent beat.
Fraggy is also pursued to his end, though. He's found out by Diartin there over on the point. Quick dash through from AKTM on the high ground. He needs to get out, though, as Finland seem to be holding up relatively well, but Diartin again gets the DC to finish on Zaps.
Finland right now, they are really prioritizing the high ground. Taimu's a little bit split up right now in Japan. They're getting the kills they need to get here. Finland suffering heavily from attrition in this case, and though Linkster is moving in and around, this is looking worse and worse for Finland as the fight drags on.
Frankie's very low after the pulse bomb connected with him, but Tayo wasn't able to finish the kill. Now he's looking for some extra targets, but he may have bitten off a little bit more than he could shoot. Back to the high ground, get a bit of healing from Yoz, and then get ready to go again. Japan are maintaining constant pressure on the point.
And for Japan, this is a great situation to be in. Finland takes longer to run back to this point, so for Japan, just keep throwing bodies in, trade out kills, and you're going to take this. And that nano boost on the Winston, that should be the fight sealer.
That's it, Japan. Not quite as keen as the Samurai's blade, probably about as subtle as a sledgehammer, but the brute force approach does work out. 4 minutes and 56 on the clock as Japan have made it to the second stage.
We might be a long way away from Japan right now, but you couldn't tell them that right here. The crowd absolutely favoring Japan here so far, and man, Finland going up against both Japan and the crowd at the same time.
Yeah, I guess it's a little bit to go up against, although I'm sure Finland have their own fans in the audience right now. Everyone's earned their support, I like to feel, over the course of this weekend. AKTM, though, doesn't get away. Linkster sees the low-health Genji on the horizon and just pursues him to pick him off.
And with that, Finland secures a 6v5. Now they can push Japan back a little bit more. They're able to smother on top of the payload. Its progress stopped. But then you look at Tayo right now, in the back, pulse bomb ready. He's going to be looking for those pickoffs into the back.
I want to see a fight from Japan that doesn't involve them having to use all their ultimates to win. We'll see what Finland are going to commit to this fight. Transcendence for Zuppe already being used. Tayo, again, another pulse bomb stuck to, I think Fraggy it was there, but doesn't quite make a difference. Linkster blows himself up. He takes himself with Tayo. I guess that'll do the job for now, but Japan are building a bit of momentum here.
Japan will gladly take that trade. Their respawns are coming back in. They have more people on top of the payload, and this limo, after a little bit of a delay, will be moving forward here into second. So Japan, smooth sailing here so far. A little under 4 minutes remaining. They are making great time right now in this match.
Here's AKTM, of course, the colorful Rhino jockey. So much personality in one person. And so far he showed up well, but remember the challenge was issued. Taimu said, I'm coming for you, AKTM. This man is more than happy to receive the challenge.
Well, if Taimu is on the way, we should be seeing him soon. This is where he would need that big hump, but Linkster gets cut down. It's already a 65 for Japan, and Finland, they double down. They barrier and try and seize this fight, despite being down one, but they have not been able to do enough damage here just yet.
No, they didn't capitalize off it, but Taimu comes in. That was one pulse rocket. Helix rocket connects with Taimu from a distance. AKTM, he was dicing with death already. He was down at 10 HP. Going to be very, very hard for him to progress further than that. Diartin, again, always the quiet achiever in these team fights. Managed to connect with Taimu. He's still quite healthy here.
The thing with this Japan team right now is that they're very scrappy. It's hard to remove all of them at the same time. Well, they just threw Winston straight back to the lunar colony.
Didn't quite have the launch trajectory to get out of Earth orbit and get back home. Perhaps after this weekend he'll have some time off.
Well, in any case, Finland right now, layering in the Transcendence, not giving this up without a fight, and rolling back in, and oh my goodness, everyone is getting thrown out. Finland, calm down, they're only human.
Give me some of that ragdoll, let's go. Nice work from Taimu though over the fight. 3 kills for him with the tactical visor, and Finland have stabilized here. And this is one of the most treacherous parts of the maps, to be caught up as an attacking team. You are so far away from your spawn. It's in fact the longest distance to cover as attackers on the map. Hard to set up properly here as well when the defenders have good high ground positioning, which they do.
And the thing is, for Japan, they were gambling a little bit there. They were going for constant pressure rather than a full reset. But if you're in a long fight like that and then don't end up with anything, it is a very poor result. Now, though, they're under pressure from Finland. They're not able to fully set up before they're engaged on AKTM. He might have a play, but he can't use it here just yet.
Tayo being forced mostly to play a bit passive around Linksy here. Linksy, the aggressor. He's the one that's definitely trying to get up in his face, but here's that high ground control I was talking about. Japan have to take some of it away from Finland here. The Finns cede some control, and AKTM can dive bomb now.
AKTM had a chance to heal up, had a chance to lick his wounds, and now he can bring out the blade. He's looking for the opportunity, and here it is. It's unsheathed, it's hungry for blood, and it is cutting through any Finns that might be here in the payload.
Nicely done from AKTM. Gets Zappos as he gets out of the suit. No chance for stall from him. Primal Rage is forced for Diarton, but he's probably more than happy to use it at this stage. It's going to be easier for him to keep Finland away from the payload, prevent them from any chance of being contested. Japan sail into the 3rd stage of the map now with a bit of momentum behind him.
They might be sailing into the 3rd stage, but it was bumpy seas indeed here, Mitch, where, look at that replay, beautiful stuff. But here's the problem. Finland bought themselves a lot of time here. This is defensible in the final 2.5 minutes.
Absolutely. There's not a heck of a lot of time for Japan, especially that. Oh, this is great, though. AKTM has switched over towards the McCree once more. He will have to be dealing with a D.Va this time, though. It may not necessarily work, but Japan are investing.
AKTM, of course, as McCree has been very good all weekend long, but this is where Taimu has a bit of a personal grudge. He doesn't want to see anyone else do great on McCree except for him. So you have to expect we're going to be seeing some Soldier versus McCree pressure here as AKTM under assault by the Finns. The fight is underway.
Yeah, Frankie tries to dive on AKTM, but that provokes a responsive Transcendence out from Japan to keep AKTM the rest of the back line nice and healthy. Self-destruct's going to get dropped in front of the payload. Now the Pulse Bomb drops short. AKTM still has a bit of room to breathe, a bit of freedom here, and Tayo with the kill onto Zappos is going to help a lot. No more D.Va for the McCree to worry about.
And now we're in cleanup phase. This is where McCree can be so good, but Linkser having none of that. Able to take down AKTM, and this is big for Finland and just buying themselves some time. And Linkser not done yet.
Tayo now just peeks back in and realizes that most of his team have already either absconded willingly or otherwise. They've moved out of the Gulcher Studios now, need to set up once more. A dead high already for AKTM on his first run, but again, hard to connect that when there is a D.Va afoot.
These sight lines are a little bit tougher here for AKTM, but he has been a master of threading needles here so far. He's going to be looking for that as Japan. Setting up here once more. Finland not giving them any easy targets, but they are opening up the possibility of diving in. A minute remains here on the clock as Japan poking, prodding, looking for a way to engage this.
Finland know they need to neutralize AKTM very early in the fight. It means they have to be aggressive on this defense to remove the huge damage threat that AKTM poses. Look how far back he can stand. Deadeye coming in now, waiting for the little red skulls of happiness so he can clean up some of these targets here. So far doesn't look like he's found too much. No, he gets Zappos out of the mech. That'll do for now.
That is reasonable right now for Japan. They're able to weaken the front line of Finland, and now they seize the opportunity moving in. Linkser, though, has been the thorn in their side. Takes down 2. A absolute reckoning in the back line here for Linkser.
Linkser honestly gone under the radar a little bit. We spent so much time talking about Taimu in this team. Linkser says his tracer is hit and miss, but right now he is hitting pay dirt and the rest. We'll have to keep an eye on him later on. Again, he finds yours, and that's an ominous sound. CP time is running low for the Japanese.
The Japanese have one more attack left here, and they're gonna have to do it in overtime. They will have no time left remaining as they get this in, but they have one good attempt left nonetheless, and this is one where they're going to have to move in with the sound barrier. Claire will set them up with the barrier, and they'll look for early kills after. Japan, final opportunity coming up.
Yeah. Linkser forcing AKTM back there. The pulse bomb didn't connect, but it's definitely keeping this Lawbreaker nice and honest. The Peacekeeper plugging away, trying to connect with some of these Finnish players, and AKTM struggling to get up close enough. Linkser's already desuited Jasper. This could be problematic for Japan.
Late Deadeye out here from AKTM, hoping that someone takes his bluff, but no, not able to find anything as Taimu holds strong in the back, deals with the flanking threat, and Japan, they have to throw bodies on the payload here. They are getting whittled down piece by piece. Overtime, very much in progress.
Self-destruct comes in. Oh, it's a big one. The fireworks just to punctuate the finish there for Finland. Japan had no choice but to throw themselves at the payload, but let's just say nuclear deterrence is pretty effective in Overwatch.
Absolutely, and that D.Va self-destruct throws them off the point and secures it for Finland, preventing Japan from getting the full completion.
Well, let's discuss this a little bit quickly before we jump into the attacking side for Finland. We saw McCree on that final stage there. Might be a little bit of a brief moment here for Yoz to discuss with one of the officials. But McCree on that final stage. AKTM, McCree's been hyped up heavily. It seems like, though, his impact was minimal on that final point.
Well, at this point, it's not a surprise, right? Where we've had 2 solid days of gameplay to see AKTM coming in on the McCree. There's no way that Finland wasn't discussing this as a possibility, and you saw that dive-wise, they were very ready to throw Fraggy in on him in the very beginning, to have Linkser treat him as a high priority. And speaking of Linkser, what a great day he's been having here so far.
And we're definitely going to have to get on board with him on the attacking side as well. I mean, I felt like the first time we cast Finland, it was very much Taimu having a very, very good game. Yesterday was a bit tougher for them, but constantly in the background, much in the same way that Diazan, I think, has been performing for Japan. Linkser, in the background on a lot of these fights, has been assassinating some very important targets. The kill feed's lighting up with him. That's a good indicator for us to know that he is absolutely doing his job.
Well, and think about this for Linkser. This is the 2nd World Cup in a row where he has had to swap to a role that he doesn't normally play.
True.
But if you remember back in a year prior, he got better and better on his Reinhardt as the tournament went on. And we might be seeing the same here with this Tracer, where now he's gotten into a comfort zone with this team, and he's going, actually, totally fine playing the Tracer right now.
Last year, it was very interesting to see him play that Reinhardt. It was a setup that maybe wasn't optimal. Finland just put the best players in the team, not necessarily on the best roles. But let's have a look at some of the highlights so far from this first half of Hollywood. And of course, here we've seen Tayo do a heck of a lot of work, obviously, earlier on. The Tracers have definitely been a big fixture of this game. Even as Tayo's doing work, you can see Linkser on that kill feed, getting his own job done. Again, this last fight was pretty important, AKT, and we got this one in slow-mo back and forth earlier on. This last slash, that was a really nice one to do with Zappos.
And that's what they needed there, to clean up that payload and go where they needed to go. But really, the second attack was much more in favor of Finland, where Finland was simply able to make up for lost time there, where the first defense, not so great, but they did gum up the Japanese offense well enough on second to give themselves a fighting chance on last.
That last moment there. Very, very hard to deal with it. If overtime's been ticking for a while and the enemy puts a self-destruct on the payload, you need to break line of sight. But in that scenario, it was impossible for the Japanese squad to do so without getting off the payload entirely. So good work for Finland there to turn that one around, and obviously just to secure things for them. Yoz, obviously, slight technical issue for him, might even be related to his hearing. So we'll be back to join them in just a moment. Again, we talk about Tayo as well. How did he perform based on what we've seen from him so far?
It was a rougher game for Tayo, no doubt about it. Although I think part of that had to do with the fact that we did see Finland controlling their backline a little bit better, and Linkser in general was really taking the fight to Japan before Japan could catch Finland off guard.
And a lot of the first attacks there as well for Diazan were very important. That first point taken for Japan, he was all over that kill feed, very much finishing off those lower health targets. But again, we've got a little bit of time here as we sort some stuff out, so let's meet the team that is Japan.
My name is Sean Tayo Henderson, and my alias is Tayo, and I'm playing for Team Japan. It's actually quite good. We're all getting along together outside of the game, and I think we have good synergy inside the game as well. This is my first big LAN. I've went to one LAN before, but a LAN this scale is my first time, and I'm actually very scared, but I'm enjoying it so far. Personally, I play Tracer, but Yoz, the Zenyatta player, is amazing at killing Tracers, so I think he's definitely a player to look out for. Claire, our captain, is quite energetic on stage, but outside of the game, he's quite, just calm, so I guess he's pretty funny to watch. And AKTM, he's like the goofball, I guess. My teammates tell me that I'm brain dead, so I'm used more as like a tool than a player. We're definitely here to win the game, but we're also here to enjoy ourselves. And probably everyone outside of Japan thinks that Japan is not that great of a nation, for Overwatch at least, and so I want to prove that we're actually very good. That's probably our main reason why we're here.
Japan fighting!
I have to assume in some way or another that brain dead means something else in Japanese, perhaps more of a compliment to pay one of your teammates. In all fairness, Tayo is very much seen like the cerebral player he needs to be on that Tracer, not really just the tool.
No, we value him as more than a tool. He is a human being and a pretty good tracer at that, so even if your team doesn't have your back, we certainly do.
Well, I have to assume they do in some way or another there as well. I'm glad they highlighted Yo's as well. We saw a bit of him on the Ana so far as well, but I mean, you hear Tayo talking up his Zen quite a lot. You notice that Tayo is incredibly good English. He's actually spent quite a bit of time in the States and even has played on some Australian rosters so far. So he's actually really well known around the scene. And when we spoke to him as well, he did say, well, we're a bit intimidated, we're a little bit frightened, we feel like we're definitely not one of the strongest teams in this group. He believes that they surprised themselves. They thought they would get 4-0'd by Spain. But now, of course, we had a pause, ladies and gentlemen, at halftime here on Hollywood ZP. Japan managed to finish the map. Well, not quite finish the map, as you can see. Finland do need to get past that yellow box of victory.
This is good for Finland, though. This is a very... not so much easily achievable win condition, but it is a better win condition than having to finish the map and go to extra rounds. So this is not a good, or this is not necessarily where Japan wanted to be.
No, not at all. Finland with plenty of time, of course. It really all depends. It comes down to this first attack, I think it's safe to say. We'd love to see some Orisa here from Zappas, but I feel like that's very unlikely. However, we have seen it from time to time on the defensive side of this map. So far, though, Japan... we won't go with anything too crazy in terms of their compositions here. The Tracer and the Genji, jeez, come on, Mitch. And we will see Yo's up on that Ana here as well. A lot of burst healing, really generally more efficient at giving large amounts of healing than a Zenyatta is outside of the Transcendence, but sometimes a bit fragile to dive.
Well, it appears we do have a pause here once again. Things will get settled here in just a moment, but one thing I wanted to ask you here, Mitch, as we were talking about players, but where do you think Taimu has been here so far today, where we know he ranges from utterly dominant to sometimes having less than ideal games? On that spectrum, where do you think Taimu's been weighing in?
It's very, very difficult to judge that. We've seen on multiple occasions where Taimu's been incredibly effective, even just peeking out and hitting a massive Helix rocket kill. I believe it was actually Tayo that was felled by one of those just outside of the Goldsha Studios on that first half there. So he's definitely been impactful, but you have to understand that it's very, very easy as a Diva player to mitigate the entire presence of a Soldier 76 with one press of the button. The defense matrix is incredibly strong, specifically against that hit scan pressure from range that 76 can provide. And Taimu, unfortunately, is in a position where he has to work around that.
Certainly, and one thing I think we have noticed with Taimu is that he has been under a lot of pressure here in this game so far, but that could be part of the reason why Linkser, on top of having very good skill in general, has been able to find more opportunities on his Tracer, where if you're looking at Taimu and focusing on him, you're not necessarily giving a Tracer in your backline as much focus, and that's where right now it does feel like Linkser has had lots of room to work with.
Yeah, so far so good for him. If you can really tax the mental bandwidth, of course, as a Diva, that's quite important then to let the rest of your team control the game. We're going to go to a very quick commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. Some things are sorted out on the stage. We'll be back real shortly.
The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, T-Mobile, and Blizzard Entertainment.
When I was a girl, I had a fear of spiders. I was told they felt no emotion, that their hearts never beat. But I know the truth. At the moment of the kill, they are never more alive. I am in position.
What's in the name? Well, that depends on what you do with it. Put it out there. Get good with it. Like, really good. Get it on a team. Get it on a big monthly check. Make your whole city know it. Check that. The whole world. Get it on the back of a champion.
That's your name.
Better yet, become a champion. What's in the name? Well, that's up to you.
Well, Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Overwatch World Cup group stages here in Sydney, Australia. And the crowd is loving it. They've been with us from the very beginning, and they've been absolutely stellar. And this match promises to be just the same. A couple technical issues here in the beginning between Japan and Finland. We've seen the first half already from Japan. They did not finish the map on Hollywood. They came close. Finland now have a chance to try and replicate. Let's recap very briefly what we've seen for those just joining us.
What we saw just a moment ago was that Japan did come out with a very strong offense in the beginning, but Finland able to bear down and grit it and have a good hold on second that gave them enough time to hold out in the very end on last.
Of course, and the results so far of the day have been very interesting. We saw a couple of things. Of course, Australia struggling to really take down Sweden. It was a 3-1 result in that way. And we do see Italy exit the tournament, failing to take a map against Portugal. That's what we've already seen so far. But this is the really interesting group. This is where things get super freaky, especially depending on the results of this game, because Finland could be either out of the playoffs, they could be in the playoffs conditionally, or they could be absolutely in first place in this group. That's just how slim the margin is between these two teams. If Finland 4-0 Japan here, they go straight through.
Right, and it's very critical that they do get the 4-0 from their interest, because if they do not, what happens? They then have to look to Vietnam for help. Of course, after this, Vietnam is playing against Spain, but given how Vietnam has done so far, it's not necessarily likely that they're going to be able to give Finland the help they need. So for Finland, every map right now, completely crucial.
Let's further illustrate this with the Group D standings so everyone can actually see where things are at right now. Okay, so 7-1 for Japan right now. Spain are hot on their heels and could potentially get themselves into the top two. Finland, again, winning here against Japan, that puts them to 8-4. That means Japan would stay at 7-1. So that propels them straight to the top. Unfortunately, our friends from Vietnam aren't in contention here, but we actually have the potential of a three-way tie.
We have the potential for a three-way tie, and for Vietnam, they still have something to play for. They can still play the role of spoiler, where if they are able to bloody Spain, they can very much hurt Spain's chances going forward. So that can always be a fun role to be in, where even if you can't advance, you can still make your mark on the final day.
We've got a little bit of time to burn through here as well, so might be worth discussing one particular player that has really seen so many different roles in Overwatch, even outside of the World Cup situation. Zappis, of course, hailing from Finland. I mean, he was the captain of Team SG1, throw way back to the beginning of Overwatch's inception in Europe. This guy's played every role in the game so far.
Zappis goes way back to the beginnings of Overwatch, and Mitch is right, where we've seen him go on pretty much everything over the course of Overwatch, whether it be tank, whether it be support for a brief stint.
He played Ana, he kind of popularized the triple tank with Ana.
He's basically done the Overwatch World Tour on all roles, so it's been fun to see him here on a relatively versatile Finland team.
Let's see if he can continue that World Tour all the way to BlizzCon. That would be what Finland are looking for, especially here. And it's a decent start on the defense, but now we're back into game, ladies and gentlemen. It is Hollywood. It is a second half. Japan with 2 checkpoints, and Finland now to try and do them one better.
And look at what we have here. Fraggy coming out on the Reinhardt. No Winston in sight right now for Finland. They're going full ground and pound, and Japan is going to have to give this Reinhardt due respect.
Love me a bit of Ryan, I'm not going to lie. So far, Fraggy up in the front, protecting his team from a lot of damage. They got the pick on AKTM. What a perfect start for Finland now as they bear down on Japan.
Particularly AKTM, who has been the star hero here for Japan, the one they look to for big plays. Japan is getting bloodied here, but they're able to disengage. So many people were low here, and perhaps they can find a way back into this fight, even as they get muscled out.
Link's trying to sneak into the backline of Japan, but Yo's actually dealt with him quite easily by the looks of things. Jasper's desuited now. Fraggy was the one that was able to get him out of that one, and he's also taken down as soon as he is ejected. Still, it's a slow fight. It's a war of attrition with this Reinhardt, but Finland are making it work for them, and Dianton gets caught by Taimu as he hits the ground.
So we're wondering where Taimu was today. Let me tell you that right now, he is doing incredible. Very good cleanup from Taimu. Lots of space being made for him here, and he is the cleanup that Finland needs right now to secure this point.
Yeah, he's looking pretty cool, calm and collected there. You notice he was watching this corner. He's actually ready to fire up a Helix rocket. As soon as the Tracer appears, he's going to try and let him have it. Wasn't quite enough damage, though, and Taimu is able to recall out. The point's not fully taken yet, and Taimu is trying to stall further.
But when you force the Tracer to use the rewind, she can't stall for that long. She has to throw herself in, and she still ends up falling. So Taimu, good control onto the Tracer, a 6v5 here for Finland, and all sorts of power stored up in their ultimates.
Absolutely what you want right now for Finland. Now, we're staying on the Reinhardt here. Fraggy knows that he can't access the high ground on this particular hero unless he wants to stand on the lift, but Japan have to commit to the low ground eventually. Fraggy wants to line up a big Earth Shatter as it comes around and guarantee a fight win for Finland.
And if there's anything Fraggy loves doing, it is dropping the hammer on an unsuspecting team. An ultimate showdown here is going to be underway. Japan needs to rise when the smoke is settled. Otherwise, Finland could be saying an unstoppable time.
It's going to be a Nana who's coming in here. I believe it's AKTM with the Dragon Blade, and Fraggy knows he needs to respond to this immediately. Look to the back line. Oh no! He had the charge on AKTM, but Tayo took him down before he could pin him.
That is insane. He didn't get him all the way, but still gets him out of the fight for a little bit. Taimu, strong, consistent cleanup, and guns Diva out of the sky. This might not be Duck Hunt, but he's trying.
That's Clay Pigeon Shitty. I've ever seen that. What is that? Zappos comes in with a triple. Both supports and Tayo are felled by the self-destruct. It wasn't the shock and awe factor of the Earth Shadow that got the fight. Fraggy can say that for later after Zappos has just gone ballistic.
And this is one of the best times to have an Earth Shadow. This is where Reinhardt is so crucial. Japan doesn't have much in the tank right now, but one good Earth Shatter could put Finland over the top.
Japan don't have the chance to really get good high ground control here. They're trying to do so. You can see Zappos is chasing him up there, keeping them accountable for all of their movements outside of the Gulcher Studios. Lynx are now going to be flanking. This is what you do as Tracer. Earth Shatter comes in, seems to have done the job for now. Claire was taken down with the initial impact, and Zappos finds the Arton up on high.
A simple two-man Earth Shatter, but so good right now for the Finns. They're keeping Japan on the back foot. They're not able to reestablish their defense, and Zenyatta, that's not where you go for a drink. Tracer is right there for you.
Ringo the bells, and Finland are barreling forward towards their objective here. One last stage of the battle. Pulse Bomb Spectral Delivery hits the inside of the bubble there. Lynx is able to avoid it, but Japan don't feel the sting either.
Japan right now needs to take a deep breath and find some sort of fortitude here, because this Finland offense has been unrelenting. Japan, from the very first moment, unable to get a clean fight here. And Finland, they're looking like a completely different team.
Fraggy still on the Reinhardt here. Very happy to play it in this last phase as well, especially because the apertures and the sidelines are quite narrow for Japan if they actually want to venture out of that last little cul-de-sac. So Fraggy can protect his team quite easily. That shield's getting very low though. Taimu needs to respect the Arton here and back up somewhat.
Taimu though, plenty of space being made here. Zappos protecting him here with the defensive matrix. Fraggy there as well. He has been the consistent source of damage here for Finland. And now here comes the visor. Finland is going in.
I think it was a miscall. Jasper wasn't actually desuited yet. And still Taimu went for the attack visor. It still seems to work out though. A lot of the damage was mitigated by the defense matrix, but Taimu still gets a desuit on Jasper, and now the rest of the hit scan pressure can be applied.
Japan unable to find their inner fortitude right now as Finland keeps moving forward, and the nightmare might be continuing here, Mitch, because take a look at what they have for this final part. Barrier and Transcendence. Japan, they have to blow their Transcendence, but Finland can stagger their support ults in turn.
Fraggy now as well wants to get better than a strict Twitch mod and bring that hammer down. Diarton falls, and now he's right up in front. He lays it through. Jasper, nothing he could do. He had a Orb of Harmony on him, but it wasn't enough to heal him up, and Taimu free to do damage from the back line. That's it. First map to Finland. And the bare minimum of what they needed to achieve today. If they want certainty going into the playoffs, this must be a clean sheet for them.
Well, we said that Finland needs to go for the 4-0 map victory here over Japan. And to do that, you have to be dominant. What did we see there, if not dominance, from the Finland side?
Right, and sticking to the Reinhardt for the entirety of the map as well, for some people it would seem quite strange. Zappos did say in the interview beforehand, we're going to bring something a little bit off meta here, and I think it's safe to say that a Reinhardt would fulfill that condition quite sufficiently. We talked about it earlier on. Reinhardt has a lot of problems hitting good Earth Shatters against teams that run dive, because Tracer and Genji are super hard to connect with. They can blink out, they've got mobility, abilities, but if you can catch both supports, or even one of the supports sometimes with an Earth Shatter, Reinhardt players are actually satisfied with that nowadays. Just get both their supports, just disrupt the backline with that Earth Shatter, and then let someone like Zappos or Taimu do the rest.
The other thing that I think is interesting here is that even though there are ways that dive can get around Reinhardt, and that's why you don't see Reinhardt as often, it's not necessarily clear if Japan has had the experience playing against a Reinhardt-powered team, so Finland might be getting more mileage out of Fraggy and this tank play than they would against some of the other teams. And now Japan has to find an answer to this over the course of the series, and their next shot will be on this upcoming control map.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit more surprised if we saw Reinhardt played, perhaps on Nepal. There are a couple of maps there where it does make sense to run a Reinhardt, but the play style has changed now. Especially up against dive compositions, there's very little justification for charging forward as a Reinhardt and trying to get those pins. We did actually see Fraggy resort to that as a last resort as AKTM came in with a nano boosted Dragon Blade. And to be fair, even though he didn't get the pin, he kept AKTM out of the fight long enough to give his team the fighting chance. It's Lijiang Tower, though, ZP, we're going into for our second map.
And this is interesting because I think you can definitely use a Reinhardt in Control Center. No doubt about there, but depending on how you want to play it, there are times where you can sometimes make it work on Night Market as well. So I would say here, if I'm Finland, I would be interested in just trying the Reinhardt here and seeing if Japan can beat it.
It won't be Control Center first, of course. Garden will be where we kick off on Lijiang Tower. Fun fact for you, the first team to run a Reinhardt on this map type was MVP Space, a Korean team, not a top-level Korean team either. They actually played in some North American online cups, and it looked really bad. It just didn't work at all. But then, a couple of weeks later, triple tank meta hits, and everyone starts playing this tanky compositions. Reinhardt is seen all the time, but that's where it began, on this map.
So Fraggy right now is teasing us with this early Reinhardt, and this is a case where it's exciting for fans, where we have seen a very Winston-dominated meta, but we know that the meta is always shifting. Nothing is set in stone, and it's the players who play the heroes that make things happen. So now, you take a look here, this is an evolving story over the course of this series.
Right, that's what makes this so cool, actually, is that teams can sort of get their star players on their preferred roles, which gives you those pocket picks like Fraggy's Reinhardt. On this map, you can see some Pharah. Japan haven't showed that yet, so Fraggy doesn't have to worry about concussive blast. He does have to worry about pulse bombs that Tayo is going to be looking to stick to him.
Well, Fraggy is going to be coming out here on that Reinhardt again, and this is sort of the Taimu defense force. You have the Reinhardt there to shield him. You have the D.Va holding back. They're letting Taimu shine, but Fraggy under very heavy pressure here to start things out.
It's going to be so hard for him to stay alive, and he eventually does go down, but enough time was bought for Finland to at least get a trade kill back on Diana. AKTM forced to have gone back over the wall as Taimu was ready to unload after he got a little bit of health back. And this is a man to watch in this map. This is where Genji can really shine. Tayo has also been lifting trees for him over that fight. Finland didn't know what hit them.
Tayo powering up, hitting that Reinhardt early on, leading the way. AKTM, his tag team partner in that match, and they are able to surround and outblitz Finland here. And now Reinhardt dreams might be coming to an end, at least for the stage. They have swapped off to the Winston.
Yeah, because Japan were probably hoping to see that from Finland, because they just dove straight on top of Fraggy and gave him no room to breathe. AK team harassing down now as well on towards Zuppe. A little bit of extra damage might do the job. He's forced back over the edge. He can't climb up. Oh! It's a long walk off a short ledge for our man AKTM. But the rest of his team have been standing up in the meantime. Jasper and Claire, the last two up on that kill feed, and Tayo was using space effectively here. Taimu gets crashed up against the wall, and Yos finds the kill.
AKTM or no AKTM, Japan is holding strong. They simply disengage, let Finland go a little bit deeper, and counter dive and punish. And now for Japan, they are in a great situation for the next fight. They are loaded for bear.
Absolutely. Dragon Blade, Transcendent, Self-Destruct, Sound Barrier. There'll be a Pulse Bomb, even Primal Rage. Japan have everything they need at their fingertips here to orchestrate a victory in this first round. Let's see how the execution looks.
Oh, we like talking about barriers, bombs, and blades, and Japan is going to have one of each right now. Jasper going to get D-Max before the barrier, so that's a little bit rough for Japan. They're not going to have what they need here immediately, but Claire holding on to that barrier, and now they're going to open up with the Transcendence instead.
Yeah, Finland got brutalized early in the fight, and that was probably prematurely required for Zuppe to come forward with the Transcendence and the Sound Barrier. This is it. This is the last gambit for Finland. They realize that Tenul finds AKTM as he tries to charge through with the Dragon Blade. It's a little bit harder without a nano boost there, but that's not going to get the job done entirely for Finland yet.
Finland has been ragdolling harder than any other team, but will it be enough? They're under assault. Beautiful AoE damage coming in here from the Winston Blade Japan, and he tears right through Finland. They did not have an answer, and this fight should be over for them.
Yeah, Diathan just punctuates his performance now with a Primal Rage, even able to escape the self-destruct there, or at least be able to tank through the damage. And this is bad. Finland have hardly any chance to get back to this point. They can try and jump through the window, but no! Fraggy doesn't even get off the ground. Failure to launch has caused Finland to go one down in this best of three here on Lijiang.
Japan wanted to save Fraggy's shame there, where we saw the other day Fraggy had jumped, couldn't quite get into the window. Now they just apply the Pulse Bomb, and he dies before he gets the chance.
Yeah, it's actually hard to hit that jump as well as that Winston player. You sort of need to time it quite well and just slot straight through the window on the side of the pergola on the point to try and keep the contest going there. But even with him having done that, he would have got burst down very heavily. Japan looks sick on this map so far. You can see Tayo, he's even feeling it. He's feeling swole. He's got the sleeves done up. He's ready to roll.
Finland has still been trying to protect Taimu with everything they have, but Japan was simply too oppressive there. Coming in from all angles, focus firing targets down. On every way you want to look at it there, Japan had the advantage. Now we move on to the night market, where we'll see if Finland can reverse course.
There's so much riding on this round. If Finland lose this and ultimately lose the map, their fate rests in the hands of Spain in the match against Vietnam. That's not what you want to hand someone over the ability to decide what your fate is.
If Finland wants to remain in control of their own destiny, they need to get this down, but look at that! Tinnitus on the menu. Taimu and Zumbe gonna fall, and yet Finland evening it back up. It is 3-on-3 right now for this first point.
Linksa trying to just backtrack a little bit on the point, but you can see the charge coming in from AKTM lays him very low, trying to escape and hide behind Zappos' defense matrix now, offload some damage, try and lay Japan low, but AKTM is so hard to follow. He catches Linksa as he dashes through. Zappos at least gets the D-suit, but Japan have control of the point.
That was very close, but Japan, they're the ones in control right now. Finland trying to bring it back. They're balling on the outside, but it's not going in their favor. Japan is going to get that vital cleanup, which not only cleanly gives them control of the point, but look at AKTM. He is going to have a blade thirsty for the next fight.
The raw mechanical skill of Japan's DPS players and their tanks is giving them such a huge boost right now. And let's not even talk about Claire getting a double boot kill in that first fight. Not something you see every day, especially if it's not an environmental kill, and that gave Japan a huge lead early on.
Well, Japan, they have a good setup here, and here comes the blade. AKTM looking for blood into the Finland backline. Not getting here just yet, but while they're looking at Genji, they don't see the Diva. It's a double self-destruct kill there, and Japan has thrown Finland back once more.
Yeah, that's huge. You de-suit the Diva and you kill the enemy soldier 76 with that self-destruct. That's more value than you expect to get otherwise. And now Japan, the lanterns swing back and forth as the smoke clears over on the middle of the map, and they are looking real good on night market.
Finland, they have to find a way through. This might be one of their better chances. They still have to go through double support ultimate, so what does that even say? And they are under heavy pressure here. Unable to get through the room, but that's big. Linksa opening the way. The sound barrier is out.
Yos couldn't save Claire with the transcendence of the pulse bomb hit. Time to think about a bit of a back cap attempt, but needs to deal with AKTM first. He had no idea what was happening. His assailant was standing behind him. Timer needs to run away from the Tesla cannon here, but looks like Diathan has bigger fish to fry, and he does just that. Tayo helps him out. Now Timer could be in trouble. No, don't send him over the edge. Say it isn't so. Timu, some twinkle toes, quick footwork. It won't be enough though. He's swatted down, can't escape.
You can have all the fancy footwork you want, but it doesn't matter when your feet are no longer touching the ground. Kennel though, able to DMAC Jasper, and not important for that fight, but might give Finland a slight edge into this next fight as we're down to the final 10% for the Finns.
Finland gotta go, there's no other choice. Sound barrier here for 4 members of Japan. That's all they can manage. Yos goes down before it propped to Linksa, but Zuppe now is responded on to. Tayo's found his way into the back line of Finland as well. Trying to undo them from inside, pull the thread, wait for the sweater to unravel here. We're in overtime. Linksa and Zappos have done a great job to deal with some of these big players here. It looks like they'll have control of the point at the death of it. The bell tolls, but Finland decide to keep going.
Finland still in control of their own fate here, but the question is for how long? They now must be perfect. If they lose a single fight, they're going to have to look for help. Japan, so close to securing where they need to be, and they might be able to do it off the blade of AKTM here.
Self-destruct over in the middle here. Let's see who this impacts so far. Diathan falls down, and there was a D-suit as well, if I'm not mistaken, on Jasper. Yes, that was timing to make sure that happened. Finland very good so far. It's a 2-for-none trade early in the fight, and AKTM goes over the edge. He knows this fight is over.
Not only was that good for Finland because it's a one fight, but you take a look at what they had to expend to win that fight. Not much at all. They're going to have both support ults up for the next engagement, and they could layer them to really secure that out, which is going to bring them so much closer to winning the round.
AKTM has a Dragon Blade here. He's going to pull that, and Yoz is going to try and chase him in with a Transcendence and keep him topped up. There's 2 support ultimates, like you pointed out, though. It's a huge investment to throw into this. Maybe Japan want to bait something out at this stage, but they still got a decent lead. Taimu's down.
Taimu is down here early on in Finland. They have to ultimate to compensate. They get down the opposing Winston, though, so both sides passing into the Iris, and Finland's going to break it down. The barrier is out, and they are well protected here against Japan, but not getting the kills they need right now. Japan's still alive.
Zuppe finds AKTM, and this is very, very good for Finland. They're winning this fight out. They're wresting things back into their control. Fraggy! Beautiful stuff, and remember, if you see the Diva pilot die in the kill feed before the mech, you know she's fallen off the edge. That's the only way you can normally tell. So 2 kills for him with the primal rage.
Finland, 1 fight away, but they're going to have to face the music here as Claire has a barrier up for this fight. They need to have a good disengage, otherwise Japan will simply roll over them, and here we go. This potentially final fight is underway.
Here we go over the top. Diathan goes in. 4 players benefit from the sound barrier, but not AKTM. No, Japan flipped the point back in those final moments. Finland now, the pressure's on them. It's been taken out from under them. The rug pulled out, and now they're getting the kills to boot. Yoz gets Zappos with a headshot over on the point. You can see Linksa desperately trying to get back, but he can't escape. Yoz is going absolutely ham, and that's overtime ticking down. snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Japan have actually brought it back to make it a 2-0. The committee's up on their feet, and how can you blame them?
I don't mind Finland backing up there. They were in a very tough situation where they had to have a good disengage from the sound barrier. That meant they had to give up control of the point, but if they fought that straight up, they would have lost anyways. So Japan, by having slightly better ult economy and getting the early edge, they made that final decisive fight relatively easy for them.
But Finland straight up can't allow that to happen. They can't get back-capped in that fight. The stakes are already high enough as it is, and you have less ultimates. You've got no support to get a feel for it so far, but we have seen it pop up in quite a large amount of series.
No doubt about it, and teams have been willing to bring it here where it is a change from the tried and true, but it's also where if you feel innovative, you can catch teams off guard.
Hey, that's a bit of Reaper action here. Maybe AK Team is actually going to go for that one here, switching off, I think it was May or something, and it is the Edgelord himself who's going to be joining us here on Horizon Lunar Colony. And Azaya as well. What is the composition from Japan?
I don't know what it is, but I am glad to see it. People want to see a little bit of variety. We're getting it. And for Japan, they are bringing this tanky, ground and pound composition up the right side right now. And Finland now, they've seen what they're up against. They have to decide what is the best course of action here.
It's like, do we dive this composition that has a Reaper? Can we afford to get up close to them? Finland is still figuring out what they're going to do, but Japan have already moved on to the point. They've already got a third.
Finland right now, they're mind frozen. They don't know what to do. Finally, they throw the Diva onto the point, but they gave up a tick for free. Blinkster, though, isolating out the Zarya, taking her out when the shield is off cooldown. And now Finland, they don't get the point. They're good up 2 ticks for free. What is going on?
No, he's got into the back line. Finland now going to struggle to stand up against this kind of pressure. And yes, Reaper always finds his mark at AKTM. That chalk one more up, and that battle between him and Taimu.
And what we saw there, the reason why they had to give up the ground is that Japan, tankier here, and AKTM able to just roll right through. Heavy damage from Japan.
There it is, first point for Japan. And you can see that AKTM, now with the changes to Reaper actually gaining health back based on the damage that he does, was able to stay around for so much of that fight. 80% towards his Death Blossom. Now we know what Azai is here. Tayo wants to protect AKTM with a barrier when he goes to breakdance and do some damage.
And here's the scary part right now for Finland. They don't have much left in the tank to deal with this. Japan, with all the momentum in the world, they're going to open up here. There's the nano-boosted Reaper. We've gone back in time.
Yeah, exactly. He hasn't quite used this Death Blossom yet, though. He's forced to Shadow Form away from the oncoming damage. Maybe the timing wasn't quite there. The Diva needs to be dealt with before he goes for a Death Blossom, otherwise the damage will be for naught.
Self-destruct in over the top for Japan, zoning out Finland. They've already almost given up a tick here on the point, but no kills are going in their favor. Japan, too tanky, too much damage going on from AKTM, and he spins to win it here into the back.
Graviton also used it to the backside, but the follow-up damage is just coming now. Tayo picks up both Zappas and Taimu inside that one, gets a third kill. Zaya bringing the pain on this map, and Japan have completely dashed Finland aside. They're probably still wondering what the heck is going on.
Well, right now they are stalling out with the last little bit they have left. They cannot give up anything. No, now you're able to break it down. Let's break it. Oh, as Kiddo is dispatched. No more stalling out from Finland.
Relief, surprise, elation, all written on the faces of the Japanese squad right now. And yeah, that's a very, very different approach. That's something we haven't seen yet in this World Cup. And it's quite straightforward, of course, if you look at it that way. First of all, Tayo realizes how important putting a projected barrier over on his Reaper is going to be. You're going to get a lot of health back. You're going to get free charge because the enemy team is going to be so frantically trying to focus down and burst down that Reaper. And it is shades of the old, what we call Beyblade meta, when Reaper was the main tool to break apart enemy teams.
The reason why that composition was able to work so well is that it gives you a lot of tankiness when you are clumped up, and the Reaper gives you a lot of damage when you try to attack that clump. So if you're able to get onto the point relatively untouched, like Japan did there, it actually becomes a really big problem to evict them from the point, and that's why Finland gave up a tick for free there in the beginning. They weren't really sure how to handle it, and the response was simply not good enough to remove Japan from their territory.
AKTM so far seems to be the master of everything but the meta. Obviously, we've seen the McCree from him, now the Reaper, perhaps something a little bit more standard. This is an Easter egg for those of you who haven't seen this yet. A bit of correspondence between Winston and one of the doctors, presumably Zhang. And you can find a couple of cute things on this particular map if you know where to look. Ideally, I'd rather in quick play you were fragging the enemy team and not spending time checking that out. But hey, in your own time, boot up a game, have a look around. You can even lock in Hanzo for that. No one's going to complain.
Well, you don't speak for all of us, but...
Oh, get out. Get out. I'm solo casting this game. Get out. Out.
We're looking at the defense here, coming out here from the side of Japan. No more Reaper this time around, but it will be AKTM in the back line with the Soldier. A little bit of a different approach here from the Japanese defense.
Okay, Finland going with a mirror composition here. As you can see, there's no Annas on the map, there's no Genjis, no Reapers this time either. Finland going to come in with a fairly standard composition that's been working for them so far. Keep your eyes on Linksa to do some work. Already they're pushing forward, but Japan have come from an unexpected angle. Zombie goes low, forcing quickly to backpedal away from all the action. However, Diarton is the first to drop the time.
Finland right now, they're waiting for the dive. They were well prepared. They get rid of the initial Winston, and now they're able to get a strong presence here on the point. Japan might have had a good start, but so has Finland here so far.
Taimu, 100 HP, forced to back away and try and get some help from that biotic field. Finland going to set up on this point pretty comfortably. Linksa did go down, but the rest of Japanese DPSs need to deal with their targets. Linksa wasn't the only one of importance.
2 ticks right now for the Finland team, but Japan, they're getting back into action here. They have most of the reinforcements in, and they get down Zuppe. Might let them push right back in, and they're doing it, Mitch.
That's it. Japan coming back here with alacrity. Taimu the only player to find a kill on Diarton, and that's it. Japan managed to regroup, reset themselves, and reassert their dominance over on this first point. That's big. Things like that, on a map where teams often finish quite easily, they could make the difference.
Think about how that changes the game. Instead of Finland moving into second with momentum, they have to spend another minute to a minute and a half at the least getting through point A, and then Japan should have decent ultimates left to defend. It is a game changer that Japan was able to defend, and now we'll see if they do it again as Finland comes in off this left flank.
Linksa barrels in very deep, already wants to set up behind the point. Zoppe though, that pick is going to be making a huge difference here. Jasper was actually almost able to get back into his suit. At the moment of that opportunity, he's taken down. Tai over the pulse bomb towards Kittle. Taimu falls down as well. Losing that first pick still seems to be okay for Japan. They're weathering the storm once again.
Japan was not really dope on there. They just backed up, had better counter poke, and Finland never got the early pickoffs they needed there. And now, what was simply delay from Japan has turned into a terrible nightmare now for Finland.
Things not going very well in Zappers. That's actually, yeah, that's the trash airlock. That's where you just put the rubbish and it just goes out into space there. So Zappers obviously maybe took a wrong turn at Albuquerque and was disposed of.
Look, I think it's a crime to throw out anything Diva related there. I'm not sure what's going on the moon, but what we do know right now is that Japan has put forward an iron defense here so far. Finland, though, they have resources, and you got to think a Transcendence dive is underway as they go up the left side once more.
Again, same approach. Japan also commit to the middle of the map and set themselves up. They're going to get on the point now, though, very, very quickly. Finland already accrued 2/3 of the percentage here, but Taimu's going to work in from the side again. He's sheltering behind the defense matrix of Zappers to get optimal damage out, but a self-destruct going to force him to position elsewhere, get a little bit closer to the arc than he would have liked, but here's the Transcendence to keep him topped up.
Finland saved the Transcendence for later, and it's paid off. Japan did their initiation, didn't quite work out, and now Finland, they might have used the barrier, and they do. That's going to keep them alive in the fight, and now they're powering through Japan, taking up player after player, and it's looking like they might have finally cracked the code here for point A.
Yeah, 3 players left for Japan up on this point so far. They brought it back beforehand, but not this time. Big credit to Zoppe in that fight. Discord orbs on every target. He even gets the kill on Diarton on his own. That's impressive, but Finland are behind the 8 ball here by about a minute.
Even if they roll over Japan in this next fight, which is hardly guaranteed, they will have a slower time here on this map. Japan is in the driver's seat. Zero stress for them here in this situation. Finland, meanwhile, having to find a way to get this engaged on their terms as you see the Winston come in, but he immediately is able to back out.
Yeah, very territorial display from Diarton there, just pressing up and getting the bubble down. Defense matrix must be put in front of Taimu right now, and for the most part it is, but not before. He finds Jasper, deals with him as he does get ejected from the suit and now forced into the side room by a very angry Diarton. He, though, is going to be in trouble himself as Finland makes some progress.
This has been slow but steady right now for Finland. Good progress, solid kills. They've kept everyone alive, and Japan is now in the hot seat. Transcendence coming out as they move back onto the point. They are trying to delay and trying to buy Tayo time, and they do! Tayo takes down Zappos, but will it be enough?
Self-destruct comes in. Claire switched over towards the Anik here as well. No need for Lucio, apparently, but perhaps that was what Japan required here. At least AKTM finds a kill on towards Taimu, but he's gone very low. Transcendence thrown into the point to keep Finland fighting. Fitness, this fight continues. 3 minutes and 46 on the clock. Pulse bomb to no avail, doesn't kill Fraggy.
Fraggy right now, the one true Winston, cleaving out everyone. He's new in this room. He's been here in the moon. And Finland, they dropped the beat. They're feeling the music in and around the point. They dodge a self-destruct, moving out of it like it's a raid mechanic, and they are holding strong now.
Nano boosted Dragon Blade coming out for AKTM. He's got all the damage he needs. Unbelievable. Finland were in the driver's seat. Pole position. But Japan turn it back onto them in a matter of seconds. AKTM, the ult timing was just perfect. Claire had the nano, he had the Dragon Blade. It was all lights out for Finland.
They didn't even see him there. Everyone was focused on the points. They didn't see him sneaking to the back line. The blade was drawn, and before they even knew what had happened, they were cut right down. Beautiful stuff from Claire and AKTM to set that up.
This is really bad for Finland. They're now at risk of being almost held out the front. They expended so many ultimate abilities to try and get control of the point. They thought they had it in the bag. They thought it was just a matter of time, but Japan snaps back like a sapling bending in the breeze, and Finland only have now the attack visor to work with.
This is Finland's window right now. If they don't get this here, they're not going to have nearly the time they need. Time has a visor. He needs room. He's right down Zeppe. He uses the visor under pressure, but no! Rocked and socked by Winston in the corner. That's big for Japan.
Bit of a free cam view as we move in. Yoz taken down by Linkser, but that's all he was really able to get for that one. 2/3 of the capture process, again, for Finland has already been secured. There's still a bit more to be done.
Finland right now, very much in danger. As we mentioned, they're going to need help later in this tournament anyways, but if they don't take this here, they will need nothing short of a miracle to stay alive in this tournament. This is something they need, and yet the path right now seemingly unclear as they look for a way in. Japan's going to engage with the defensive Transcendence.
Very messy fight. You can see both Transcendences occurring over the course of that one, but Linkser on the back cap here. It was only 1/3 to go. This is the perfect move. This is going to force Japan to quickly respond. Is that a nano boost in Zenyatta? I've seen everything now. What is that? It gets the headshot towards Linkser. Oh my lord.
Great balls of fire coming in from Yaz, and hasn't been enough right now. Certainly, it kept him alive in this fight, and the back cap attempt by Linkser not quite as good as Finland might have hoped.
I'm sorry for headphone users out there, I really am. That is just the most nutty thing I've really seen. Yoz even gets a kill with it and Japan hold on. The back cap wasn't effective for Linkser, and you're right. There were some pretty fiery balls throwing around, but Linkser's found a pulse bomb on towards Yoz, so no more of that for this fight.
Well, Yoz is down right now. Linkser being a surgeon in the back, but here comes AKTM. The Dream Crusher, the surgeon, slicing back and forth. 2 kills for AKTM, make it 3. Sushi is being served.
1 minute and 6 seconds remain, and Finland once again are turned back with their tail between their legs to spawn. Zappis, no, he's going to get staggered out. He'll get stalled. He needs to get away to safety here. The self-destruct claims AKTM. Can Finland capitalize on this? Is this their opening?
Maybe it is. They need something right now. They're down to the final minute. They need to finish this out with at least 1 second left on the clock, or they don't get another attack. Even overtime would not be enough for them here. They have the barrier. They have the visor. If Taimu is going to have a hero moment now, it has to be in this next fight. Time no longer on the Finn side.
Another nano boost available for Claire here, and it might go towards Diasen in the absence of a Dragon Blade, or maybe Yoz again. Who knows? AKTM goes very low in that fight. It is taken down. It's the Helix Rocket that claims him. Tayo also is struggling. He hangs on to life by getting a recall. Yoz goes for the Transcendence as well. Both teams into the Iris.
Taimu right now looking for anything, and he gets one with the aid of Linkser. Tayo is out. 6v5, but now 4v4. Japan getting the damage they need right now, and they are on the brink. 10 seconds left remaining, and a nano boost is out here once more for Japan as they look for the cleanup.
I believe it was AKTM to benefit from that. Yoz doesn't care. He gets up in the face of Zappis. He's having to challenge down. Bunny Blast reverse all 2 wins. It's Yoz to come out on top. Japan holds strong. Fraggy gets the frag on towards Yoz as he tries to get on towards the point again in that primal rage form. The dash shot for AKTM. The finish on Lynx is there. Pulse bomb drop. No one's there to see it. Oh dear. The Knights of the Rising Sun stand tall. It's 2-1 on this map, and that's all she wrote.
Bad news bears for Finland, where if they were going to keep reasonable hope alive, where perhaps a scenario where Vietnam is able to help them out a little bit, they really needed that map. And I gotta tell you, even though the audience might be really happy with Japan's performance, Spain has to be feeling really good about it as well.
Finland have fallen short of everything they hoped to achieve here at the World Cup. They're probably not in the playoffs at this stage. In fact, I'm pretty sure this is going to put them out of it. It will depend, of course, on how the game between Spain and Vietnam goes, but it's not looking good at all. A team who was in the 3rd and 4th place match last year, who were at BlizzCon. They were huge contenders. Now, oh God, it's not gone well.
No, and remember, just a year ago, they were in the 3rd place matchup against Sweden. They got very, very far into the World Cup 2016 that we saw there. But as far as the Overwatch World Cup 2017 goes, their dreams might end right here.
And now, perhaps the knife in the back, and all that Japan would need to do is twist it here to secure themselves, as they already have done, the top seed in Group D. No one would ever have expected these guys to come out as strong as they have. Both hopefuls in the European area, Spain and Finland. People expected them to be dominant in this group at the top, absolutely 100%. Things have changed.
Things have changed absolutely, and again, I think if you look back to the preparation for this event, no one saw Japan coming out as strong as they have, or at least very few did. They have made believers out of the world of competitive Overwatch here so far, and it has been a joy to watch. This is why we have this tournament.
Also, you know, not just strong players coming over from Japan, but also great strats like the Nano Booster Zenyatta. I hope we see more of that in the future. It's kind of like Boostio, but with more damage.
Lots more damage. Lots more orbs flying into people's faces. Beautiful to see.
Little shurikens just flying across the map, or whatever they're called.
Hadoukens. The technical term is Hadouken.
Hadoukens, thank you. Everywhere! All right, we're going to be going on. People from the FGC are going to kill me for that one. Oh, well, that's the way it goes. I admit to not knowing a heck of a lot about those games. I do, though, like me a bit of Overwatch, and there's still one more map remaining in this series, and this is where we really saw Japan make that McCree work overtime.
This has been a great map here for McCree, and interestingly enough, we did see Finland try to bring it out for a short spell the other day, but didn't quite work out for them there. But now Finland, where they might be playing for just pride alone, you gotta think Taimu is at least gonna take a shot with his favorite cowboy.
Again, at this stage here, if you're Finland, you're thinking, well, I think our fate depends on Spain getting schlacked by Vietnam, which is pretty unlikely as far as things go right now. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, a chance to try something a little bit different here and show the fans some more interesting play. It could be the McCree standoff. It could be the two guns showing. It's not high noon here, but as he says, it is somewhere in the world. And Finland on the defensive side here, but interested to see how they want to set up. They're actually crouch walking to the lower levels. It's only a two of them. I think it's Taimu and Linksa right now doing that.
I think Taimu likes role-playing like he's in a stealth game sometimes, where he really imagines to himself that he's very sneaky, very stealthy. But in any case, Finland right now looking for a good defensive setup. Meanwhile, you look at Japan right now. Is this going to happen? Is Tayo going to come out the Widowmaker? It might just be for this very early part in the way that you generally play, say, Watch Point Gibraltar, and it's looking like it is.
Yeah, much the same way. You just punish overextension for defenders. Now, right now, we'd like to see them perch up in the buildings really close to the attacking spawn. That's not the case this time. Finland actually playing a little bit safer. And AKTM now doing a bit of crouching himself, just trying to sneak up on people. A flashbang and a quick dispatch, which we know he's very good at doing. We'll go down a treat here.
Well, it is a bit of the Wild West indeed. McCree versus McCree. This is a treat we don't get to see as often right now. And AKTM being measured, waiting for his team to get in position. Flashbang and cut down. Awesome stuff from AKTM.
It just doesn't get any better than that. Linksa never had an opportunity to respond, never had a fighting chance. Taimu now needs to do one better on AKTM as the opposition McCree. But AKTM's keeping himself fairly safe right now. Now down onto the payload. He's spotted his opponent across the field now. It's time to slap the gauntlet across the face. Flashbang on a two. Taimu gets disintegrated under the scrutiny of the Peacemaker.
The damage has been done though. Japan cuts into the courtyard, cleaning out the Finns, and the first point might be theirs already. And I gotta tell you, AKTM has won over this crowd. Every pop he gets, the crowd pops off in turn.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing more satisfying than watching McCree land those shots. The only thing probably is actually being the one doing it. But hey, we get to be observers in this situation. It's Taimu with the pulse bomb here. Tayo, should I say. He'll try and creep up behind, but I believe there is Kinnell up there. He's just checking to see if there's going to be a flank.
He's on a mission right now. It is the secret, super duper stealth mission of Tayo. And oh no, he has been found. A little bit of sonic pressure coming back to him, but now Finland has to split their attention. They have to keep him in mind, even as they try and go in on the main Japan front line.
Jasper has a peek, sees what's going on up top, actually takes a very small amount of damage. Fraggy getting hammered back now to Deadeye from AKTM. Nothing to be gotten from that one, maybe forcing something out here. The Transcendence from Zorpe is being used up on the high ground here. A self-destructing claims Fraggy. This is again not looking good for Finland.
And Japan right now, reconsolidating here on the payload. The first two kills of them, and they double down. The Transcendence is in. They are securing this fight, and it is a clean fight indeed. Finland unable to scratch Japan as they keep this payload moving forward.
Demoralizing for Finland. There's no other way to put it here. They've struggled to get a foothold on this map in general. We haven't even been on Toronto for very long, but Japan have already stamped their dominance, their authority on it. Taimu, though, fancies himself the duel. AKTM goes for the flash. Oh, Taimu! It's a 1v1, mate. You can't get help from your teammates.
Taimu, that is dirty fighting. You might as well have just gone for the low blow, but he is taken down. Justice is served, but the opening might have been enough for Finland here, as Japan, they break it down, but that's a little strange here.
Yeah, positioning for that one, I think Claire, one of the only players to really benefit from that at all. Japan's still pressing forward. Claire falls to Linksa finally. Japan don't want to be staggered on this part of the map. They don't want to lose this fight, but it looks like that's going to be the case.
AKTM has gone up from his fight with Taimu, looking for revenge, looking to perhaps fight with honor. In any case.
To be fair, AKTM threw the flashbang as well. That's not honourable on a McCree duel. Just putting it out there. Let's not give him too much flack for having Fraggy come and save him.
They both have flashbangs. They're both equipped with this. I think it's totally fair.
Well, that's fair enough. It's all in the game. That's fine. But now let's go beyond the game with AKTM. Looking for that Winston up on that high ground. Yasin got chucked down quite low. I've just learned about that this weekend. I wish I didn't, but it's a thing.
Well beyond the game indeed right now as Japan looking for their way in. Taiyu moving to the back line, drops the pulse bomb, doesn't quite get what he's looking for here as Taimu, plenty of room to work with. Finds the Winston and looking for more. And though AKTM has room to work with here, his team is dying all around him. It's Taiyu, no!
Okay, Kinnell falls to that one here because he was standing to the right of screen from Linksa. If Linksa was actually standing on the far right, AKTM wouldn't have gotten any kills at all as Deadeye goes from right to left on the screen selecting targets. So, Finland lose only the one player here, but it's not enough for Japan to be following up with.
Japan has been somewhat bloodied here after a very quick strike. They've struggled to find a way through, and AKTM, oh my word. Taimu saying, this is why you stand McCree. 2 quick shots and he's down.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, AKTM fancies a switch off now as Finland are getting a little bit more brave going for these dives. But Taimu is not about that life. Sticking to McCree has a Deadeye as well. If he can get some space to use that, the results could be catastrophic for the Japanese.
Finland right now, they have found their groove. They have plenty of resources here for the next fight. And Japan, off the swamp, really looking for their way forward. And oh no, AKTM in the world's worst position right now, able to get away, gets transcended on, but his team still looking for a way to win this fight.
Yeah, Taimu finds Claire with a Deadeye, but Linksa's caught on a Helix Rocket. AKTM just flicking that lazily in his direction. Does connect with it, and Japan have a chance to actually get back to the payload, which is kind of the objective here, guys. Thank you. Taimu, another Deadeye, another Deadeye. He found Taiyu pretty comfortably, and Jasper gets desuited. Now it's getting serious.
And here's the other D-Mac Jasper. Taimu on a rampage. He is feasting right now with this McCree.
A deep breath now for the Japanese squad. Again, they've lost control of the payload in one of the most treacherous parts of the map. It's a long way to get back. There's many ways that you can actually be caught or flanked by the defenders. As you try and get to this part of the map, a minute 12 remains here, and with how long it takes to walk back, one good fight, depends on how long the setup is, maybe 2, but it's going to be tight.
And here's the thing for Japan. You have to be prioritizing Taimu. He's won way too many fights for Finland over the last few minutes. But if you're looking to the Cowboy, you're not looking to the Cyber Ninja. Linksa can really catch him off guard in this next fight, as he really takes place right now.
Yeah, the self-destruct there doesn't really connect with anything. Zappos was hoping for a little bit more, but Linksa, he's going to do some work here. He's going to get a dash through, not even a Dragon Blade required. That's huge. 3 kills without pulling that one out. Taiyo finds Taimu. The flash is not there for the Cowboy, and now he sleeps with the fishes.
Linksa's blade was simply not thirsty that time around. He gets to save it for what could be the final fight.
That's huge.
Japan, they're down to their final 30 seconds, and they will have a barrier at the very least, so they have options versus this blade, but they have to be flawless, and it's a situation where they have none.
Linksa doesn't have a nano boost available, so he could get cut down by the tactical visor of AKTM if it's used correctly. This will be a very interesting interaction between those ultimate abilities, but Japan's the one who's got to come forward.
Japan looking for the opportunity right now. AKTM.
Oh no!
On the visor, he got Linksa! There will be no blade! Huge stuff for Japan! And now, will this visor come out? AKTM gets some space and looks for the opportunity. The visor is coming in.
Yeah, Deadeye used there by Taimu. I think he cancelled it to find Jasper. He gets a reload now, at least on the Peacemaker. AKTM coming forward now, after the fact, after using the attack visor, coming forward to get 2 kills with the one Helix Rocket. Insane stuff. That's what it had. That's how you get an achievement in the game. And Linksa trying to save this with the Dragon Blade.
It's a late Dragon Blade, but it gets 2. Can this really be happening right now? He's horribly outnumbered, and yet, has he bought time? They still have the Diva in and around the fight, bloodied, but not dead yet. As Linksa dashes back and forth, he got both supports. What in the world is going on?
He's still alive. alive, and now the Discord Orb is going to be a factor. That's in play. Dianton the one with that on him right now. It's so hard to stay alive, and Linkser catches him as he tries to get to escape. Time is ticking down. The overtime now is in effect. Jasper gets desuited. Daphs gets back in his suit here. Mini Diva on the payload's not going to last long, which he gets flashed out like that one. Here's the cleanup. Here's Finland, and they hold Japan outside of the power plants here. And that's a great recovery. It's an excellent performance, only letting one checkpoint go to the Japanese.
Linkser going zoop, zoop, zoop all around the battlefield when it looked like Japan was going to break through and bring us to a third point. Linkser, he might have died early to AKTM, but he got himself some redemption indeed when Finland needed it most.
One checkpoint, 91.73 meters is the total for Japan. They played with the McCree early on. It got them some progress, but eventually when high ground started to become a real factor, when dive started to become the flavor of the round, that's where AKTM struggled to find safe positioning to use McCree to his fullest. Taimi, though, wasn't under that particular constraint. Taimi was able to use the high ground that's readily available to defenders outside of that second checkpoint. There's a lot of freedom from McCree. It's easy to protect your backline and your McCree in that case, and the Deadeyes can get a lot of value from the high up vantage points.
Taimu had plenty of space to work with, but just because you get space as a McCree doesn't mean that you get the kills. Taimu got better and better over the course of that map and was absolutely shut down towards the very end.
And this is how it stands now. Finland, as far as we know, are probably out of contention for the playoffs. Unless Spain have a complete and utter capitulation in the next match against Vietnam. It's pretty much all signed, sealed, and delivered. And for the Finns, that's just a grim reality.
Really, Japan has given Spain potentially, we'll see how it works out, but it could be a slam dunk for them going into the next game unless we see a different Vietnam team later in the day. But for now, Finland, if they want to give themselves the best chance of getting through, they're going to have a better attack than Japan did just a moment ago.
And I don't mind seeing the Annie here from Yos. That's actually something you can use to shut down McCree pretty comfortably. Sleep Dart, the Deadeye. He's very, very weak if he gets bio-grenaded. There's a lot of ways that you can deal with him as Anna from long range. Taimi, though, on the Widowmaker here. No McCree this time. Again, looking for some of those far-forward targets. And again, he's trying to work with Linkser to clear the high ground as much as he can.
Taimu right now looking for any targets in the Widowmaker. This is something Japan has to respect. It's difficult to deep dive into a Widow with all the damage she can put out and all the protection Taimu is getting right now. So he is very much on the hunt. Japan needs to respect this.
Again, Taimi can see the tracer from the shots coming from Yos there, but the bubble gets put just in front of the shot. That could have been a lethal bit of damage going towards Yos, and Japan would have been a man down. The timing there, I think it's got to be luck, but Dianton just saved his teammate's life without knowing it.
Taimu has to be frustrated over that. He almost certainly would have had that kill, but it's still not bad here for Finland. They're doing the Japan dive really well. Japan had to go a little bit deeper than they wanted to because of the Widow, and the pressure is there. Beautiful stuff.
The Taimu show is back on. It was a brief intermission, but now you've got front row seats to see it all unfold. Recon visors available. Linkser now doing a serious bit of cleanup in the back line. Both supports have fallen and Finland are on the march.
Linkser right now picking up where Taimu left off. Unrelenting pressure right now from the Finns, and Taimu on the high ground almost gets another.
Now, we're going to focus on this guy's face as well. Expect to see some jerky movements as he tries to flick and land some of these shots. They're infrasight now used just to make sure he knows where they are. Tayo walks straight into that one. He couldn't have known. There's no way, but Taimu now is getting serious.
Taimu putting the crowd on cloud 9 right now, looking for all the shots he can land at Japan. No answers to be found. Finland dominant off the rifle of Taimu's Widowmaker.
Over towards the top side now. He wants to get off towards the right, pick off some players as they're trying to respawn out and reinforce. Taimi will probably check the high ground first and the exit here. Japan will respect this. They know they just can't walk. Okay, they're going to walk out. That's fine. Taimu, an opportunity to do some damage. The bubble is hastily dropped by Japan, and Taimu now getting some high ground vantage.
He's backing up right now. He knows that that Diva was heading directly for him. He knows that he has stirred the Hornet's nest. No, not at least. But he gets good positioning here. Japan, they have to poke against Finland, but they have so few areas. Finally, AKTM ends the nightmare, but for how long?
Well, traded out. Tayo also goes down. Japan playing with a Widowmaker as well. This is going to be just for the fans. There's no other choice. Linkser, hello, comes in with 3. Both supports are down, and even in the absence of Taimu, Linkser is still making ends meet, still propelling Finland towards the potential map win here. Zappers on a Dianton, and there it is, the drop off the edge. That's all that could be done for Jasper.
Linkser, you absolute madman, you beautiful man, moving in. Oh my God, she's already dead. Please stop. It's a double kill for Linkser, slicing through the Japanese backline.
Okay. A moment here just to take a breath. Finland to push Japan back. The payload's getting close. There's going to be one more chance for Japan to get outside and fight. AKTM finds Link, so there's an opportunity here. You can see how close it is. Is anyone from Japan going to get on the payload? They do finally, but Taimu's set up to really make this painful.
Well, they finally got through the Link's raid, boss. Now, do they deal with Taimu? Still on the Widowmaker. Beautiful sightlines right now. Not much pressure. And finally, a Winston chases him. The wad's on Taimu, not on the payload. A blade, though, from AKTM might give Japan stability, but they have to work now.
AKTM finds one. Japan is down. That's one of the supports. A lot less healing coming from Finland right now. The rest of them just jockeying around this payload as much as they possibly can. Lisa finds AKT, and this might be the opening that Finland were looking for. The dash in for Zappers as well. It looks like it's happening. Jasper is definitely going to get deseated here and dealt with very quickly in that payload. Surely he's going to get across the line. Finland get it done. 2-2 in this 4-match series. And at least some solace, at least some consolation to the Finns, who likely won't be joining us in the playoffs. But let's give them some noise. Let's give them some applause anyway. Fantastic Overwatch we have witnessed here in Sydney from these guys and from Japan.
Finland, if that is the way they go out, what a beautiful way to go out. Taimu and Linkster giving us a DPS show that end all shows. But let's not forget the support and tank play coming in as well. You don't get all that space for free. And I gotta say, it was a beautiful thing to watch.
No doubt about it. You can see the score there. You can see where Finland struggled most. It was actually, of course, on control where things went wrong for them. But that's it for Finland. Hopefully we'll see them again here at this tournament, but it requires a couple of conditions to be met. Highly unlikely, but we can still hope.
Big advantage for Spain, not only on the eye test of what we've seen, but just such a tall order for Vietnam to sort of sweep against all of Spain's map as well.
I mean, we saw like Super Saiyan Taimu activated at the end of that last match, and that was like one of the best DPS versus DPS, like personal one-on-one grudge matches I've seen in a while with him versus AKTM, but you know, they needed that Taimu a little bit earlier in the series.
Yeah, they really did, and somebody also needed to step up versus Spain yesterday, but Spain digging themselves out of the hole they found themselves in on day one versus Japan, and they decided to play their style. They decided to go 3 DPS. We're going to see that here once again, and a lot of it too. Neptuno, I think, was really the unsung hero of the match that they played against Finland. He opened up so many fights with an initial pickoff.
A Group D been full of surprises, and here's another one right now. Vietnam rolling out with the 3-tank composition, something we haven't seen a whole lot of in the last few months. Been a lot of dive, a lot of 2-2-2, but here we are, an old classic. The Ryan, the Zarya, the Diva, and Mr. Hip trying to stay alive on that Soldier 76.
Well, they're going to have a lot of fortitude on the point right here, and eventually those 3 DPS are going to have to come into close range to contest it. So Vietnam does get focused down on the flank, however, and that's the danger.
Well, you mentioned those DPS needed to get in there, and that's exactly what they did, and Vietnam forced to fall back. Are they going to change their comp? I say stick with it for a little while, but we'll see.
We are going to see, but that's the danger. If you run these lower mobility compositions, they can get around behind the Reinhardt shield, really start to chip away at your tank line.
Yeah. Maverick leading the way. Mr. Hip going for the flank here. See if he can displace Neptuno from the high ground. Has that Zenyatta pinned down for the moment. Ooh, needs to get that shield up though. Got a little bit low. And Vietnam finds themselves a bit bottled up in this hallway.
Yeah, but they have to walk forward is the thing. The poke is going to be so much greater. Just spam the Reinhardt shield. That should be the MO for Spain right now, and then dive in once that's down.
That's the idea. Winghaven jumping in just to be a little bit annoying. Bromas there on the Tracer. Now Spain jumping in, and there's a Dragon Blade for Toxic, 2 kills already. He is slaughtering Vietnam. Whoa, that was like 5 kills out of that ult.
Well, that's what happens when a bunch of tanks get in a hallway with a resetting Genji with the Dragon Blade. But that's the patience. Yeah, that's the patience you need here. You see them on the high ground. They only have one soldier really to deal the long-range damage, and you just stand back and poke and poke and poke forever.
Well, Vietnam coming in. They've got 2 minutes left to try to claim point A and get this payload moving. Toxican hanging out in the hotel. Spain's been playing this out really, really well. Vietnam decides to drop the sound barrier. They are committing, trying to build that control percent on the point. Toxican waiting out the defensive ultimates. They're going in. Maverick already down, and there's going to be a nano boosted Soldier 76. Mr. Hip really desperately trying to get some kills, but it's Harry Hook instead getting the kills with his tac visor, and Vietnam on the run once again.
And we've seen that from Vietnam over and over and over again. The commitment to the big ult combos. And if they don't work, then it just resets that entire economy for them and loses them about a minute and a half that time.
Yeah.
It is countered out by Spain. They fade away from the nano boosted attack visor and retake the high ground. And Vietnam, they've got that Graviton Surge and the self-destruct. They are going to have to go for another big combo.
It's going to have to be the bigger bang coming up from Vietnam. Graviton Surge into self-destruct. There's the self-destruct first, though. They don't actually use the Graviton Surge. They don't go for that classic combo. Toxican does get taken out, but they're going to need a lot more. Maverick falls, and now Neptuno with that spot on the high ground, able to just free fire into Vietnam, and I am really starting to doubt they're going to be able to take point A.
It does seem like Toxican also coming back with the Dragon Blade, pulls it out immediately.
Oh man, yep. Cuts down K. Jerry, looking for more targets, but Vietnam already falling back, and now they have just 40 seconds remaining. No swaps. I mean, basically Maverick has to hit the world's biggest Earth Shatter if this is going to work.
Yeah, how are they going to use that nano boost also? Maybe they wait for Mr. Hip to get another tack visor. Or if K. Jerry can somehow get a lot of energy, maybe he can fast track his way to a Graviton Surge, but it is desperate.
I think a nano boost to Reinhardt, you send him in with the Earth Shatter. We'll see what Vietnam does. They're going to drop that sound barrier again. Oh, a kill on the Funky. No nano boost coming out in this fight. Bromas going wild on Vietnam, and Spain looks like they're certainly going to full hold this one. Area contributing with that attack visor once more, and that is a pretty unsuccessful attack round for Vietnam.
Yes, it is, and they're going to be bottled in their spawn, zoned out. And the possibility here for a full hold as Vietnam does not get any percent on the point.
And now Spain knows that all they need to do is get the first tick on the control point, and not only will they win this map, but they will knock out Finland and move on to the playoffs and get that chance to go to BlizzCon.
That's right, playing against Sweden, that will be their playoff match should they take the first tick on point A.
Yeah, won't be easy, that match against Sweden, if they do get that far, but you know, the Spain that we saw yesterday, the Spain that we saw just now in that defensive round, looks like they could certainly give Sweden a bit of a run for their money.
Yeah, definitely. And you see that they've really got their tactics together as well. There's a reason why we don't see a lot of triple tank, and that reason is if you play a spread defense with highly mobile heroes, you basically have no way to get onto that high ground efficiently or quickly and take them out. So we saw a lot of just free firing from Harry Hook, from Neptuno in that last round, and no real ability for Vietnam to contest that.
I mean, that's the thing. When you're running that Reinhardt, that Zarya, I mean, yeah, you've got the Zarya bubbles for when people get dove, but where are you going to point that shield with Reinhardt? There's too much damage coming from too many different directions.
Yeah, you have to force them to fight you on the point, right? You have to force them down there. But if a team is just patient enough, they will eventually break that Reinhardt shield, and then they can just dive onto you or get the poke damage from the soldier that they've been looking for.
That's the plan.
Yeah, really hard. And I think Spain played that well, too, especially that first Dragon Blade, waiting for them to back off into the corridor when they realized the Zarya bubbles and the Reinhardt shield were going to be down.
That was beautiful. Toxican really doing a lot better on that Genji and a couple other picks over the last day or two. Vietnam going at it again with a triple tank defense this time. Toxican on the Pharaoh. We saw him play that a bit yesterday to some pretty decent success. And Spain, again, all they need is that first tick on Group A.
Yeah, this is going to make Vietnam very sad, Noah. They don't really have anything to deal with the Pharah. Ever since the damage nerfs to Ana, she's not as effective as she used to be at dealing with that Pharah in the sky.
Yeah, used to be able to just three-shot the Pharah, but not these days. Much harder to hit 4 in a row. On that Ana, here comes Spain, building up that control meter already. Toxican, again, just zoning. Diva flying up, a little bit of damage, but he's got the healing from that Orb of Discord, it looks like. Toxican just playing it safe. Emrier popped out of the Diva suit, and there's going to be the kill pretty soon probably on the Diva. They lost Maverick already on the Vietnam side, so all Spain needs to do is just approach cautiously, deliberately, and they should be able to take this.
I mean, there's just no pressure on Harry Hook on that high ground.
Oh, it's painful, and that's the end of the map. And that is the end, unfortunately, for Finland in the Overwatch World Cup. They are knocked out. Spain, with that win on that map, is moving on, even if they lose the rest of the maps in this series, just by virtue of that head-to-head victory that they had over Finland yesterday. So we have our playoffs determined.
We do indeed, but we still have a few maps to go.
That's right.
Spain, probably going to be reluctant to show any strategies they may have prepared.
I would say so.
For the rest of this match, considering they will be going on to face Sweden immediately after this map is over. So they need to conserve their energy and conserve their tactics as well.
Exactly. Now, if you're Spain, you just kind of take it easy, enjoy the next few maps against Vietnam. And if you're Vietnam, you kind of enjoy the next few maps and kind of enjoy the rest of your time here at the Overwatch World Cup.
This is it. These lower mobility compositions, so vulnerable to these tracer flanks.
Yep.
And Roadhog from Emrier, not going to be doing too much work right there. Gunned down from behind.
That's right.
By Harry Hook.
Well, so that was fast, wasn't it? Man. All right then.
Huh. Well, I guess we're just gonna play for fun for the rest of this series.
I guess that's it. We've had a lot of for fun maps today, haven't we? We've got the funnest maps.
It's okay. The playoffs are definitely going to be really exciting later on, and we'll see if Vietnam can pull out a map win here when they are going to have their selection. Certainly, they're not going to be wanting to go down without a win.
Yeah, absolutely. It is still cool to see a team like Vietnam able to come to the Overwatch World Cup. I mean, that's a scene that people don't really think of a lot when they think of global esports, and certainly showing that there's some talented players from that region.
And I think it's really cool that the way they decided their team was off of a massive tournament. So you can really see that the structure of esports in Vietnam growing, a lot of domestic competition there, and they're going to level up over time as that structure continues to develop. We've seen it in other esports. Even this year, Vietnamese teams performing well on a world stage.
Sure enough. Well, we are moving on to Ilios. And it looks like we're going to have Vietnam in the red once more, Spain in the blue, and a chance for Vietnam to get a little bit of a pride victory here in this one. We'll see. Spain, of course, I mean, from here on out, this is all just warm-up. This is practice for their playoff match coming up against Sweden a little bit later.
And there are some mind games, too, that we might see. Of course, Spain might try out some heroes to throw a little bit of a wrench, perhaps, in Sweden's plans or make them second-guess themselves. And a lot of teams in these kind of situations, they will do something a little bit odd. Because if it works, then you actually have to consider that it might possibly be dangerous. And maybe that thing is Toxicin on the Widowmaker.
I mean, the thing is, too, honestly, Vietnam is one of those teams where based on what we've seen so far as Spain, you could pull out things that were a little bit unorthodox and have success with them. You know you're against a weaker opponent, and like you said, if you have success with something a little bit outside the box, your opponent needs to worry about it. We've got Toxicin on that Widowmaker.
Of course, Widowmaker very common on Ruins, so it's not that this is an unusual strategy by any means, especially considering how long the sight lines are.
In the duel with Mr. Hip. Trying to find those shots, and Vietnam trying to make their way onto the point right now. All right. I don't know if I'm too afraid of Toxicin's Widowmaker at this point.
Well, Timer did put on a show in the last match, so maybe not the most fair. And they're actually going to trade out. Bromas will find Mr. Hip.
Yeah, okay. Takes him out. Toxicin just layering on a little bit more damage. Neptuno pops K-Jerry out of that mech. Nice shot onto Funky there. And it looks like Spain should be in position now to take the point early.
Yeah, cleanup definitely a lot easier for the Spanish side. Tracer zipping backwards, but Emrier killed by Doc in the end, who chases down. Yeah, what's up, Doc? That's what Emrier is saying right now.
That's right. Oh, Bromas at the pulse bomb. Oh, very sneaky. Nobody sees me. Oh, still doesn't see him. Oh, that's a stick. And that's a couple of kills. Maverick and Funky both going down. And what's up, Doc, once more? He gets a sick right click on Mr. Hip. That sounded like a Dr. Seuss book right there, but nope, just me casting. Yep.
Well, great patience from Bromas, and that's the importance of checking your corners on these approaches. Otherwise, you give the enemy a lot of time to find the perfect pulse bomb.
I do not like bombs in the air. I do not like them anywhere.
I like them, Noah. I like them getting many, many kills.
You like the sticks. Oh, Mr. Hip going down yet again. This Widowmaker not working out super great. And that's a nice boop. Funky does go down, but Maverick there with a bit of revenge. Anna's falling for about 3 miles, apparently. That's, oh, jeez. K-Jerry with the double kill.
Toxicin didn't get the best hook shot onto the high ground right there and found himself still in the way of the self-destruct, but Bromas trying to do some work on the backside of this fight. Will fall to the Helix rocket.
Yeah.
Sound barrier buying time for Spain to retake control, but Harry Hook getting knocked all the way back across the map.
Trying to stay alive, but Maverick does run away. Vietnam really trying to flip this point. They may just, no, they don't quite have it. Maverick does go down, and it looks like Spain is going to hold it for the moment, but I gotta say, Monty, this one's got a little bit silly.
It's gone full silly.
Yeah.
It was a very, very aggressive defense from Spain, pushing all the way back towards the enemy spawn point, and you know what? I think we're gonna see it again.
I think so.
What a treat. It's turned into deathmatch, and there you go.
Yeah.
No defense on the point, so that'll be a 100-0 point there for Spain.
Yep.
They continue to pad their score.
All right. Spain's still looking pretty good. So we had the Widowmaker, Toxican playing that one. Anything interesting for our second point here, I wonder?
I do pretty standard stuff, and looks like Toxican might be playing Pharah on this map, the hero that he has been playing the most out of all the players so far at this stage of the Overwatch World Cup.
Yeah. I say at this point, you play the Australia tribute game, right? You bring out the Junkrat, you bring out the Roadhog.
Maybe a map 4, though. Maybe
yeah,
a map 4.
You play Winston, too. I mean, you would normally, but you play Winston in tribute to all the dangerous animals.
Okay, is that the shout-out right there?
Yeah, pretty much. IMO. Toxican on the Pharah this time around, and Spain moving on to the point early on. Doc looking for those boops. Vietnam, ooh, Maverick goes down already. Winghaven, though, did get knocked off the edge, I believe. We're into the pit. One of the two places.
Toxican just firing rockets, trying to find those opportunities, but Biotic Grenade going to foil a lot of his damage, and he will get sliced out of midair by Emrier, and that'll be a quick cap to Vietnam as they start off well.
I mean, that was the thing where, like, Genji is flying forward, and right as the rocket leaves the rocket launcher from Pharah, Genji just cuts it in half, and they both explode. That's kind of what happened there.
So Emrier didn't actually die, so.
No, he did, actually.
Oh, he did?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I said that whole thing. Yeah.
Oh. You're more observant than I, Doa.
There you go. Toxican hovering high above the battlefield once more as Vietnam tries to hold it. They did take the point early. There's a kill on Emrier now. Spain coming back. And they may be able to flip the payload right here. We'll see. Yeah, I'd say so.
I think they're going to have no problems doing that as soon as they finally get the Lucio player from Vietnam, and that means Toxican is going to start spamming rockets down the main avenue towards the point, delaying them as much as they can.
Yep. You know, why not just like shoot the engines on that big ship over there with your rockets, and then it like crashes?
Falls, yeah, it crashes.
Then where are they going to respawn? I think you win the map that way.
Yeah. Attack the spawn point.
That's right.
Could be a decisive new way to win a match of Overwatch.
Makes sense to me. Dragonblade coming up for Emrier. Gets the kill on the Neptuno right off the bat. Doc tries to stay alive on his own, and there's Toxican with the barrage now. Gets one, gets maybe, oh, that would have been a sick mid-air rocket. Doesn't matter. Harry Hook there with attack visor to finish off Mr. Hip and Maverick.
The Lucio stall is coming, but Spain is going to have to recap this one.
Yeah.
Well, Vietnam actually ahead in terms of that control percent right now due to the point flip. And they're doing a decent job of stalling this out and getting as much time on the point as they can.
Not bad at all. Wow, Maverick back again. And there's Funky as well. Vietnam using their sound barrier to try to keep this going, and they are gaining quite a bit of percent here.
Yeah, they did. They actually bought another 20% or so on the point before the flip goes through. So Spain going to have to fight back from behind.
Oh, Doc. The deadly support, man. I love this. Getting bloodthirsty on the Lucio.
Zipping into these little rooms and finishing off kills.
Yeah, there he is on your screen. One of the bloodthirstiest.
It's really impressive to me how much Spain improved between day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, things looked rough on day 1, no doubt. I mean, we even saw players having very heated discussions on the desk, too. But, you know, it looks like whatever happened, they practiced it all out and looking pretty good today. Vietnam trying to flip the point, but it doesn't look like they're going to have the numbers to do it.
Well, that's going to be a stick, and Doc will resign himself to his fate, standing still so he doesn't accidentally run into any teammates.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. I've seen that happen too many times. You stick a Winston and then they jump into their team and give you a couple more kills. That's always a fun one.
Barrage now up for Toxican. They still have the sound barrier also.
Yeah.
This should be a smooth ride to 99% for Spain.
Seems that way. Sound barrier for Spain just to ensure that smooth ride continues. Toxican waiting for a chance to use that barrage. There it is. Oh, but he's too low and gets picked off pretty quick by Mr. Hip. Oh, nice right click from Neptuno. Man. And now Emrier coming in with the Dragon Blade one more time. Gets Harry Hook. Doc able to get a bit of revenge here, but Vietnam does flip the point at 99%.
And had to get it all the way into overtime, and K. Jerry's going to be desuited, so he will immediately throw himself off the map so he can get that suit back, and they can defend as much as they can right here. That's going to be the early nano boost onto Maverick.
Yeah. See what he can get. Maverick trying to get in the back lines doesn't really accomplish anything with that one as Spain just pulls back and says, okay, we'll wait that one out.
Well, the rest of the support was zoned out because of the rockets coming in from Toxican, so they didn't really have a chance to follow up on any of the damage that was got from the Winston. Point will flip, and there's the overtime bar sinking quickly.
Yeah. Well, goodbye, Simple. And Toxican coming in for the cleanup. The OT bar ticking away. Vietnam, Emrier tries to get back there. He actually does pop the overtime one more time. That's going to be it. And it looks like Spain going to take the 2-0 on Ilios.
And we'll go into a halftime now, and we'll see if Vietnam can pick some more maps where they might actually gain some ground in this 4-game set.
Yeah.
But it's still looking a bit tricky. Definitely came out stronger, at least.
Oh, yeah.
On Ilios. Nearly matching up there to a high percentage, but couldn't quite hold it out in the end.
Yeah, playing a bit scrappy, able to get a little bit of control percent building anyway. And so thing in one of my home states of Minnesota, the polar plunge. Just dive into some icy water.
I've done that in Alaska. It was thoroughly unpleasant.
I have not done that because it sounds horrible. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I've done the like hot tub outside during the winter thing. That's fun. But diving into an icy lake, not my cup of tea.
You got to get in the sauna first. Do it.
Sure.
Do it the Finnish way. Get really, really warm in the sauna,
Yeah.
and then dive into the snow. That's the best.
You could do that. Well, I kind of have done that, but not in Finland. Spain on the defense. Neptuno with that Sombra, pretty common these days. There's a hack on the big health pack. And Vietnam, we'll see what route they take to try to come in here. We've seen a lot of teams try to come around the right side. And there's a little distraction from Neptuno, but as the attacking team, you kind of want to deny that health pack from Sombra. And yeah, as we can see, that's what they're doing. Sneaking around the right side. So Spain, we'll see what the plan is.
They're actually going to try for a flank with both the Sombra and the Tracer. See if they can catch out this Lucio on the outside. Nice move, but not
close.
Quite enough, especially with that translocator able to be activated and pushed back in. So they're not getting into the bottom side right now. The health pack is still controlled by the members of Spain.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Neptuno got the second hack on the health pack, so that attack has failed now. And Vietnam needs to go back to the drawing board a little bit and figure out how they want to approach the point.
I like that we're seeing Toxican, though, actually playing the D.Va again. Even though D.Va has not been strong for Team Spain as a whole, this is where the mind games come in. Maybe they get a little bit more practice here. Maybe they look threatening, but Bromas is going to be taken out by Emrier.
You know, we saw Spain try to use the D.Va on Harry Hook, but he's just way too good on other picks for them to do that. EMP comes in for Neptuno. Vietnam loses Funky immediately, and that D.Va hacked, not able to put up the defensive matrix, and Spain able to take it down quickly. K. Jerry does fall, and Vietnam does find a couple kills here, but is it enough? With that fast respawning health pack, it's going to be tough. Neptuno still alive for the moment, got that translocator up the stairs.
Has to escape, but Emrier will take out Toxican.
Wow,
It looks like Vietnam will actually take over the point. In the end, that early pick onto Bromas leading to that big advantage, and simply not enough damage at that stage to push everybody down outside of the EMP. So
not bad. Pretty good attack by Vietnam, actually.
They're coming in with a nano boosted Dragon Blade. We know they love this combo.
Nearly 6
Here we go.
Actually. There's an nano boost, there's a Dragon Blade. Doc falls immediately, looking for more targets now. Hack or EMP comes through for Neptuno. Gets the kill onto Mr. Hip. Emrier not really finding as much out of that ult combo as they wanted to. And with those 2 kills, Neptuno and the rest of Spain should be able to start pushing Vietnam back.
You know, Doa, sometimes when we're watching Vietnam, I really feel like they're playing Overwatch from a few patches ago, when some of these engagements were much more popular. You know, come in over the top with the Genji, get the big boost into the air, dash up, and then try and go back down with the Nano Blade.
Yeah.
But we're just not seeing that same effectiveness when these compositions that are so mobile can be played and escape rather easily.
I feel like I'm watching Shadowburn and Team Russia from last year's World Cup when I see this constant like nano-boosted Genji combo come in from Vietnam. But I agree. You know, I mean, not only have we seen that kind of style of engage, we've seen the triple tank from them too, and that is definitely from a few patches ago.
I feel like a lot of lessons are being learned right now as Harry Hook will zip away from the pulse bomb.
Now Winghaven doesn't escape though, and here's an opening for Vietnam. Harry Hook trapped in that room, can't get out. Another kill. Meanwhile, Toxican does take out K-Jerry. Whoa, and K-Jerry gets a couple with his own self-destruct. And Vietnam with a real opportunity here to finish Volskaya. Oh boy.
Well, this was their best map so far in this tournament, though. It has to be said. And K-Jerry has had some big performances on point B, and he's showing it again.
Well, they nearly have it. So close. 97.1%. There's the EMP for Spain, though. Neptuno trying to set up his team to get a little bit of defensive stability. Harry Hook taking advantage of that with the tag visor. And it looks like they'll barely be able to push Vietnam back. But that was about as close as it gets.
And again, K-Jerry coming up absolutely huge for Vietnam. We've seen him get so many self-destruct kills on point B on Volskaya, nearly taking it for his team. At least they get a lot of percent on the point. So a chance for them to hold in kind.
Yeah. I'm back to the drawing board for the moment for Vietnam. More ults to work with, though.
He's waiting right now. Emrier has the Dragon Blade again, but no nano boost this time was used onto the Winston Maverick to try and stall out.
Yep. I got to worry about Bromas on that Tracer. Oh, not anymore. Nice kill for Emrier. Pulls out the Dragon Blade now. After his first pick, goes after Harry Hook, finds it. Great attack, takes down Doc as well. And Vietnam primed to finish this one off. Getting that control percent, and there's nothing Spain can do. Vietnam able to actually take both points on Volskaya. Pretty solid attack round.
With 3:31 remaining as well. And that probably is not going to worry Sweden too much. When you're looking at Spain and their Sombra Diva play, you're probably not too afraid right now.
You know, and that's really, you know, if you want to hit Spain hard, you hit them where the Diva is, you know, and oftentimes that is nowhere because Diva doesn't exist on that team. So you have all these openings that you wouldn't have on a lot of other teams here, and it is kind of the Achilles heel for Spain.
And we've seen that exploited, obviously. In day one, when they struggled with it, you have a great McCree player on your team, and sometimes you could open up those opportunities.
Right.
We didn't see the same thing from Finland, even though they tried a little bit to use that McCree. But when you don't have that Diva, there's a lot more options to get good dead eyes, to try and flashbang the flankers when you're not being dove and shut down with the defensive matrix.
I mean, geez, against a team that doesn't use Diva, you might as well just go Beyblade, right? Bring back the nano-boosted Reaper Death Blossom combo. Nobody's going to really stop you.
If you're on the point, then sure. If you're not on the point, then it's pretty easy to escape from that these days. Most teams know when that's coming and are able to make sure they're not within the range. But again, it's well, and also on the second control point on assault maps, technically viable if there's no Diva on the enemy team.
Absolutely.
You're closing it out. Could be potent.
All right, so good amount of time in the time bank for Vietnam. 3:31. Spain getting ready to start their round on attack, and they've got their work cut out for them if they want to equalize.
Yeah, Emrier will be the one playing the Sombra now as Funky switches over to the Soldier. So single support setup, only the Lucio. Not a lot of healing, gonna have to rely on Sombra's utility to hack these health backs.
Yeah, you know, generally in the past it's been the Ana Zenyatta player that's played the Sombra, but Vietnam swapping things up a little bit. Their Genji player now will be taking Uh-oh, that's a problem.
Well, we talked about Neptuno. He did about 90% of the damage on that first shot. His accuracy has been fantastic so far in Sydney.
Those right clicks are pretty decent, man. You hit it with that, and then you finish off with the Genji dash. Not too bad. No healer for Vietnam right now as Spain charges in. Emrier dies as well. And if they can take down Maverick, they are going to be in great shape here. Meanwhile, Neptuno fighting for his life a bit here.
Got some good damage down onto the tank, and he's also going to help pick off the Tracer.
And Simple should be back soon, but it's too late to really help his team. He's around in Spain, just crushing point A.
Very, very fast attack. Not a lot of ult charge, though. Nobody even getting one. That's how fast it was. 53 seconds on the take. Vietnam will have an EMP. So in spite of all of that, Embrier still got ult charge, which is an encouraging sign for Vietnam and their defense.
True enough.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Never mind. Funky goes down very quickly. And another strong attack coming in for Spain. They've got the momentum. And K-Jerry Emrier very low. Emrier taken out before he has a chance to EMP. And now Bromas just waiting for that juicy pulse bomb target, but he may not even need it. Spain crushing this fight. They did lose Doc, but Funky immediately taken out on the other side. And the war of attrition certainly going the direction of Spain. EMP comes down, but there's no follow-up for Vietnam really at all.
No, it's not even going to delay. You probably should have just waited for that EMP so that something could have happened.
Now, Simple dies very quickly. K-Jerry immediately taken out. There's the Dragon Blade out for Toxicant now. They're going to drop the Transcendence just to keep everybody up. Doc should be back right about now. Yeah, he's there again. And Vietnam really looking at giving up a pretty big time make. Neptuno, 2 kills on the Simple, and Mr. Hip, not bad at all. And Spain, you want to talk about a good time? How about 5:59 on the clock yet?
That's fantastic.
Insane.
2 minutes, about 1 minute average per point coming in. And again, really, Neptuno and Harry on the same page. You can see that target selection, both points. It was them combining to select a target, take it out, and then take the 6v5 convincingly.
Right.
So Spain looking dominant here.
Oh, it's tough for Vietnam. I mean, you have one of the best attack rounds of the tournament, and then Spain comes back and does even better. It's rough.
Well, at least they still have time in the bank, Doa. This isn't an impossible match for Vietnam by any means, especially if they have another convincing first attack onto point A.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're going to see the same defense from Spain yet again. So we will have the Diva and we will have the Sombra.
True enough. Neptuno back on that once more. Harry Hook hates that wall.
Yeah, Harry Hook going to be playing the far side, looks like.
It's like, get out of my way, wall. I can't see.
So he's anticipating that they are going to once again walk over into the room with the health pack across from him. Of course, the problem can be that if Vietnam is playing a dive composition and can pull the trigger quickly, they can kill him on that high ground. He's got to be careful.
The thing is with the tendency for teams to go to the right side now, Harry Hook, can feel a little bit safer initially. He at least gets a look at what the other team is planning.
Yeah, they're just waiting right now, poking out, and they're waiting for their Tracer, I think, to go around to the side with Harry Hook. So the scouting was there. We'll see how everybody repositions around the point.
All right.
Harry Hook still alone on the side. You can see he's attempting to fight from the far angle.
A nice sleep dart onto Winghaven. He's going to get taken down. Funky with the setup sleep dart on that one. Simple does get eliminated by the Helix rocket. Kills on both sides here as Vietnam tries to charge into that room, but Spain seems to be pretty ready for this. Yeah, Mr. Hip fighting for his life. There's a recall. Can't do a whole lot else. He's going to have to retreat now. And K-Jerry just takes the dive as Vietnam resets.
Well, Doa, that's the problem. If you don't have anybody pressuring the Soldier 76 on the other side, makes it pretty easy for him to zone you off the health pack that you need to stand on top of to make sure that Spain isn't going to be constantly regenerating in that room.
Right. Here we go. Vietnam looks like they're going to go for the same attack coming around the side.
Broma's just harassing as much as he can right now.
Yeah.
And there's
EMP. Neptuno drops it. Spain charges in for the counterattack. Emrier has the Dragon Blade, but no health remaining. And it looks like Spain's on track for another defense.
Bromas held them up right there, so they knew that there weren't going to be very many people around that health pack yet again. Yeah. Catch them in the room, get a huge, huge multi-man advantage with the EMP. Maverick trying to do some work, but his health pool is running out, and he's going to fall.
Bad. That hurts really bad if you're Vietnam, because the idea was to get Maverick out and reset, regroup with the rest of the team, and now you're stuck waiting for that respawn, and you're going to be waiting another 8-10 seconds to get going again.
Minute 30, all Vietnam has. They still have no ticks on point A, so possibility of a full hold here on our second round of Assault. Emrier really needs to find an opportunity to use this Dragon Blade, but he has been stymied so far.
Sure has. Well, Vietnam with a lot of ults to work with, Spain with a lot of ults on the defense, and Neptuno just simply takes out Emrier.
Spain also nearly has 6 ultimates right now. Same with Vietnam, but when the picks fall that fast, you either have to commit super hard, and when you already are at that disadvantage in ult economy, very difficult to deal with. And Vietnam has to make a decisive push here with only 50 seconds left, but that's going to be hard against that EMP.
It's going to be 6 ultimates versus 5. Spain only lacking Winghaven's Winston ultimate, just that Primal Rage. Meanwhile, Vietnam has everything at their disposal, so it is now or never.
We do need to watch Neptuno here. He's going to be the important one, because if he can get that EMP onto multiple targets before...
Oh,
okay.
boy. Never mind.
Well,
no
you don't even need to, apparently.
Not going to happen. All right. Well, sound barrier used by Doc just to make sure nobody dies on the side of Spain, and looks like Vietnam's going to try for one last quick reset and one last scrambling attack, but they've already used a couple ultimates. It's going to be, that much weaker.
Yeah, Bromos coming in and nails the stick with the pulse bomb, so the pick happens, it's just not with Neptuno.
Emre swapping over to that soldier for this last push. Neptuno right there. There's the EMP. Spain just needs to win this one fight. Harry Hook has that tac visor and no real threats. And oh man, that is not a lot of defense coming out to stop Harry Hook from doing work. Tons of damage done with that ultimate despite not getting a ton of kills. Harry Hook on the run now. Vietnam still scrambling to get something done on the point, but they've zoned out Maverick. He was away from the point during that ultimate, and that's going to kind of allow Spain to just roll over the rest of Vietnam.
Yeah, there's only that monkey left over. No Primal Rage left for the Vietnamese side. Simple.
Yep, just regular
gets
rage
blasted
now.
into the wall. And that's Spain full holding on the second push. So Spain now in a position 1/3 of a tick on, or 1 tick out of 3, we shall say.
1/3 of a control meter.
There you go.
The first
we got
tick on
there
the control
eventually.
meter.
We got there eventually.
Right. You get the idea. You guys know. You guys know Overwatch. We don't need to worry about it.
It's not a tall order in 6 minutes.
Nope.
On Volskaya, so Spain should be feeling confident.
Yeah.
Neptuno was playing pretty far back on the Sombra, actually. A lot of teams would want to play more aggressively in that scenario when you know your opponents have 6 ults up. But instead, they relied on Bromos to nail the pulse bomb and then wait for them to commit to the point and try and purge the Lucio shields with the EMP instead.
Hey, look, that's where we are.
Oh, wow.
Hey, look, Australia, wow. Cool.
They're trying really, the observers trying really hard, but they can't rotate faster than the Earth.
That's right. Well, you're the expert on rotation, so you might be able to help them on that one.
That's true. You got to get your sensitivity up there.
Yeah, and there's the blueprints for the mechanical whale, of course.
That's my favorite part about Overwatch. When are they making that map?
Well, it's up in the sky back there. You can see it. And it's probably big enough to have a map on. Get to work on that, Blizzard. All right, Vietnam, the defense. They need to stop Spain from getting even a single tick here if they want to have a chance at winning the map, and or at least tying. And it's not going to be easy. Here we go.
Okay, so Harry Hook going up to his favorite place on the far high ground where he did most of his defending work, and it's just a lot of rifle spam through the doorway right now.
He nearly killed Emre with that rocket, actually. Got very, very low. Mr. Hip does take down Bromos. Good start for Vietnam.
Yeah, definitely a good start. They're going to try and dive right now. Orb of Discord means he's not going to live too long.
You know Harry Hook's not going to be missing too many of those shots. Now it's a duel. Biotic feels down on both sides. Harry Hook's got a little bit too much. Dodge and weave, dodge and weave. He got out.
Does the soldier wiggle to make sure he gets out of there? He was very low.
I'll be fine.
You have to wait for his teammates, though. Knows the Diva is here to end him.
Oh.
He resigns himself to his fate.
That lake was a lot deeper than I expected.
You can also fall through water very quickly, apparently.
He's really heavy. That's why. I'm getting too heavy to float.
Just wearing steel boots. Imagine how fast he can sprint without those on, though.
I know, right? Well, he's like Goku, right? He takes off the like 500-pound boots and suddenly can move twice as fast. Can race Tracer and Lucio and win. Spain coming back again. Funky dies early. Spain gets that upper hand. And Neptuno, this guy, has been getting the bloodthirsty kills all week long. Whoa. Close call there. Mr. Hip goes down anyway. Harry Hook with a free and clear tac visor, and it looks like that's going to be it for Spain. They are going to take Volskaya Industries. They go 3-0 in this series.
Continuing their role here.
Yep.
Harry Hook, everybody loves him.
Absolutely, can't argue with that.
You know what I love about the Overwatch World Cup so far? One of the many things is that it's been basically a death match between Envy players.
Yeah, you know, it's true.
So this stage in particular, and we are going to get Chips versus Harry, only one of whom will be going to BlizzCon. And since Team Thailand and Team Finland have already been eliminated, we will only have maximum one Envious representative.
Wow, well, they've all eliminated each other at this point. It's quite the brawl. And here's, of course, some exciting moments from that last map. Bromas has just been getting better and better every single time we've seen him, and he's going to need to step it up even more so if Spain wants a chance of beating Sweden in their upcoming playoff match.
Well, so much for Spain, the Spanish players to prove, right? Because it is Harry Hook and the free agents. These guys are looking for those, to sign these contracts with upcoming Overwatch League teams, and it looked grim on day one. Watching them play, they looked like a hot mess, to put it mildly, but credit to them. They really got it together on days 2 and 3.
Yeah, and if you're looking at players like Neptuno and Bromas, man, absolutely. These guys need to get on a team stat.
I think Neptuno has honestly impressed me the most. I agree. He's been holding those angles so well on the Zenyatta. And I think a lot of these fights are made significantly easier for their 3 DPS look by him taking out a support or a DPS on the other team right as the fight begins.
True enough. Well, here we are on Dorado, our final map for our final match here in the group stages at Sydney. Spain versus Vietnam. Spain up 3-0. Vietnam's last chance to take a map here in this match. And they have not, they looked okay on Volskaya. They certainly looked better there than they looked on any other map by pretty large margin, honestly. But now we're on Dorado.
That has been their most dominant map throughout the course of this weekend, though.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
It's disappointing they haven't been able to take it because we saw them post some pretty good times and have some of those big plays. And I understand that as well because with the style that they're playing, which is the one where they want the big wipes, right? That's where you really shine on Assault. Assault is a map mode that rewards you for having a long setup time and piling a bunch of ultimates in there and then slowly grinding through the rest of the point and focusing down the respawns, right? So it does make sense that we might see Vietnam do better on that map type compared to others.
I'm hungry for fish right now, but I can't. I don't know why. Some subliminal messaging or something.
Well, I just want to hit some pinatas.
You're hungry for... I want to eat pinatas. I don't know why. I'm just subliminal. Some cactus maybe too. Maybe not. That's a dangerous place to put candles. There's a lot of wood there, You don't want to burn down these
I don't know why
landmarks of Dorado.
That's a very interesting question. There's a lot of open flame on wood in this map.
Yeah, seriously. That is not a good plan. Somebody put that up.
Okay.
Alrighty then. All right. So basically, guys, there's this player named Neptuno. When he's looking for a team, he's pretty good at killing people all the time on Zenyatta.
That's just a heartbreaker because not really much you can do after that besides wait and see if your teammate can get back into the fray.
I mean, sometimes you just throw your full right click through the door at the beginning of the map and
just headshot a tracer.
Sometimes there's the diva on the other side, or there is no diva on the other side. Nobody can block it.
Well, Embrie doing what he can, nearly taking out Winghaven as he falls onto the low ground to delay this cart. And trade kills come through, but ultimately Spain continues to find themselves with ever so slight advantages. And Neptuno's just going to kill the Tracer again.
Dude, it's, I've said it for a long time. I think, oh, ouch. Bromas takes on KJ, but I think Zenyatta versus Tracer is a Zenyatta favored matchup. I do. When you get the best Zenyatas out there, the ones that are really good at getting the right clicks in there, predicting the movements of the Tracers on the other side, you combine that with your ability to get Orb of Discord on people. For the best Zenyatas, it's a Zenyatta favored matchup. Here comes Embrie with the Dragon Blade. There's a Transcendence on the side of Spain, though, to deny the damage, and he's going to have to try to escape underground, but nope, that only works for the Ninja Turtles, not for you, Embrie. They're the only Ninja Turtles that can get away underground.
That's very true, apparently. He was easily hunted down in those lower hallways.
Pretty much. Couldn't find the sewer. Neptuno looking for another sick right-click kill. And Spain so far really holding Vietnam right at spawn.
I mean, Emrier did get the kill there, so finally there is some purchase on the payload for Vietnam as they find themselves in a 6 versus 4 scenario. It's going to trigger Spain just to walk backwards right now, try and save the rest of their teammates and limit their losses.
Oh, so close to taking down Mr. Hip yet again. And, you know, Vietnam going to get the payload moving now.
That's actually fantastic for Vietnam because of how heavily they staggered Spain that was getting a bit cocky, trying to camp the spawn doors, and they may give up point A as a result.
It was. They're going to try for one last-ditch effort going in with that sound barrier. The rest of Spain catching up. Funky dropped immediately. And Promas grabbing a couple kills there, too. Emrier kind of on his own, trying to fight back. Maverick just trying to find his team on the payload here, but Spain seems to have grabbed control for the second.
He's just waiting, going to have to jump back and conserve his primal rage for another push. Vietnam looking at optimistically to most likely one push, given how far they have to run all the way to the end of point A.
Yep.
Emrier needs to do the work with this Dragon Blade.
And he's done it before. I mean, he certainly has been a pretty decent Genji player so far. Maverick gonna pop the Primal Rage. They're going in early with that one, but the zoning, I don't know, man. Transcendence used by Spain and Maverick.
No support left for Vietnam either.
That was not the best advised attack I've ever seen.
Emrier pulled his Dragon Blade and Harry Hook cut him down instantly with the Tactical Visor.
It's tough to watch, man.
Oh man, those are two crucial ults now missing. K Jerry has the Tactical Visor as well. Maybe he can make this work without any support ults left onto Spain, but he's going to have to find an incredible angle.
Mr. Hip has the Pulse Bomb too. I mean, it's just going to take some miracle ults basically for Vietnam to finish off point A. Spain ready. There's the Tac Visor immediately from K Jerry. Spain falls back. They can wait it out. They're actually going to dive in here. Toxicant goes down, as is Harry Hook. So Vietnam putting it together. They're making this work right now. Sound barrier as well to try to keep the push going. Spain lost a couple members here, and it looks like they're going to lose everyone else. So at the very last moment, it appears that Vietnam is going to eventually, despite that kill with Bromas, maybe they can't. I don't know, man.
I mean, how far can they delay it? Toxicant comes back with a Dragon Blade, but he is killed by Maverick. So Harry Hook on the periphery right now gets knocked off of the cart. How long can they delay?
No, not too much longer. They're trying here. They can't get there. Harry Hook taken out. There goes Neptuno as well. They did, they forced Vietnam to overtime, but still.
You know, Vietnam did take advantage of the fact that very few defensive options were available for Spain right there, rushing onto the cart.
I feel like maybe Spain got a little bit too aggressive there. They kind of overdid it with the defensive push and paid for it.
I think it's tough if you're Spain because you really did use a lot of resources to get it to that point. And but as you said, maybe they were being a bit too aggressive, at least at the start of point A. Towards the end, they stabilized a bit.
I mean, when it comes down to it, you still don't have the diva. So when you dive in there against attack visors, good luck. Spain with the sound barrier now as they try to stop the payload and get a little bit of stability going. Harry Hook, that helps out. Attack visor kill onto Emrier. And looks like they'll push Vietnam back for the moment.
Now holding it. That's a great point, though. That's why we have to emphasize the defensive support ultimates. As some late stagger kills for Spain come through, because besides that, or maybe a primal rage where you get in the soldier's face and start knocking him back away from your team. Without a diva, there are very few answers to long-range hit scan.
Okay, Jerry just going a little bit too far forward and meeting Toxicant.
I mean, that's basically 30 seconds now that Vietnam has lost due to stagger kills.
Yeah. And I mean, there's no excuse for K-Jerry to be that far up when the rest of your team is respawning.
Whoa, that helps. Trans eliminated for Spain, so Funky.
Nice right click from Funky, takes down Neptuno. Doc falls immediately. Emrier getting a big edge here with the Dragon Blade, no pun intended. Bromas does get the Pulse Bomb kill onto K-Jerry though, and Funky fell to Winghaven. So Spain still getting some of their own kills too, and Vietnam, that payload moving forward. We'll see if Toxican can change things. So gets one already, and with the help of Bromas, they will stop the push cold.
And they really won the battle inside the room on the right-hand side of the cart there. Winghaven gets the necessary kill onto the DPS, and that's enough for the Dragon Blade to clean up the rest of the fight. Neptuno still has that Transcendence to stall out on the cart.
You know, once in a while you die with your ult up, and it ends up coming in handy, and I think this is going to be one of those times for Spain where we're going into just about 10 seconds left for Vietnam, and that Transcendence could be clutch if it's used correctly. There's the sound barrier for Vietnam going in with their first support ultimate. Spain can kind of wait it out. They can let this payload move a little bit. It's overtime now.
Yeah, they didn't get any kills. The Winghaven got low, but the first support ult ineffective. They have to commit their second one now with the Transcendence.
Harry Hook's already killed Emrier, though, so now Spain can engage with their own Transcendence, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They were so patient with those support ultimates, and Funky dies. Toxican gets the kill on Jerry, and that is just textbook, man. That is how you close out a round in Spain. Able to hold Vietnam to just 1 point, and not a very long push with that payload.
No, it's not. And like you say, Doa, textbook when they have to make those desperation ults, when they have to come in and use both defensive support ultimates right off the bat. You stay up on that high ground. Doesn't matter if the payload moves a little bit, and then you decisively crush it with the healing while you push them off the payload yourself.
Well, it was just very good awareness by Team Spain of knowing, you know, what their limits were. They knew they could afford to just be really patient and kind of wait for it. And yeah, I think I'd be proud if I was Spain of a good defensive round like that. Except for maybe when I ran into Attack Visor without a diva. But aside from that, you know, not bad. Pretty good.
Well, it seems like Toxican might be pulling out the Pharah yet again here. Pharah, we have seen him play her on this map previously.
Well, that's all the farther that Spain needs to push this payload to get a 4-0 in their match against Vietnam and really complete quite the comeback this week with the especially rough day we saw from them on the first day of competition on Friday to kind of reach the state they've reached right now. What a turnaround for the squad.
I really wonder what happened with them between those 2 days, how their discussions really shifted the way they were playing and their teamwork, because it was so uncoordinated in the first day of play. Despite the expectations that it looked like maybe they were never going to find that synergy, but it seems like some more scrims and some discussions have really enacted a profound change in this Spanish roster.
You know, we really saw some like heated discussions going on the desk during their first match too, but you know, sometimes it's like Dragon Ball Z, right? Where you've got your enemies, right? And you're fighting with them, then eventually you're like, wow, I really respect your strength. And then you become friends. That's how you beat the even stronger guy. There you go.
I like the way you think, Doug. Well, Toxic sticking to the Pharah now, trying to push people off the top of these buildings, but needs to fall back as he does get slightly low. And Neptuno is on the Widowmaker, actually, so...
Interesting.
That's going to cause Harry Hook to fall pretty quickly. Winghaven will be following him into the grave.
I think it's time for some swaps here.
Yeah, Neptuno now.
He's waiting for it.
Back on to... Yeah, I don't think you can run single support Pharah Widowmaker. You just don't have... Basically, if your front line goes on to the payload or tries to advance, you don't have the healing to support them. Yeah. And you can't get onto the payload or put pressure on it with either the Pharah or the Widow.
Well, Neptuno, yet another kill. Why play Widowmaker if you can just kill everybody on Zenyatta? I don't get it. Spain pushing ahead now. Hey, you don't really need the Widow.
Actually, Maverick got a late kill onto Doc, so maybe this could actually happen. Nope. Harry Hook dropped that biotic field as his teammates get low, had that cooldown available, and keeps everybody alive on the cart.
You notice, too, Neptuno is doing a really good job of getting that Orb of Discord on every target, and that just really enables Harry Hook to pick people off with not too many shots.
Yeah, and this is going to be, looks like a nearly uncontested. Oh, okay. Harry Hook.
Not quite the entrance you want to make as Winston there, but...
Well, tried to get in, but that's going to be a dead Genji at the end. Can't quite make it to the payload in time to delay it, and now the chase down begins.
Yep. And now Spain gets that payload moving. 4:40 left on the clock to push it just halfway through the second point here. on Dorado. Whoa.
Oh, wow. Looks like we missed a nice shot on two.
I guess so.
Toxkin with a Helix rocket.
It sounded painful. Sounded like that one hurt. Ouch. Doc does get picked off by Mr. Hip on the side, and Bromas is just going to wait for it. Oh, wow. K-Jerry, man, he just didn't know what direction that was coming from.
And this is going to be the delayed respawns right now. Bromas hunting on the backside. Can he get a big pulse bomb off? He's going to slam it down, not get any kills.
So close to the stick. Meanwhile, Maverick does take out Neptuno. Bromas going to back off, deposit something in the bank there.
Why wouldn't he just take some gold? I wouldn't be depositing when there are all those gold bars lying around.
Yeah, but you can't be carrying around a bunch of gold bars when you're Tracer. That's going to weigh you down big time.
That's probably what sunk Soldier on that other map, actually.
That's true.
He probably got greedy, filled his pockets with gold bars.
Filled with gold bars. I need to save for retirement.
Just bring it full circle, though, you know.
There, I like the continuity in our cast here. You see Spain, too, taking their time again. They know they've got tons of time. They barely have to push that payload. They can afford to play it really safe. Toxican has that barrage, and now with Winghaven coming in, that's going to set it up maybe. Doesn't even need it. Avoids the pulse bomb. Winghaven does fall, but there's a barrage. Simple going down immediately, and that should pave the way for the last bit of pushing here, even with Funky getting the kill on Toxican. That is going to be about it. And Spain will take this match 4-0, and they will move on to face Sweden for that spot at BlizzCon.
That's right. They're just going to stick around on stage, smooth sailing through their final group stage game. But I hope they're warmed up for Sweden, because Sweden looked a lot better today.
Well, you know, Spain looked good today, too. So I think we're in for a really great playoff match here.
I'm excited, but I do think that this is maybe where that lack of diva really starts to hurt them. Bromas has been having a great tournament, but trying to win those Tracer duels against Tvik is very difficult.
That's right. So, guys, we're going to take a break right now, and that's going to give you a moment out there to get...
He's a caller, he's a strategist, he's what Sweden are going to need to really break Spain down in the cerebral sense.
And what we've seen from Sweden here so far has not only been great engagements coming out of their front tank line, with Reinforce leading the way, but you think back to their matchup with Australia earlier today. Tvik, absolutely the player to watch here, where he has been the most deadly Tracer we have seen today. Absolutely vital to Sweden's success.
Absolutely a contender for top player in the West. Incredible DPS ability. When there's a lot of great players in the eastern part of the world, but Tvik has been a fixture at the scoreboard, at the top of the tables, and now it's time to see if he can topple Spain. Sweden here on the attack in the red. Let's see what they can do. They're going to get Tracer to come here. Up against Harry Hook 76, there's a Sombra for Neptuno.
And the key thing is for the Sombra here is that you don't have as much time to build an EMP. You won't usually have it for this first fight unless it goes for a while. So Sweden does have a window here to catch Spain off guard. We'll see if they take it. Right now, they're going a little bit slow. They're setting up to the left. But you got to think that they're going to be diving in here in just a moment. Swoosh looking for his opportunity.
Yeah, Neptuno goes low, and Harry Hook also got chucked down fairly heavily on that first push. Sweden have a moment here to set up at the back of the point. Spain probably won't start this fight. They'll be reactive about it. Swoosh has come forward, though. The bubbles are down, and it's Winghaven to fall first.
Winghaven, the first one out of this fight. Sweden now with an edge. 6 on 5, but really more like 6 on 4. Toxican no longer in his mech, and there's no more space control here for Spain. They have no way of pushing back into Sweden. They have to hope that their flankers do some work.
Yeah, being conservative, though. They back away, and here comes the EMP over the fight. Neptuno's able to get out after the fact, and Harry responds. He finds Reinforce on that Winston, but Madison gets in there. It's all about Sweden right now. They're looking indomitable on this attack. They're investing a lot of ultimates in it, but the damage is sticking.
The damage is absolutely going to stick, and Sweden should be able to clean up this point. However, a little bit of credit to Neptuno there. Even though the EMP did not give Spain the point back, it did make Sweden invest more of their ultimates into that fight, so they're not going to be entirely supercharged as they come in here to the second point.
I think Sweden are generally happy with that expenditure. They've actually got a little bit to work with. This is a potentially a scary part of the map for diva self-destructs. They can come from unexpected angles. Sweden can win a fight outright with that on its own, but Spain are now coming into the ultimates as well. Dax got himself a sound barrier. Tick with the pulse bomb is going to hope to try and circumvent that.
This is a very good window right now for Spain to retake control. If you can get Harry Hook back up onto the high ground, he can do very deadly things. Sweden, though, they're looking to prevent that from happening as Winghaven punished immediately.
He goes deep and Zebaside's the one that gets the final hit on him. The Transcendence is in that effect now. It's not from Neptuno. We'll give you the big tip. It's Chips to keep his team nice and topped up. The ultimate economy here is excellent for Sweden. Going through it one by one, piecemeal in fact. Spain have tried to get up in their face and slow them up. But Sweden won't be stopped here.
Sweden keeping the momentum moving forward. For Spain, though, it was not a full loss. They were able to get a little bit of a retreat there. They still have some key ultimates on the table. They'll have at least one more chance to stop Sweden from rolling in right now. But so far, Sweden has been in full control of this match here so far. As Vic to the backline, throws the pulse bomb, doesn't connect.
Yep, but he gets a reload. He wants to hang around to deal with Neptuno, and there's nothing the only Mud can do about it. Twig gets right up in his face, and he sends in the jail. There's no get out of jail free card. Can't even roll doubles to escape.
And that is enough. The distractions and backline from Tvik, vital. The cleanup from Sweden, there. And they're able to take a much cleaner team fight here. And now, Mitch, we see a case where Spain has to decide, do they contest here?
I think they have to. At least they're going to give it a shot, but Sweden is so close that any attempt might just be dashed aside in a cursory fashion. Spain is still going to approach, so they're going to get up close. Victor's down early on. That's a great pick from Neptuno. Swiss, though, trying to make amends with a Dragon Blade. He can't get close enough, though. Spain starting to find their feet a little bit more. 3 for 3 in the fight so far. 3 players on each side on the payload here, and let's see what Management can do. He's nice and healthy.
Management is still around in this fight. Bromos going to have to find some work this point around. It's been a relatively slower game for him so far, and that can't happen. Spain needs Bromos to have contribution, but outnumbered, outgunned, Sweden will take the point.
Oddly enough, Spain made the correct decisions in terms of picking off the targets, but in a 3v3, when Sweden has 2 tanks and a Zenyatta, it's super hard to go man-to-man with that when you've only got a couple DPSs there. Chips now responds. He does his best Neptuno impression by picking Harry Hook off early. That's going to force Spain back.
And don't forget how important Harry Hook has been here to Spain, for being that backline DPS, for being the rock they can rely on. This gives Sweden more time to push up, more time to set positioning for the 6th battle to their tomb. And Tvik, we already see him laying in damage from the back, looking for a pulse bomb target.
A lot of players up on the high ground here for Sweden, anticipating Spain, hoping to try and drop down. They'll be denied that opportunity. Transcendence in over the fight for Chips, and now Sweden are going to follow this in. Spain must fumble one of their own. The pulse bomb doesn't connect, but Bromas managed to find Zevasai amongst the fury of the fight.
And this is Bromas we've been seeing the past 2 days. Able to take down not one, but both supports. Making this happen for Sweden, and just knocks Tvik right in the mouth. Goodbye, son.
Well, Bromas now standing up. We've spent so much time hyping up Tvik as an incredible player, but 1-to-1, Bromas got the better of him there. Not only did he take down Tvik in the duel, but he had a greater impact on the fight in general. The pulse bomb was brilliant.
And now, Spain, able to get a little bit of stability here. You do have Sweden coming right back in, but if Bromos can continually check Tvik like he just did, and no, it's not going to happen. Strike back, and the next fight already underway.
That's an overextension from Bromas. There's no other way about it. He went too far forward, and Sweden now have the man advantage. It's a 5v4 situation. The extra player will pay dividends for Sweden if they can exacerbate this advantage further. The Discord Orb is going to make life very dangerous for Winghaven as he tries to get in. Bromas is back to the fight. He finds reinforced, but Winghaven drops.
This is still very even right now. Spain looking to keep it even. Harry Hook, though, under pressure, not able to get out. Too much pressure coming in from Sweden on all sides. They pick off Spain from the left. They pick them off from the right. And now it's just the D.Va stalling here to buy some time.
Toxicin can't get too much done there. Zevasai finishes him off as he's ejected quickly from his suit. Now Sweden are on the final stretch. Dragon Blade's there. Pulse Bomb is there. Spain have no ultimates to work with.
And Tvik right now just looking for any comers right now. Anyone he can throw this bomb onto, he will take. And there it is. Does it stick? It does. Goodbye, Harry Hook. Tvik firing right back.
Both DPS ultimates get a kill each, and now it's Management and Chips also contributing. Everyone on the side of Sweden is finding their targets and kills. Neptuno doesn't even get to the payload in time. 2 minutes, 13 seconds. Reinforced, put your hands in the air.
He's staring down Harry Hook. That's what I'm seeing right now.
Making a statement. And that's a pretty good start. You can see Manhattan as well there. He's saying, all right, boys, that's the first hurdle over. Finish the map. 2 minutes and 13 seconds is an excellent time to have. And that means Spain now really need to dig deep.
Spain, it felt like, came out a little bit slow here compared to what we saw, but they did show very good signs of life defending on last, where you saw more contribution from Bromos. You saw better engages from the Spain tanks to keep Sweden a little bit off guard. So even though Sweden came in very dominant here, Spain has at least shown us that there is still stuff left in the tank, and we'll see what they can do here as they move to the attack.
And this is where things for Manhattan can get a little bit dicey now on the defensive side, because Toxicin's going to be going for that Genji instead of playing Divas. So not only dicey, but also, I guess, a little bit slicey. Triple DPS dive for Spain. That's been their MO so far, and they've had good success with it. For Sweden, the pressure's on them now to really be clever about their positioning and make sure no one man is left behind.
I would say the linchpin here for Sweden will be how they use that D.Va, because when you are playing D.Va and going against a triple DPS setup, it really does come down more to protection, where you're not so much going to be trying to dive in the Harry Hook immediately. What you're going to be doing is trying to apply pressure to the flankers as they come in and really protect your backline. So how Manitin protects Sweden here in this case will be absolutely paramount to this map.
And this is a clever decision from Sweden. Switch away from the Zenyatta. The Discord Orb has slightly less value when your enemy team is not boasting so many tanks. If it was a Diva in there, you'd probably see Chips go for the Zenyatta in some cases, but Anna benefits greatly from high ground, from safe positioning. She has great burst healing, and of course, the Nano Boost could be a huge boon to swoosh or reinforce should the situation call for it.
Do we have an ambush play being set up right now? Sweden awfully far forward, and from downtown, beautiful bio nade to delay Spain just a little bit.
That is absolutely filthy. Swoosh also hit the Helix rocket, by the way, so it wasn't just the bio grenade. There could have been a pick there. That's how low some of the Spain's players were, but they managed to resist the urge to go sleeping early, and now they're ready to set up an attack.
Not a lot of chill right now in the Spain offense. Harry Hook already grabbing good positioning here on the high ground, looping right around. And Spain, it's the buddy system in play right now. Staying together with Toxican in the air. Sweden right now just rolling around, really looking for the right opportunity, but they are giving up progress on the point. They're going to have to sweep around soon.
Chips has been zoned out there, but Toxican, it's a mid-air sleep dart. Are you kidding me? And then Toxican can't get off the ground quick enough. Lovely stuff there. Bromas and Harry Hook still trying to respond, though, losing two of their teammates, and they are still up on this point.
This is not bad for Spain. They've got key trade-outs right now, and down goes Swoosh. Even better right now for the Spanish as they get into the cafe. Sweden doing a decent job of fighting back, but this is a fight that's very difficult to turn back in your favor as the losses keep piling up.
Bromas, a pulse from what it was Chips, but he got the Nano Boost off just in time. Neptuno finds Victor and Reinforce was the beneficiary of said Nano Boost, if I'm not mistaken. Sweden looks like they're getting picked apart at this point, and Reinforce heads for the hills. He needs to back away. He might not escape. No, Bromas, it's a stall.
He didn't get to the hills. He didn't even get to the top of the building. Instead, he will get a one-way luxury ticket back to his spawn room. Meanwhile, Spain, they get an opportunity to set up here on the attack, and Sweden has to regroup before they engage Spain once more.
Note the positioning here for Winghaven up on this high ground. He can work with Toxican to a great degree. If Toxican is pressured by someone trying to play up close, like Tfik, for example, Winghaven will be there to help him, even though he's not airborne.
Well, Bromas right now creeping to the back line. Zenyatta in his sights, not able to clear it there just yet, but still, Pulse Bomb is set up.
Oh, Twig just gets blown up there. That's the Discord Orb's power, and Bromas connects so many of those shots. Now he's going to be looking for the Zenyatta, but he's lost a couple of teammates in the meantime, and that's it. Chips turns around. Bromas gets too close for comfort, and the Orb definitely is a destructive one.
Chips high-end showing why he is one of the best Zenyatas in the game, able to hold the backline, end the terror of Bromas there, and Sweden with plenty of time now to set up their next defense however they may please. However, Spain is not coming in without their weapons. 4 ultimates charged up, and Toxican can very much help in taking the skies.
Oh, that was so big. Gotta love me some Zenyatta play like that. But again, Spain take up their positions as before. Winghaven dives in, takes a lot of damage early. You can see Toxican's forced to use a concussive blast to get him away from trouble. Winghaven went on a solo mission and found Chips. That's a huge boost here to Spain at the start of the fight. But Bromas is found by Tfik.
It's 5-on-5 right now, but Winghaven's really low. He's not going to be able to delay for Spain quite as well here or make as much space. But here comes Justice. But Tfik taking down Toxican immediately.
Maybe rename Barrage to press Q to respawn. I'm not sure. Toxican got that one kill, but he's so vulnerable up there in the air. It's always a risky play to go for, and it hasn't helped Spain gain that much progress here. They've got a couple players. They've done enough damage to Sweden, though, that they'll be able to get forward a bit. It's forced Sweden to disengage for the time being. But look, they're going to back up. They don't have enough players.
Spain, with 3 minutes and 15 seconds here on Bromas, he would love nothing more than to drop down from the heavens and deliver a gift to take down the Sweden player and let Spain do well, but he's a little bit out of the fight as the fight has already begun.
Yeah, sound barrier for Sweden means he needs to wait on this pulse bomb. It's going to drop behind the player and doesn't connect, but Spain is still making this work despite the sound barrier being there for Sweden. Neptuno, Harry Hook are all over it now, and look at his positioning here from Neptuno. He knows he's safe. He's throwing in those Discord orbs to keep his team across the line, and Spain get it done. Neptuno, the orchestrator of the demise of the Swedes in that fight.
Spain right now out of ultimates, but definitely not out of progress, keeping this moving forward. But we're going to be seeing a Zenyatta come in right now. Chips will be rolling onto the point. Sweden will be able to stay with him. This is not over yet by a long shot, and here comes Sweden. They're on the way out. And Chips in with the Transcendence.
That's right, Neptuno's out of the fight right now, but Sweden are pushing forward off the back of the Transcendence. It's a flanking Zenyatta here. Can Neptuno connect these orbs? No, it's going to be a struggle. Now he's under a bit of scrutiny. Vic does see him off in the distance, but Harry Hook has done some work. Neptuno's distracted enough attention for the rest of Spain to find crucial targets.
No one expects the flanking Zenyatta, and that is actually working out for Spain. For whatever reason, it works in their favor, and Harry Hook gets the cleanup they need. Spain is opening the second point door.
Bromas went down there, but his pulse bomb found a very important target. It's not so bad that he has to take a trip back to the spawn. The rest of your team did a good job, but no, swoosh. Oh, he got a suboptimal spawn there. He didn't spawn in the far back spawn because he died before the point was taken. A little bit annoying for him, and that's a stagger.
Is a bit of a stagger. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left here for Spain. Remember, Sweden did fly through this map relatively quickly, so Spain is basically looking to tread water, even things out here. This next fight is more than must win for them, but Sweden, they're going to dive right in.
That's frightening. It is the attack of Reinforcing straight in, but Chips Hyatt is picked off. Despite the aggression of Sweden starting that fight, they left their backline open, and of course very vulnerable now. And Spain are going to make that work in their favor. Both DPSs for Sweden are down. Harry Hook's just getting the cleanup now.
Sweden perhaps a little bit overeager. They did have a slight edge going into that fight, but Harry Hook is the edge for Spain, cutting people down. Great stuff for them. One fight away here, Mitch, from potentially evening up this map.
Spain are right on step with Sweden right now. Time-wise, it's only about 20 seconds difference. So if this fight goes well for the Spaniards, it's going to be even Stevens in the time bank into the next half.
Absolutely, and now Harry Hook poking from the back line. Spain looking for the engage. Bromas injured and barely able to get away. He's going to get healed up. And now Spain able to maintain a 6. Looking for their opportunity as they push forward, and he gets the Lucio. Here comes Spain.
1 for 1 so far, though. Toxkin is down for Spain. They're going to be lacking the Genji. He was so close to his Dragon Blade, though. Now the Transcendence for Sweden with Reinforced fighting too. That is going to force Spain back. They've got plenty of time to work with, though.
I think that's fine for Spain. Spain didn't have to invest anything serious into that fight. They're about to have Blade. They're about to have Visor. They have Sound Barrier. This is a very good opportunity for Spain here. And with focused on Toxkin, this is where he can earn his pay.
At this point in the game, Spain just can't think about trying to beat Sweden's time anymore. That's not possible. Now they need to finish the match, at least force a replay to go for a full hold. Toxkin in with a blade.
Toxkin moving right in. The barrier protecting him. D-Max Diva slices through the armor, slices through Diva, and goes to the top, but not able to get swoosh. However, the distraction is enough. Bromas picks up where he left off, and Spain on the verge of capping this out.
Vic comes in. Harry Hook falls to his hand. Finds two. Are you kidding me? What a turnaround for Vic, but he doesn't hang around for long enough. That could have been it. That could have been what they needed to hang on. There is a Diva up on the point for the moment here. Sweden is stalling this out. Managed to find Winghaven. He was 1v5. Unbelievable.
Tavik has many names, but right now he is the lifesaver, and I don't mean the candy. A great turnabout there from Sweden. They are still in this, and Spain down to their final minute.
Tavik had 3 kills in the space of 5 seconds. He's limited Spain so much. Of course, management wasn't 1v5 after those kills came through, but it was a huge disadvantage for him. He managed to get a kill insane. Transcendence for Spain, they're not going to allow this to go lightly.
Transcendence coming in right now to try and let them catch Sweden off guard, but they're able to roll back. No one is killed during that time, and Sweden in a great position, but they lose Manitin. He's not able to rematch, and Spain, though bloody, able to get into this fight very well.
Reinforcers out, though. He's serious about this one. Harry Hook goes, Chips now on towards Winghaven. It's back and forth. 26 seconds left in the round, and Sweden to come back. They've got the players on the point. Spain are falling apart like dominoes, like flies, whatever you like. They've got to get their heck out.
Spain right now, they are in emergency time. They're not going to be able to finish this out with any time remaining, but they can go for the draw. 10 seconds left remaining. They must touch the payload to bring it into overtime. Now they set up. They're going to be coming right up the gut, and we'll see if they have it in them to catch Sweden off guard.
We're going to be in overtime. There's no other way about it. They're going to jump straight on in, but Chips finds Zach already at the start of the fight. That's a very big pick off the Dragon Blade for Toxkin. He's immediately forced to reflect the damage coming through. The Transcendence is there for Sweden. They've got all the ultimates they need, and there it is. They'll stand tall. Spain are not finishing this map. They're not getting the Omnic to his trailer. And the first map is Sweden's.
Sweden. First map going to them. And now, 2 maps away from booking their ticket to BlizzCon, Spain. We'll see if they can bounce back.
Some painful moments there for Spain as well in these last couple of fights. Getting some players picked off fairly early definitely doesn't help. Sweden were in a great position, all economy-wise. Let's have a look, though, at the play of this game. Obviously, where Sweden really managed to make the difference. This was incredible stuff. This is obviously on the attacking side, of course, for the Swedes. This is where Tavik really breaks things open and allows them to get over the line. That pulse bomb, that's got to hurt.
especially when you're taking out Harry Hook, who very clearly has been one of the best players here for Spain, where anytime Spain needs a big play, Harry Hook is there being reliable. And you know what? If you take him down the early pulse bomb, you're not leaving Spain with a whole lot left to come back with.
And look, on the topic of Tvik, one reason why people regard him so highly is not necessarily for the flashy plays, but he is probably the most consistent player that we have seen in the West. His performances hardly fluctuate. Very, very, very strong in almost every one of his games, with a few exceptions, of course. That play again we saw was pretty impressive, but more than that, it was Tvik going in and getting 3 very quick kills on defense. He drops down, Manhattan gets back to the payload, he gets 1 kill on his own. I think it was 1v3, maybe even less than that. Either way, he manages to jump in despite stalling to get a kill. That's massive if you're one of those players that is just dripping on towards the point to try and keep that overtime going. If you get a kill, that's a huge bonus, and that sets your team up to actually be able to push the attackers back, despite the fact that you were stalling.
Let's never forget how versatile Tvik is here too, because yes, he is on Tracer right now in this tournament. However, if you look at his resume, there is a really long period of time where he wasn't playing Tracer at all. He's recently had to refine his love for Tracer in this tournament and a little bit in contenders, and he's improved dramatically.
Our next map is going to be Lijiang Tower. A quick trip over towards China here. The weather definitely not as good as we've had so far in Sydney. That's been stellar. And again, it's a best of 3 inside this map. Control center, there's what you've seen. A great playground for Lucios, no doubt about it. And again, that triple DPS composition. We've seen Toxican play the Pharah here as well a fair bit. And it's had some good success. He's exceptionally good at that. One of the few Pharah players actually in this tournament, or one that's comfortable running it.
Do you think, given the fact that Lijiang Tower has 2 stages that are very good for fair play, Nightmark and Garden in particular, do you think this is why Spain has decided to challenge Sweden and bring them to this control map?
Okay, so it's one of the biggest points of difference between these 2 teams. And especially when Sweden runs like a Soldier 76 and a Tracer, there's not a whole lot. It can be a little bit difficult for the Soldier just to deal with a Pharah. There's a lot of pressure being applied, and if you're busy trying to shoot a Pharah, you have to deal with the enemy 76 and the enemy Tracer. I think this is the best Pharah map in the pool right now for control at the very least. Oasis obviously not being present. So if I'm Spain, I'd try to go with something that I know my opponents aren't going to choose to emulate.
The other thing I think here too, Toxican will be in the sky as a Pharah. You have to pay attention to it. But it makes Toxican, I think, more of a threat than what he is on the Genji, which means you have a triple threat here from Spain. A Pharah in the sky, Harry Hook in the back, and Bromos in your back.
Manhattan's first job there was to use his defense matrix to eat up the concussive blast from Toxican. That's his first task. The rest, well, that's a lot harder. Keeping Tvik alive would have been one of those, but Harry gave him no choice. Great connection with the Helix rocket to remove the Tracer early on. Spain have a huge advantage in this fight. They're 6v4.
Zeba was fleeing from the pressure from Spain on the ground, did not account for the air. Toxican finishing him up, and beautiful rockets coming in here. Nice cleanup, aided by Bromos, and that will be a remarkably clean take from Spain to open up Lijiang.
Running a Pharah in your team composition can either be a help or a hindrance. In fact, it can make all the difference sometimes. If you're hitting those shots, you're automatically having a huge contribution. But if you are out of position, not able to get in position, or missing your rockets, you are a dead weight.
And now, Toxican sitting pretty here in the sky. And does he get the knockoff? No. Was looking for it a little bit late. Sweden, they dive in and get very little results. Bromos there on the counter dive, taking down Swoosh, and Spain gonna roll this right back into Sweden.
Again, Toxican still uncontested up in the air. He took some damage in the fight, but it was purely residual. Bromos does goes down, but Sweden are struggling to deal with Spain here. Again, the Pharah definitely must be a consideration while not getting tons of kills. Toxican's doing a heck of a lot of damage.
Again, this makes Toxican a threat. If they're looking at Toxican, they're not looking at Harry, they're not looking at Bromos. Even if he himself isn't doing as much here, he's opening up Harry Hook and Bromos for greatness. And speaking of doing much, this barrage is ready to go. I don't know if Sweden got the memo.
Sweden have the ultimates ready to run here. They should be expecting it. But Swoosh gets picked up early by Neptuno. So Toxican doesn't have any reason to use his barrage here. No reason whatsoever. Save it for a rainy day.
Beautiful rockets taking down Chips at the very end, and he can just back out. He doesn't have to chase that down. They've already won this fight.
And what I don't understand is the Swoosh is switching towards the Genji here, so that gives Sweden even less capacity to deal with a Pharah. It's actually quite frustrating to remove one as Genji. You've got a fairly slow projectile speed. It's hard to get in the face of a Pharah unless she's low to the ground. So now Manhattan just has the hope that the Pharah doesn't kill everyone. He can protect his team.
So they're rotating in here again. Toxican can't really open the barrage unless the defensive matrix were in his day, but he's such a threat. They're all looking at Toxican. They're not looking at the rest. And Spain, so many ultimates to open open this up.
Oh, the barrage. There's no defense matrix to stop it, but finally it comes in from Manatin, but Reinforcers already failed. A terrible start to the fight for Sweden yet again. It's 90% for Spain. Toxican now with free reign. He's actually boots on the ground for the moment, but a sound barrier is going to keep him topped up in this most vulnerable of times for him.
Spain had so many resources going to this fight that getting it for Sweden would be tough, but they did almost get control. We're in overtime right now, and Spain getting easy cleanup, but isn't enough. They've led Vic alive. He's moving around to the back line, and Sweden still with a hope and a prayer, even as time runs out.
Harry Hook was in a position to do work, but he's off the edge. Unfortunately, it's just a consolation prize at this stage for Sweden. They've run out of players here. It's just Chips forced to commit towards the point. He's forced to use his translocator to get out. He'd like to come back in, and he does briefly. The Rockets, though, they're finding their mark. Manatin back on towards the point now to try and stall things out, and surely not. Spain had to hold on here. Sweden wants to rest his back and in control. Dragon Blade for Swoosh.
Swoosh with the Dragon Blade. Sweden needs it most. That's enough to push him over the edge. They will retake control of this point, and yet it is a long mountain that they must climb here.
A long mountain?
Long mountain, large mountain.
High mountain?
High mountain.
I like a long mountain. That's fine with me. I don't really love hiking too much. I don't know about high altitudes. If it's a long mountain, I can deal with that. I still get the experience, right?
Right. Well, you know what? It's a thought that counts. But Spain, one good fight is all they need right now to put this one over the top. And Bromos holding on to that false bomb. He's been great with it here so far.
All right, getting aggressed though. Reinforcers definitely going to be getting in this face and to fix there to help out. That's the dive. That's the way it should work. But the back caps happen. Sweden have no choice to go for the fight, but Spain are stuck in the back door. Fortunately, the security alarms are working well enough for Sweden. There was a response, and Toxican now needs to get out.
Well, that's one way of getting out. You take a dip in the koi pond.
Sleep with the holographic fishes. Not quite as poetic as real fishes, but still. It's pretty.
Real fishes are expensive in this day and age. You got to take what you can get.
And with all this debris falling into the water, I mean, you don't want to risk it, right? It really upset the ecosystem there.
Absolutely. Well, Spain, they might have lost that fight, but they still have at least 2 to 3 fights left remaining. The problem for them is that they don't have a lot in ult power for this fight, but then again, neither does Sweden. This one might be decided by raw mechanics here early on as Spain moving in from the closed-in side, looking for an opportunity, and now they start to contest the point.
Harry Hook's got to be careful. He's taking a lot of poke damage for the time being, so a lot of healing is being directed towards him. That's fine for the Dak, though. He's more than happy just to be in healing mode on that Lucio for now. Sweden steps forward. The bubble gets popped early on. Sound barrier now coming out from Zeb's side.
Sound barrier is in, and so is Sweden. Deep diving into that closed-in quarter as Swoosh goes back and forth. Farewell to Spain. They are cleaned up, and now this will be decided by one final fight.
Big shout out to the ultimate economy of Sweden here. One ultimate is all they use, sound barrier. That means they've got so much to work with. This EMP could get the upset in this round for Sweden. There's a Dragon Blade to follow. They've got so much to work with. Spain, though, aren't without ultimates themselves.
The EMP is a great point right now. Chiptine is able to put himself over the top. He goes in. The EMP is out, and here comes Sweden. The self-destruct going to the back, and it's a good distraction. 3-0 here for Sweden as they clean right up.
Beautiful stuff, and now 2% to go. Toxicum's hoping to stall the round out, but somehow Sweden bring things back. Spain are down. Bromos was the last to fall in the first round on Lee's Young Tower against the odds. Sweden reacted and adapted mid-round. They realized the Pharaoh was causing the problem, so a change of tack. The Genji came in for Swoosh, the Sombra even for Chips, and that made all the difference.
Spain only needed one more fight there, and they had an entire round's worth of time to get it. Sweden, though, holding strong, able to grit their way back into that, where never forget that Spain had that in overtime with somewhat of an advantage on the point, so Sweden really had to claw their way back in, and yet now they're one round away from going up 2-0 in this best-of-5 series.
Again, the presence of Sombra on this map, especially Control Center, is great. Sombra can do a heck of a lot from here with all the health packs in the proximity. Garden was interesting to see it come out from Chips. I wonder if it was a realization that there was only one tank to deal with, so maybe the Discord Orb wasn't going to be as valuable. But man, that EMP really rocked Spain in that last round.
It was an EMP right when they needed it. It hit the targets that were available, and it was enough. Now Sweden, rolling around again. Using the Sombra to good effect here so far. Hacking the health packs, using them to build up EMP charge, but now they strike, they dive right in.
Yeah, we're on board with Swooshes. You can see how he follows the charge in from the Winston. Vic was also there with Neptuno, Harry Hook, Toxkin all falling down very early. That is a very well executed dive by Sweden. They landed the Winston, and the DPS has followed, reinforce in.
Sweden cleaning up with ease, and here's the real problem is that When you run a Sombra early on, you do lack a little bit of offensive power while you build an EMP. But your reward for winning that fight is now Chips High-End can put Sweden way ahead on ultimate economy. He's about to get EMP. Bromos, under pressure, able to get out, but now we'll see what happens as Spain tries to come in here once more.
Winghaven's in the back line of Sweden right now, so Sweden need to react quickly. They need to deal with Winghaven or the rest of Spain. Chips is going to get towards the back line, and that's Winghaven going down. He didn't have a lot of support by the looks of things. EMP, you better believe it. Turn your radios off. In fact, you can't turn them on. They're busted. And now Neptuno and Harry Hook need to do this work real well. Zephyr to fall down. Harry Hook's still up on his feet.
Well, I got news for you here, Vince, because Spain had power generators. They were ready. They're still in this fight, immune to EMPs in some form or fashion. They're going to come back in and recap.
That's it. Who needs electricity? Lights. We can dance around the maypole in the middle of the map for all they care. 5% for Spain to bring things back. Good start for Sweden, but that EMP definitely not really having the intended effect. However, Sweden will stay on that pick. Losing to Vic, though, is going to force them to take a seat for a moment.
The EMP was a little bit late to that fight. Sweden had already incurred a few losses. It wasn't at the greatest time. Still could have turned it, but in that case, perhaps not. Sweden, though, plenty of options as they set up here for the next fight. They're going to dive in. Reinforce unleashes the rage, and here comes Swoosh.
Sure, the issue's definitely being forced right now, and Swoosh is trying to find Harry Hook. He knows he has attack fires up. He found him somehow a blind slash, dealt with the 76 with his ultimate up. Neptuno was also caught in the mix, and now that should be a very easy cleanup for Sweden. They've got the key targets dealt with, and yes, Toxican getting de-suited towards the end of the fight. Sweden can re-establish here. Couple ultimates burnt, but still a couple in reserve.
Sweden able to make the most of that engage, and it was beastly to say the least. Reinforce got right in there. Swoosh not a second behind, and it caught Spain off guard. So this has been back and forth here so far. About to be even 46-46, but the EMP is charged.
That could be big here. It's difficult to let Sweden get out in front. If they can just use the EMP and no other ultimates, that's kind of the ideal situation. That's the whole point of EMP, to try and make it as easy and less intense fight as possible.
Well, they transcend early on here because they're afraid of the EMP. Chiptyon holds on to EMP here so far, but drops the lane the fight. However, his team is down too. It's not nearly as effective, and Spain does not care.
This is the issue for Sweden. While they're holding the point, they're essentially defenders. If they're not diving in, they need to play reactively. And they've lost a couple players before they managed to realize it was time for that EMP. Sombra is most effective when you use her aggressively, when you have the initiative, when you can take the fight on your own terms.
And that's why you saw Neptuno go in with the Transcendence early. He didn't want to risk Chiptyon dropping in over the top, EMPing him, taking him out for a free kill, and then having that extend to the rest of his team. So Spain striking right back. And we're coming down to the wire here on the control center.
Again, another early pick-off. Neptuno finds Vic again, which means that Sweden have to wait just a little bit longer. You can see the Swoosh is not going to move any further forward lest he get picked off. And even now, he's under some scrutiny and needs to backpedal a little bit.
Good thing here for Spain, though, is that Sweden is not really working with a ton of ult charge here just yet. Swoosh is trying. He's not there in the beginning. Bromos, though, Pulse Bomb doesn't connect. And now it's a big opportunity for Sweden as they go in.
Neptuno down first. This time it's he who gets picked off at the start of the fight. But Swoosh is kind of caught in the mix of things. He gets pasted up against the wall. It's a bit of a macabre mural, but it's a good reminder to Sweden not to get up in the face of Spain like they did just then. A fairly even fight with Reinforce going for his primal rage, but Spain is set up on the point together.
Sweden right now bloody but not broken. To Vic almost down, able to get out of trouble. And Chips, he's built up the EMP, and he's going to use it right now. This could be the fight seal for Sweden. They break it down, they turn off the lights, and Spain right now running out of options.
Yeah, look at this. The pressure now mounted to just keep making sure there's no further casualties suffered by Sweden. Protect that back line a little bit further. Bromos finally down, and it is 99% to 73. Again, Sweden are going to set themselves up for a tilt at getting a complete run-back victory on this round. Spain, if they win one more fight, that's it.
Spain right now has an edge. Not only do they not have to worry about the EMP, they have the barrier. They're going to have the Transcendence. Sweden is going to have to play out of their minds or explode them with that self-destruct if they want to win this next fight. Here come the Spanish.
Twinko's so low at the start of the fight. Neptuno again. He's doing such a fantastic job of picking the Tracer up early. That's a terrible omen and a bad start for Sweden in this fight. Dragonblade for Switch, he's trying to even the scales, but he can't do it. There's not enough support for him. The self-destruct from Manhattan finds Dak, but you can see that point. It's covered in blue players. It's all blue right now, and Sweden are feeling it. Maybe they're black and blue after this one. Discord Orb on Reinforced. He's not long for this world, and that surely will be in a little bit of stall, but it's just a cursory, it's just the pleasantries being exchanged at this stage. EMP doesn't have an effect, but there's no one else to back it up. Manhattan, last player, Rast down on the point, being forced off, but they're over time to tick down. He'll try and get back on. De-suited very, very quickly, and that's going to be it. We have a real game on our hands now. 1-1 at Lijiang Tower.
And let's not forget here that Spain did come very close to taking the round one. If they were able to grab that there, that would be it. This map would be Spain's. Because Sweden did have that big comeback, though, they bought themselves buffer. And now, it will all be settled here in the night market where both of these teams still looking to find a way to get to BlizzCon later this year.
Another map now that has had a bit more of a degree of openness perhaps than the Control Center does. Farah is a possibility here, and Toxican has been so good at it. I mean, teams have not dealt very well with their Farah. Sweden came up with a good response to it in that first round. They're going to have to hope to here if that's going to be the case.
The interesting thing about the Farah here is that when we've seen Farah used really well in Night Market, usually it's done with a Mercy because you utilize the ability to stay on the edge and be harder to hit with consistent damage. Toxican does not have the survivability he would have in the setup because it's only a Zed. Still though, he's in the sky, gets some good poke, and Chimtide will pay the price.
So much damage of that came from Toxican as well, but Vic finds him. He gets a little bit too low to the ground, and Reinforce was able to somehow find Neptuno out of the mix here. We're on board with Bromas. He's looking to try and do a swoosh there. And Harry Hook down, Winghammer down, Bromas surely to follow. Cheeky, very cheeky, finds swoosh, but again, he's going to have to back off.
And this is a case where it's not going to help them win this first fight, but there might be a timing window here for Spain. The problem is that they lost Winghaven, so perhaps not so much in this case. Sweden, able to win the ground war, sort of disregarding on the Farah, and it works as they have first control.
Harry Hook just walks the heck up, opens the door, no way! It's a double kill with a concussive blast. Toxican knocks Manitin and chips off into the void, then follows up with a kill on Reinforce. That's why you take Farah on maps like this.
Toxican being awfully pushy, but it does pay off. Spain getting right back in, and we have ourselves a game right now on the Night Market. Sweden, we'll see how they bring this back, but I gotta tell you, Mitch, I think both teams are about ready to drop the beat.
Well, I think you're right. Both of those Lucios have ultimates in reserve, and Toxican's waiting for another chance. Surely not another concussive blast here. Soundbarrier comes out from Sweden, and looks like Toxican needs to get into the mix himself.
Dak right now holding off on Soundbarrier, waiting, drops at the right time. Spain able to deal barrier for barrier, and now they can push Sweden back. Manitin gonna get demeched here. No, he's able to stay alive. Still though, it's a full retreat from Sweden, and Reinforce not able to get out in time.
You see, both of these two teams are trying to disengage from each other, but now the Transcendence comes in. He heard the sound cue of Swoosh pulling out the Dragon Blade, and Toxican's more than happy to shelter under the umbrella of the Omnic. Try and put some damage down. The Pulse Bomb's found Neptuno, though Sweden coming back into the fight.
Sweden right now making a beautiful re-engage, led by Tavik, cutting through Spain, and this point, of course, is going to flip right back over to Sweden. This has been a tug of war on both sides. The question is, who will fall?
The late Transcendence from Chips was very good, and he's one particular player has a really steely nerve. If he gets pressured down to being low on health or his team sort of getting low, he still has the, I guess, the cognizance there to wait for the Transcendence. Sweden bounced back really nicely with that one. The healing was very, very important.
And now right now they're just trying to control space. They're not letting Spain get the entry they want, and Spain taking a lot of damage, trying to move in here. Reinforce being the bouncer, throwing them back, and he finally hits pay dirt. Bromas out of the fight. Sweden exercising a lot of control here, but they are down one of their Winstons.
Now Reinforce went deep, he's paced with his life with that kill, but there's no Bromas on the map right now, so there's a good opportunity for Swoosh to get into the backline pretty much undetected. Sound barrier here for Sweden just to keep them healthy, and the timing was very, very good. They wanted to pull the trigger, then Swoosh deals with Toxican there, a swift strike to end his life up on high.
Reinforce going to be rejoining the fight here in just a moment. Sweden holding strong, about one fight, maybe two fights away from taking the round and taking them out. Pulse bomb aggressive from Tavik, doesn't land, but Harry Hook gets picked off by Chips. Great play coming from Chips to stagger Spain even more.
This match has been a showcase, a real treat for us of fantastic, world-class Zenyatta play. And both the teams Zenyatta's are getting these early picks that really sets you up to such a great degree. Remember, first kill in the fight is more important than ultimate advantage, statistically speaking.
And Swoosh right now creeping. He's in the agility spot right now, waiting to bring out the blade and bring the pain. Barrier is out, and Swoosh doesn't care. He's going to cut through the music, diving into the room, and hits pay dirt. It's a double kill here from Swoosh, and deadly to Spain's chances.
That's very well done. The point does get flipped back in the process, though, so Spain Valley trying to keep control, but I don't really know if this is worthwhile here. They don't get enough players on the point, and of course, it's 99% for Sweden here. Spain should have gone for the fight, but they had to get on the point. They had no other choice, CP, and unfortunately, they're in a lose-lose situation. Sweden are going to be on this point. Spain are nowhere to be seen. It's a 2-0 game so far. The blood is pumping for the Swedes.
Reinforce feeling the energy of the win, feeling the energy of the crowd. And Sweden, one map away from booking their ticket to Anaheim later this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, eventually they managed to sort of deal with that Farah there. I feel like when Toxican went towards Genji, they tried to match Genji's. Had some great plays, of course, on Farah, but again, when you're forced to go back to the point, you've got no choice. At 99%, Spain had to split their forces in half, 3v6. It doesn't work. All right, we're going to go to... Let's hope.
Why not? But one thing I'll note here going into this is that Spain does have the option to catch Sweden off guard here. Teams on Assault can oftentimes get unexpected momentum from their first attack. If their first attack goes well, Sweden is just a little bit out of position, and they win it decisively, they can carry that momentum into point B, and who knows what type of game we'll be looking at then.
So what we're more interested from the defensive side is not so much their picks here. This is fairly standard. It's no real surprise to any of us. It's actually where they choose to set up here. It's going to be up on this top right side by the looks of things here. We've actually seen teams have success playing from the left and playing up a little bit more around that choke and denying more progress away from attackers. But Sweden are actually more happy to play this from a little bit further back. And this is going to allow Spain to get into position if they so desire.
I think the key thing here for Sweden, it's fine to play further back, but you can't let Spain get on the point uncontested. That has not worked out very well for teams here today on the defensive end. So the defense does have to take a little bit of an initiative here. And for now, the poke war has begun. Spain back and forth with Sweden.
That poke was incredible though. Chips went down very, very low there. Probably about 50 health points. You can see Dak there doing what he does best. Wall ride forward there. You can get into some interesting positions. Harry Hook splits off though. He can't help the high ground right now. He goes low. He really just has to try and peek and get some damage done. But Wing haven't had no support in terms of damage there.
Harry Hook right now is flanking Hook, and the rest of Spain was going up the gut. Oftentimes this can work out, but in this case, it did not. Harry Hook did not have enough targets to really make that worthwhile, and I'm still not really sure where Harry is right now. No, he's gained control with his team.
If you're running a Soldier 76, you pretty much need to run up towards that room. You can't sort of drop onto the low ground. You can't sit back either trying to use the balcony on your side. So I like this better from Spain. They're playing around the Soldier 76 and allowing Harry to get in position here. As he's making a lot of calls for this team. He is the shot caller from the 76 position, but they've lost Neptuno early.
Tavik was rolling around the backside, caught Neptuno off guard while Spain was trying to rotate in. Sweden is not laying them down on this point for free. They're not making the mistake that other defenses have, and Spain so far has been pressured from every angle, and Tavik, the silent assassin, picks up another.
Yeah, it's pretty darn good from Sweden now. They're actually trying to encircle Spain as they move forward and pick off the last players, the stragglers. This time it was Toxican getting a little bit too close for comfort. Harry Hook again though. Now you can see it's a little bit hard for the 76 to have a decent sight line. Now they're going to take a more direct approach. This is less subtle, but potentially more effective if Harry can land some AoE damage.
Harry right now just hanging out with his tanks, getting well protected as he looks for damage, but Toxican too far out, electrocuted down, and that really hurt Spain.
Again, miscommunication. Toxican wasn't in position to benefit from the presence of the rest of his teammates. He goes up and towards that high ground, and you can see him just get zapped down by Reinforce, pretty much instantly. Again, Harry Hook can only look on in dismay from the low ground and go, well, yeah, no, sorry, can't really help you there. Now we see the switch, Toxin to Diva, Bromaster Tracer. This is better, more direct approach here. Less of the Genji flanking, more of the Tracer trying to dive through the enemy team and harass the back players.
Well, Spain right now looking to find their way to this point. Vic, of course, hot pursuit, coming from behind, pressuring them as they desperately try to get in unscathed. Look at the counter poke here. They did strike, but it might not be enough. Harry Hook already out of this fight.
Yeah, Primal Rage used there by Reinforce. He knew that Spain had bundled themselves into the very tight corridors, and that's where those fists are really going to do some damage. Toxic on the point, the Transcendence here for Spain. They're to play it down, but they still want to try and stick to this one. But again, great play from Chips. Goes for a later Transcendence, means that the overlap is going to favor the Swedes. Zebo fighting Neptuno. Spain, they've got to get the heck out.
This has been mechanical dominance right now coming in from Sweden. Great positioning, better aiming, better poking. Spain has not been able to get an inch in this here so far. Maybe they just got a tick because they was a little bit chased off, but that was tough.
That was audacious as heck. Manatid was a D-suited diva. He backhacked on his own, got 1/3 for Spain. No, sorry, it was... sorry, Toxican did that. I'm getting confused. Sorry, Manatid was there. Still, that's pretty ridiculous stuff. That shouldn't really be happening.
No, not really. Although Toxican, hey, he's on Diva. I haven't seen much of that here so far. He knows that the odds are against him here. Spain, 45 seconds left. Their tournament life on the line. Harry Hook, Tac Visor, armed and ready. If Spain is going to strike an SP now, they drop the beat.
Sound Barrier comes in. Toxican doesn't benefit from the rest of Spain. Does. Toxican now got to go forward through this one. And Harry Hook gets the Tactical Visor in there. 5 kills for Sweden are struggling. They're getting cut down and apart. And Spain to move on towards the point.
That is the team kill horn you hear. Everyone from Sweden is down. Spain on the rise, and hey, there's a good opportunity here for Toxican. He hasn't played that much Diva, but he could self-destruct in over the top. And Sweden might not even expect it because who expects Toxican playing Diva?
Well, I mean, we were hoping for it. Now at least we're seeing it. Sweden are going to have to be very careful and they need to spread out once this happens. That might be the opportunity Spain to be looking for. Winghaven, this is a very direct approach. He actually gets body blocked into the corner. Swoosh cleans him up there with the Helix rockets.
The problem there is that Winghaven went in, but no one else was really with him. Spain was not on the same page, and Sweden more than happy to punish. They're going to be throwing them right out, and the momentum that Spain had, the opportunity they could have used, it's gone away as Sweden gets to reestablish.
Set up here for Spain now. Transcendence is there. Pulse Bomb, Bromas has that one in hand. Sweden have a lot to work with. In fact, these are about fairly equal ultimate setups here. Toxin with the self, the strike obviously, but Swoosh has the tactical visor. That might make all the difference now. Harry getting some poke damage. Bromas down early. Again, Spain's got to turn tail and reset.
That was to Vic and Chip Tyen. Striking at Bromas at the same time. They marked him. They knocked him right down. And Spain, you see them stalled out here. Vic strikes again. More staggering on the way from Sweden.
Yeah, and the timing is really, really good on that one now. That's turned Spain's 10-second wait into about a 30-second wait, as Neptuno only just now respawns in. You're not very mobile as Zenyatta, obviously. When a bomb gets thrown in the corner like that, it's kind of hard to know where to go.
Absolutely, and now you look at Sweden. They have both support ultimates up for this next fight. Dak, not quite there yet. It would be a win for Spain if they could get both of them burned here, but they can't have Vic doing damage into the back before they go in. You need to be threatening enough that they do burn those ultimates and reinforce down. That's going to force a response from Sweden.
Yeah, just maybe a little bit too far for him. Toxic had enough damage to finish him off, and now Harry Hook is going to wait for the Transcendent to expire before he goes for this tactical visor. Self-destruct up on the point, though. Toxic now trying to shake people loose, and Zebasai was caught by the blast.
Very good right now from Spain. Harry Hook, plenty of room to work with. His own personal shooting gallery. He picks up 3. He's striking and reinforced. Going onto that pillar. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Welcome to Harry Hook's wild ride.
Absolutely. Up on the high ground. Damage being spread straight through, and that's going to be Zebasai falling for a second time. He hasn't spent much time up on these points. Winghaven gets another one as Chips going down. The cone of silence from Maniton. The defense matrix doesn't do enough to keep Vic alive. And now Spain have the numbers on the point. Almost have it fully captured as well. Just one moment for them alone. We'll have this one done. Boot now over towards Swooshy. Switch towards the May. And of course, Zebasai is going to struggle for the 3rd time, falling very quickly.
Right now, the writing might be on the wall. Spain just needs a little bit more, and they get it. Spain staying alive, keeping their dreams alive here against Sweden. They were almost held at first. They were able to get through on a crucial attack, and then it took a few attempts, but they get through the point B, and we still have ourselves a game.
Absolutely. The time bank is not looking, it's not exactly looking stellar for the Spaniards. 1:52. We've seen some attacks that have been far faster here. So for Sweden, at least, you have a decent roadmap or a benchmark to approach on the attacking side now. They'll know if they can, get this first point with a decent amount of time, maybe lose 1 or 2 minutes. That's pretty acceptable. It's safe to say that Spain took quite a long time to really get everything in order. The Ducks were not in a row, especially with Harry Hook's positioning relative to the rest of his team when they were diving in.
There were definitely points where certainly Winghaven was not getting the memo for the rest of his team. I think they thought it was a good idea to go in, but then something spooks them. It's like to Vic in the back, distracting them right as Winghaven goes in, and he's just left there. No one to help him, ends up getting taken out.
And we saw one situation, of course, when Reinforce had the Primal Rage. Spain had sort of shuttled himself into that series of very close tunnels to try and outmaneuver Sweden. And he realized, right, I'm going to get right up in their face. Not only are they not going to get past me, I'm also going to pace them to the walls with this Primal Rage.
All right, Sweden now poised to do their own attack. They would love to finish off Spain right now, but Spain, they're not going down without a fight.
Don't forget Spain, they attack, they also protect. And I know at least what they sort of have to aim for here. A full hold would be stunning for them. But again, they're playing a triple DPS composition, so the damage is going to be there. They just need to be careful not to overextend. They also need to rely on the protection, of course, of their supports. And Neptuno has to stay alive in the absence of a diva.
And here's the thing for Spain, they're not running the diva on the defense, so their defense has to be even more aggressive than what we saw from Sweden. Because of the triple DPS setup, they need to keep Sweden off balance this entire time. They will not win a ground and pound fight against Sweden. They need to use this mobility of their composition to their advantage.
Right, that's what we're looking for here. We're looking for a bit of aggression from Spain, but in a controlled dosage. Chip Tyen here, one of the best Zenyatta players in the entire world. will be leading from the rear here for Sweden. Again, those Discord orbs follow where he puts those out. Harmony orbs as well to his teammates. He needs to back up a little bit here, realizing he's too far forward, but look for those right-click charge-ups. They can be devastating in the hands of a good Zen.
And know what you're seeing here, right? Because Sweden's running the Diva, they can power through here in a way that Spain was not able to do until they swapped on their own. So for Sweden, this is very good right now. They're pushing Spain back. They're not giving Spain angles to flank, and they get the first kill on the wing.
Yeah, nicely done. Slow and Steady wins the race. Half of Winghaven's health had already been stripped away by Chips High before the rest of his team got involved. Swoosh, a little bit out of position there, but here's the cap going underway now. Fix finally drawn Spain back towards a point, but he's already got half of that capture progress secured.
The trade-out is fine for Sweden. They still have more power because of the Diva. They're able to grab Neptuno, and now the pressure brings itself onto the point. 2 easy kills from Sweden, and Spain simply cannot hold on.
Again, Chips back in the corner here. We realize as Spain are approaching, he's still keeping his teammates in his field of vision, and that's a good approach. Toxican comes through to find Manitou, but that's it. Nice finish from Chips just as he came up behind him. And Sweden, arguably making better time right now than Spain. They're on a good trajectory to be ahead at the half.
It is definitely better time right now. 6 minutes and 30 seconds left. Spain needed every last little bit of time. Sweden, not so much. Spain, they do have tools to defend here. But again, their issue is with the composition they're running, they have to be picking off Sweden before they come in. If Sweden just waltzes onto the point, Spain does not have the power to push them back.
And they may just do that. Maybe a 2-step on towards the point of flamenco, perhaps, just to throw it in Spain's face. But they're going to get close at the very least. Twitch is close to a Dragon Blade here. He wants to try and get a bit more damage to charge it up. And Twix waiting in the side room, but Bromas has accosted him. Twix has to get the heck out. A quick recall, but guess who he recalls into? Bromas has a grudge to settle. A score, but it's not going to be enough. Twix had 17 points of health. Comes out on top there, and that's insult and injury.
Overwatch at the margins to Vic, though. Rough and tumble takes down Bromas. Swoosh looking for cleanup here in Spain. They double down. No Bromas, no problem. Sound barrier is in. And for now, they're going to keep back Sweden. But for how long?
Now, Bromas' absence there did force Spain to go for a sound barrier, though. They were definitely a little bit nervous. Vic doesn't land the pulse bomb, but it's pretty quick charging. It's not really the end of the world if he uses that one more frivolously than others. Maybe a junk crush here. They've got a sound barrier coming up fairly soon. Management to self-destruct Sweden. Need to find some early picks.
Tvik right now, creeping onto the outside, looking for that Tracer battle if Bromas will give it to him. Sweden looking to approach from multiple angles, trying to get on the point, but they're going to drop the beat, and here we go.
Zevasai, look at these, trying to control Winghaven, preventing from getting a good jump out to try and help the rest of his teammates. It's a pretty good start to the fight. Zevo, unattended on the point. Swoosh finds that tuner, the D-suit on Toxican. That's big. Very fortuitous for Tvik, who wants to get a few more kills now, as Winghaven was the only one to find one himself.
This is excellent cleanup right now from Sweden. They get everything they need. They still have 5 members up and around. Spain does not have the manpower to push this back, and Sweden has set a far faster time in the second round. Spain, once more, looking at the abyss.
Yeah, straight down the barrel of the gun right now for the Spaniards here. And this is what I mentioned earlier on. If Sweden can be even marginally faster than Spain on that first take, then it could be looking good. That face, by the way, is legendary. That was immortalized over at the Takeover 2 event in Europe recently, where Swish held that for like 10 seconds after he got a 5-man Dragon Blade kill on his own. Okay, to be fair, he had Dante, his support, helping him on the Zenyatta with the Discord orbs, but he's a player we really want to see more of in times like this when a push comes to shove, but he's playing the 76. Definitely not a role in which he can really flex his muscles on, but Sweden are looking good regardless. 4 minutes and 52 seconds for Sweden. That's the time bank. As we head into the replay, it's Spain at a distinct deficit, exactly 3 minutes behind.
Spain, though, is learning from their mistakes a little bit. They will be opening up here with the Diva early on. They will match power with power. And truthfully, going into this point, Spain really does need to get a successful first attack. They are not dealing with the amount of time that Sweden is, and they will need every bit of time if they want to take first and lead that in the second.
Makes you wonder, a little bit grim actually, if those suits are there, that those scientists never actually left the Horizon Lunar Colony. Oh, well, a bit grim. A bit grim, sorry guys.
Thanks for that. I'm going to have a real fun time sleeping tonight.
Oh dear. Anyway, let's get back to the fun stuff. A bit of Overwatch. Spain on the attack now, minute 51. Like I said, the Diva's going to be there for Toxican. Let's see if we can make the difference.
All right, Spain on the way again. Their tournament life on the line. This attack needs to be a good one. Sweden holding in the power position on the right. Spain going to go around the left. Now we see Sweden rotating to Vic pressuring. Will Sweden be able to keep them off the point? They're looking to do that now as reinforced engages.
Yeah, that's right. Spain learned their lesson. They're all going together this time. And Sweden are trying to make this costly for them, or at least painful at the very least. Vic's chunked down super low. He's forced to recall now. You can see he had to dash very briefly away from where Spain were. And they're setting up. It's a war of attrition. The Spaniards are taking no risks.
Spain right now just trying to pummel their way in. Winghaven's very low. He's going to fall to Vic, getting his prey right now. And Sweden set up with a 6v5. Spain looking to be in trouble.
This is not good at all. Manhattan, well, Harry Hook's trying to de-suit him there, but Manhattan seems to be able to back away. Neptuno again found Twig, something he's incredibly good at. But Bromas has to give a lot of respect to Reinforce and plenty of space at that. Pulse bomb, drive by. Hope you got insurance for that one, buddy. Bromas to come back on towards the point where the Transcendence is there for Spain.
Spain right now, they know that they're in trouble. 45 seconds left, and this is risky. They throw the Transcendence into this fight here, but it doesn't really seem to be a winning one. Sweden says, we will also pass into the Iris. Spain, they break it down, they fight for the music, and we'll see if this works.
Sound barrier timing was excellent for Spain. They really needed that one, and Sweden already starting to pressure them out. Fig finds Neptuno finally at least getting a bit of revenge on that Zenyatta, but the point belongs to Spain for the time being. Toxic de-suited by Fig. He's going to try and at least stall for as long as he can now. 21 seconds left. Sweden might be able to stand up here. Spain have got to go. They've got to get this point.
To Vic right now, public enemy #1 if you're Spain. Able to take down people into the back, but will it be enough? Attrition rearing its head right now is Spain. Able to flood onto the point. We'll see how much longer Sweden can delay, but Spain might be able to take this.
No way. Winghaven falls to tip quiet. This can't be happening right now. Sweden are going to shut the door in Spain's face if they're not careful. Bromas has found Manhattan, but he was decent at the time. Bromas and Harry Hook, brothers in arms, standing tall, but for how long? Swoosh and Reinforce are back now. Two brothers on the Swedish side of things. The 1v1, surely not. Fix on the point with Swoosh here. It's going to be too much for Spain to hang on to.
Bromas is down. He was being the hero, but it's not enough. Overtime. Tick, tick, tick. Gone. Sweden, you're going to... Ooh. Wow.
You're going to give me a heart attack is what you're looking for.
Sweden now in a situation where they don't even have to get a full capture on first point. They just have to get 87%, and that will be enough to send them to BlizzCon.
On the first point, no less, and we saw how quick Sweden were at taking it the first time around. Even wry smiles on the face of the Spaniards here, realizing that, well, they may be in deep trouble here. I mean, even if they win this map by full holding Sweden, presumably, I mean, they've got a long way to go in this series. But there's hope there. The fire burns for the Spaniards. This has to be the sickest full hold we have ever seen.
It would be legendary, and bearing the circumstances right now, we are almost certainly not going to see a tie on this map. Either Sweden will fail to hit the threshold and Spain will win and keep their hopes alive, or Sweden will hit the threshold and that will be it. The end of the map and the end of Spain.
That's so clutch there as well. We can see fights like that one at the end of the half really highlighted the individual players there. It was very much a 2-on-2 for most of the time as players were streaming back in. But now it's time. Last chance saloon, the final stand of the Spaniards here as Sweden look to wrap this one up in a box and send them back home. Let's get it on. In the blue on the attack, it's Sweden.
And in the red, on the defense is Spain. They are going to have to be nearly perfect here. One good attack by Sweden might spell doom. And Sweden, not much for subtlety here, going directly up the right side, looking to power through Spain.
Fixer in the backline right now. He's flanked around behind Spain already. This is going to cause a lot of pressure to be applied. Spain actually giving ground here. I don't know if I recommend this movement at all. They're back on towards the open ground, out in the open. Zephyr's needs to heal this team up here.
And right now, Sweden taking it slow, but they lose Swoosh. Bromas striking into the back, giving Spain valuable breathing room here. And now Swoosh down. They don't have the damage to go with this tanky setup.
And you can see, if you're watching without even knowing what the stakes are, that probably gave it away to you there. Sweden could have maybe gone forward for another pick, but they need Swoosh here. There's a pulse bomb for Vic. This could be just devastating if he lands it. It's one of those big ones, but Bromas is not going to give him the chance. Again, the grudge match continues.
Bromas right now so key to Spain, giving them the breathing room they need, not letting Sweden set up. Still, though, a little under 4 minutes remain. They're going to have to keep this up. But for now, Spain has looked great.
Reinforce dropping now as well. The problem is Sweden didn't want to follow up after they'd lost Swoosh there, but they still opted to maintain the high ground. They gave Spain a chance to creep in and encircle them and then win a fight. So ultimately, maybe Sweden were better off backing away as soon as they lost the Genji.
Sweden now, they are playing with house money to an extent. They have 3.5 minutes here to confirm their destiny. Spain, though, loaded for bear. They're not at a disadvantage in this next fight. Bromas again! This man is a monster.
Pack it up, boys. back to spawn. Losing Swoosh here is painful, and he would be close to another Dragon Blade, but no, they found Bromas anyway. Maybe this is still the go signal. Pulse Bomb a little bit laconically thrown out there. No real connection, but still, now the fight is still on. Sweden happen to hang around. They've committed a sound barrier and a transcendence to this fight.
Transcendence to this fight here from Spain. They are facing Sweden down, and they are not blinking. They can layer in another support ultimate here, might have to. Neptuno is down. Dak, you need to protect your team here as Tefik comes in from the back.
That's it. I think Neptuno actually wanted to end his Transcendence in front of Tefik and try 1v1, and that's pretty ballsy stuff. It's not going to work out, though. Harry Hook goes down.
The barrier very late here, not in time to save. Doesn't save Neptuno, doesn't save Harry. There is no tack visor, and Sweden might be on their victory rush right now. Spain falling over and over, and this progress now moving.
Harry Hook has a tactical visor. He needs to come in very, very quickly, though. Sweden are pushing forward. They're not going to let Spain even touch this point. They need to leave a few players on the point, try and capture, but no! Sweden far too decisive in that final fight. Congratulations. We'll see you at BlizzCon.
Bitter stuff for the Spain team, but incredible stuff from Sweden. After what was a little bit of a rough day one for both teams, they put on a show on days 2 and 3. But only one victor could be had here, and Sweden is standing tall.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sweden have made it to BlizzCon. There's still one more match to go, the big one, the grand finale as it were. This is all for